Non-unital, not unital. Non-unitarian, not Unitarian. Non-unitary, not unitary. Non-united, not united. Non-units, plural of non-unit. Non-unity, not of or pertaining to unity. Non-univalent, not univalent. Non-universal, not universal. Non-universalist, one who is not a universalist. Non-universalistic, not universalistic. Non-universalists, plural of non-universalists. Non-universality, the quality of being non-universal. Non-universally, in a non-universal manner. Non-universals, plural of non-universal. Non-universe, that which does not constitute the universe, something outside or beyond the universe. Non-universities, plural of non-university. Non-university, not of or pertaining to a university. Non-univocal, not univocal. Non-univocity, lack of univocity. Non-updated, not updated. Non-upgradable, alternative spelling of non-upgradable, non-upgradable, not upgradable, incapable of being upgraded. Not upgraded, not having been upgraded. Non-upholstered, not upholstered. Non-upple, a nine-fold amount or number. Non-upples, plural of non-upple. Non-upplet, a group of nine, particularly music a tuplet of 9 notes. Non-upplets, plural of non-upplet. Non-upplicate, a set of 9 like or identical things. Non-upper, not upper. Non-up. Upright, not upright. Non-upset, not upset. Non-upward, not upward. Non-uranium, not up. Or pertaining to uranium. Non-urban, not urban. Non-urbanite, one who is not an urbanite. Non-urbanites, plural of non-urbanite. Non-urbanize, not urbanized. Non-urea, not of or pertaining to urea. Non-uremic, not uremic. Non-ureotic, not ureotic. Non-urethane, not of or pertaining to urethane. Non-urethral, not urethral. Non-urgency, absence of urgency, the quality of being unurgent. Non-urgent, not urgent. Non-urinary, not urinary. Non-urine, not of or pertaining to urine. Non-urological, not urological. Non-uropathogenic, not uropathogenic. Non-urothelial, not urothelial. Non-usable, not usable. Non-usage, absence of usage, failure to use. Non-using, failure to use, non-usage. Non-use, the failure to make use of something. Non-use, not used. Unused, Non-user, a person who is not a user of drugs, a computer system, etc. Non-users, plural of non-user. Non-uses, plural of non-use. Non-using, not using, especially recreational drugs. Non-usurping, not usurping. Non-uterine, not uterine. Non-uterotropic, not uterotropic. Non-utile, not utile. Non-utilitarian. Not utilitarian. Non-utilitarianism, a philosophy that is not utilitarian. Non-utilitarians, plural of non-utilitarian. Non-utilities, plural of non-utility. Non-utility, a company, etc. that is not a utility. Non-utilize, not utilized. Non-utopian. Not utopian. Non-utterance, absence of utterance, communication by means other than speech. Non-utterances, plural of non-utterance. Non-uvular, not uvular. Non-vacant, not vacant, occupied. Non-vacation, not of or pertaining to a vacation. Non-vacationing, not taking a vacation. Non-vaccinated, unvaccinated. Non-vaccinating, not giving a vaccine. Non-vaccination, absence of vaccination, failure to vaccinate. Non-vaccine, not of or pertaining to a vaccine. Non-vacuolar, not vacuolar. Non-vacuolated, not vacuolated. Non-vacuolize, not vacuolize. Non-vacuous, not vacuous. Non-vacuum, absence of vacuum. Non-vaginal, not vaginal. Non-vagotomized, not vagotomized. Non-vague, not vague. Non-vagueness, absence of vagueness. Non-valence, not valence. Non-valent, not valent. Non-valid, not valid. Non-validated. Not having been validated. Non-validating, that does not validate. Non-validity, the state or condition of being non-valid. Non-valuable, not valuable. Non-valuation, failure to assign a value to something. Non-value, that which is not a value in various senses. Non-value, not valued. Non-values, plural of non...
Invincible.
Value. Non-valve, not involving or relating to a valve. Non-valve, not valve. Non-valvular, not valvular. Non-vampire, one who is not a vampire. Non-vampires, plural of non-vampire. Non-vanadium, not of or pertaining to vanadium. Non-vanilla, not vanilla standard or mundane, especially of sexual activity, unusual or kinky. Non-vanishing, of an expression, especially a function, being zero at a value everywhere on a specified set or on the entire domain. Non-vaporous, not vaporous. Non-variable, constant, not variable. Non-variatic, not variatic. Non-variant, not variant. Non-variance, plural of non-variant. Non-variation, absence of variation. Non-variational, not variational. Non-varietal, not varietal. Non-varicose, not varicose. Non-variegated, not variegated. Non-variable, non-varnish, unvarnished. Non-varsity, not of or pertaining to varsity. Non-vascular, not vascular. Non-vascularized, alternative form of non-vascularized. Non-vascularized, not vascularized. Non-vasectomized, not vasectomized. Non-vasoactive, not vasoactive. Non-vasodilatory, not vasodilatory. Non-vasomotor, not vasomotor. Non-vasorective, not vasorective. Non-vassal, one who is not a vassal. Non-vassals, plural of non-vassal. Non-vector, something that is not a vector in any sense. Non-vectorial, met vectorial. Non-vectorizable, not vectorizable. Non-vectorized, not vectorized. Non-vectors, plural of non-vector. Non-veg, not vegetarian. Non-vegan, not vegan. Non-vegans. Plural of non-vegan. Non-vegetable, not of or pertaining to vegetables. Non-vegetarian, not vegetarian. Non-vegetarians, plural of non-vegetarian. Non-vegetated, not vegetated. Non-vegetated, not vegetative. Non-veggie, not vegetarian. Non-vehicular, not vehicular.
Invincible.
Non-velar, not velar. Non-velarized, not velarized. Non-venal, not venal. Non-vendable, not capable of being vended. Non-vendor, a person or organization that is not a vendor. Non-vendors, plural of non-vendor. Non-venereal, not venereal. Non-venomous, alternative form of non-venomous. Non-venomous, not Venice. Non-ventable, not ventable. Vented, not vented. Non-ventilated. Not ventilated. Non-ventilation, absence of ventilation, failure to ventilate. Non-ventilatory, not ventilatory. Non-venting, not venting. Non-ventral, not ventral. Non-verb, a word that is not a verb. Non-verbal, alternative form of non-verbal. Nonverbal communication. Communication in a form other than written or spoken words, such as gestures, facial expressions, or body language. Nonverbal communications. Plural of nonverbal. Verbal communication. Nonverbal learning disorder. A form of learning disorder characterized by severe impairment in visual, spatial, motor, and social skills. It is very similar to Asperger's syndrome. Nonverbal learning disorders. Plural of nonverbal learning disorder. Nonverbalizable. Not verbalizable. Nonverbalized. Not verbalized. Nonverbally. In a nonverbal manner. Nonverbalness. The quality of being nonverbal. Nonverbals. Plural of nonverbal. Nonverbatim. Not verbatim, i.e. not corresponding to the original, word for word. Nonverbose. Not verbose, not using or composed of very many words, terse, concise, or untalkative. Nonverbs. Plural of nonverb. Nonverdict. Failure to reach a verdict in a legal case. Nonverdicts. Plural of nonverdict. Nonveridical. Not veridical. Nonveridicality. The quality of being non-veridical. Non-veridically. In a manner that is not veridical. Non-verifiability. The condition of being unverifiable. Non-verifiable. Unverifiable. Non-verification. Absence of verification. Failure to verify. Non-verify. Unverify. Non-verifying. Not verifying. Non-verminous. Not verminous. Non-vernacular. Not vernacular. Non-vernalization. The absence of vernalization. Non-vernalized. Not vernalized. Non-versatian. A meaningless conversation. Non-versatians. Plural of non-versatian. Non-verse. That which is not verse. Non-version. Not version. Non-vert. One who converts from religion or irreligion. Non-vertebral. Not vertebral. Non-vertebrate. Not vertebrate. Invertebrate. Not of or pertaining to the vertex. Non-vertical. Not vertical. Non-vertically. In an orientation that is not vertical. Non-vertiginous. Not vertiginous. Non-verts. Plural of non-vert. Non-vesicular. Not vesicular. Non-vesiculate. Not vesiculate. Non-vesiculated. Not vesiculated. Non-vested. Not vested. Non-vestibular. Not vestibular. Non-vestigial. Not vestigial. Non-vesting. That does not vest. Non-vet. Flipping of non-veteran. Non-veteran. One who is not a veteran. Non-veterans. Plural of non-veteran. Veterinary. Not veterinary. Non-vets. Plural of non. Vet. Non-vexatious. Not vexatious. Non-viability. The state or condition of being non-viable. Impracticality. Non-viable. Not viable. Not capable of independent life, not practicable. Non-vibratile, not vibratile. Non-vibrating, not vibrating, that does not vibrate. Non-vibration, absence of vibration. Non-vibrational, not vibrational. Non-vibratory, not vibratory. Non-vibronic, not vibronic. Non-vicarious, not vicarious. Non-victim, one who is not a victim. Non-victimized. Unvictimized. Non-victimizing, not victimizing. Non-victims, plural of non-victim. Non-victories, plural of non-victory. Non-victorious, not victorious. Non-victory, that which is not a victory, a loss or tie. Non-vido, not in or related. To video format. Non-viewable, not viewable. Non-viewer, one who is not a viewer, especially of television or a particular program. Non-viewers, plural of non-viewer. Non-viewing, not viewing.
Here we go.
Non-villager, one who is not a villager. Non-villagers, plural of non-villager. Non-villain, one who is not a villain. Non-villainous, unvillainous. Non-villains, plural of non-villain. Non-vindication, absence of vindication. Non-Venice, not Venice. Non-vintage, not vintage, recent. Non-vintages, plural of non-vintage. Non-vinyl, not of or pertain. Non-violated, not violated. Non-violation, that which is not a violation. Non-violations, plural of non-violation. Non-violent. Not violative. Non-violence, a philosophy that rejects the use of violence and instead seeks to bring about change through peaceful responses even to violent acts. Non-violences, plural of non-violence. Non-violent, alternative form of non-violent. Non-violently, in a non-violent manner. Non-violet, not violet in color. Non-viral, not originating in or caused by a virus. Non-virally, in a non-viral manner. Non-virement, not virement. Non-virgin, one who is not a virgin. Non-virginal, not virginal.
Invincible.
Non-virginity. Quality of not being a virgin. Non-virgins, plural of non-virgin. Non-viral, not virile. Non-virility, the state of being non-virile. Non-viralized. Not viralized. Non-virion, a biological particle that is not a virion. Non-virions, plural of non-virion. Non-virtual, not virtual. Non-virtualizable, not virtualizable. Non-virtualize. not virtualized. Non-virtue, that which is not a virtue. Non-virtues, plural of non-virtue. Non-virtuosic, not virtuosic. Non-virtuous, not virtuous. Non-virulence, the state or condition of being non-virulent. Non-virulent, not virulent. Non-viriliferous, not viriliferous. Non-virus, not of or pertaining to a virus, non-viral. Non-viruses, plural of non-virus. Non-visa, not of or pertaining to visas. Non-visa, without a visa. Non-visceral, not visceral. Non-viscid. Not viscid. Non-viscoelastic, not viscoelastic. Non-viscosity, the condition of being non-viscous. Non-viscous, not viscous. Non-visibility, the condition of being non-visible. Non-visible, not visible. Visible, invisible. Non-visional, not visional. Non-visionaries, plural of non-visionary. Non-visionary, not visionary. Non-visitation, absence of visitation. Non-visited, not visited. Non-visiting, not engaging in visits. Non-visitor, one who is not a visitor. Non-visitors, plural of non-visitor. Non-visual, not visual. Non-visual. Visualize, not visualize. Non-visually, in a non-visual way. Non-vital, not vital in various senses, thus often not essential for life. Non-vitamin, not a vitamin. Non-vitamins, plural of non-vitamin. Non-vitrectomize, not vitrectomize. Non-vitreous, not vitreous. Non-vitrifiable, not vitrifiable. Non-vitrify, not converted into glass. Non-vivid, not vivid. Non-viviparous, not viviparous. Non-vocabulary, not of or pertaining to vocabulary. Non-vocal, not vocal, silent, not using one's voice. Non-vocalic, not vocalic, not used as a vowel. Non-vocalized, not vocalized. Non-vocalizing, that does not vocalize. Non-vocally, in a non-vocal manner. Non-vocational, not vocation. Non-vocoid, a sound that is not a vocoid. Non-vocoids, plural of non-vocoid. Non-void, not of or pertaining to the voice. Non-voice, not voiced. Non-void, not void. Non-voidable, that cannot be voided. Non-volatile, incapable of flight. Non-volatile, not volatile in any sense. Non-volatility, quality of not being volatile. Non-volatilizable, not volatilizable. Non-volatilized, not volatilized. Non-volcanic, not volcanic. Non-volcanic plastic. Not volcanic plastic. Non-volcanogenic. Not volcanogenic. Non-volition. Absence of volition. Non-volitional. Not volitional. Not a matter of free choice. Non-volitionally. In a manner that is not volitional, not of one's own will. Non-volitive. Not volitive. Non-volume. Not of or pertaining to volume. Non-volumetric. Not volumetric.
Here we go.
Non-voluntarily. In a non-voluntary manner. Non-voluntary. Not voluntary. Non-volunteering. Not volunteering. Non-vomiting. That does not vomit. Non-vortex. Not of or pertaining to a vortex. Non-vortical. Not vortical. Non-votable. Not votable. Non-vote. A deliberate act of not voting in abstention. Non-voter. Someone who does not or is not eligible to vote. Non-voters. Plural of non-voter. Non-votes. Plural of non-vote. Non-voting. Lacking the right to vote. Non-vowel. A sound or letter that is not a vowel. Non-vowels. Plural of non-vowel. Non-voyeuristic. Not voyeuristic. Not vodi. Not vodi. Non-vulcanizable. Not vulcanizable. Non-vulcanized. Not vulcanized. Non-vulgar. Not vulgar. Non-vulnerable. Not specifically vulnerable. Non-vulgar. Not vulvar. Non-wage. Not of or pertaining to a wage. Non-wage. On-wage. Non-waiting. Not waiting. Non-waivable. Not waivable.
Invincible.
Non-waived. Not waived. Non-waiver. Not having or requiring a waiver. Non-walking. Not involving walking. Non-walled. Not walled. Non-wandering. Not wandering. Not being a wandering set, wandering point, etc. Non-war. Not of or pertaining to war. Non-warehouse. Not of or pertaining to a warehouse. Non-warlike. Not warlike. Non-warmed. Not warned. Non-warrior. One who is not a warrior. Non-warriors. Plural of non-warrior. Non-wars. Plural of non-war. Non-wartime. Not in or of wartime. Non-washable. Not washable. Non-washables. Plural of non-washable. Non-wasted. Not wasted. Non-wasteful. Not wasteful. Non-wasting. Not wasting. Non-water. Not of or pertaining to water. Non-waterborne. Not waterborne. Non-water. Unwatered. Non-waterlogged. Not waterlogged. Non-watermark. Not watermarked. Non-waterproof. Not waterproof. Non-waterproof, not waterproofed. Non-watertight, not watertight. Non-watery, not watery. Non-wave, not involving or not having the properties of a wave. Non-waveform, not of or pertaining to a waveform. Non-waveguide, not having or pertaining to a waveguide. Non-wavering, not wavering, unwavering, staunch or continuous. Not waxy, non-waxy, not waxy. Non-waywardly, not in a wayward manner. Non-weak, not weak, strong. Non-weakness, absence of weakness. Non-wealthy, not wealthy. Non-weapon, not pertaining to or possessing weapons, especially nuclear weapons. Non-weaponized, not weaponized. Non-weapons, non-weapon. Non-wearable, not wearable. Non-weather, not of or pertaining to weather. Non-weathered, unweathered. Non-webbed, not webbed. Non-wedding, not of or pertaining to a wedding. Non-wedlock, not in wedlock. Non-weekend, not of or pertaining to a weekend. Non-weightly, not weekly. Non-weight-bearing, alternative form of non-weight-bearing. Non-weight-bearing, alternative form of non-weight-bearing. Non-weighted, not weighted. Non-weird, not weird. Non-weldable, not weldable. Non-welded, not welded. Non-western, not western. Non-westerns, plural of non-western. Non-wetland, any area that is not a wetland. Non-wettability, the condition of being non-wettable. Non-wettable, not wettable. Non-wetted, not wetted. Non-wetting, not wetting. Non-whale, not related to whales, not a whale. Non-whaling, not whaling, that doesn't hunt whales. Non-wheat, not of or pertaining to wheat. Non-wheelchair, not of or pertaining to wheelchairs or wheelchair users. Non-wheel, without a wheel or wheels. Non-whimsical, not whimsical. Non-whipped, not whipped. Non-whiskey, not of or pertaining to whiskey. Non-white, not white in color. Non-whiteness, the property of making easily white. Non-whites, plural of non-white. Non-whole, not whole. Non-wholesale, not wholesale. Non-widowed, not widowed. Non-wife, one who is not a wife, a woman who stands in a relationship to somebody other than that of a wife. Non-wild, not wild. Non-wilderness, not of or pertaining to wilderness. Non-wildlife, not of or pertaining to wildlife. Non-wind, not of or pertaining to wind. Non-winding, that does not wind. Non-windowed, not windowed, without windows. Windowless. Non-windy, not windy. Non-wine, not wine. Non-winged, not winged, without wings. Non-winner, one who is not a winner, a loser or runner-up. Non-winners, plural of non-winner. Non-winning, not winning. Non-winter, not of or pertaining to winter. Non-winterized, not having been winterized. Non-wireless, not wireless, wired. Non-wireless, not being or relating to a landline. Non-witch, one who is not a witch. Non-witches, plural of non-witch. Notwithstanding, misconstruction of notwithstanding. Non-witness, one who is not a witness. Non-witnessed, not witnessed. Non-witnesses, plural of non-witness. Non-wives, plural of non-wife. Non-wizard, one who is not a wizard. Non-wizards, plural of non-wizard. Non-wobbly, not wobbly. Non-woe, not woe. Non-woman, one who is not a woman. Non-women, plural of non-woman. Non-wood, not of or pertaining to wood. Non-wooded, not wooded. Non-wooden, not wooden. Non-woodiness, the state of being not woody. Non-woodland, not of or pertaining to woodland. Non-woody, not woody. Non-wool, not of or pertaining to wool. Non-word, alternative spelling. Of non-word. Non-words, plural of non-word. Non-word, that which is not work employment or occupation. Non-workable, unworkable. Non-workaholic, one who is not a workaholic. Non-workaholics, plural of non-workaholic. Non-workday, a weekend. Non-worker, one who does not work. Non-workers, plural of non-worker. Non-working, that does not work. Operate or function. Non-workplace, not in or pertaining to the workplace. Non-works, plural of non-work. Non-workshop, not of or pertaining to a workshop. Non-world, that which is not a world. Non-worlds, plural of non-world. Non-worship, lack of worship. Non-worthwhile, not worthwhile. Non-wounded, not wounded. Non-woven, not woven. Non-wovens, plural of non-woven. Non-wrapped, not wrapped. Non-wrinkled, not wrinkled. Non-writable, not writable. Non-writable, alternative form of non-writable. Non-writer. A person who is not a writer. Non-writers. Plural of non-writer. Non-writing. Not writing or unrelated to writing. Non-written. Not in written form. Non-xanthine. Not of or pertaining to xanthine. Non-xenogenic. Not xenogenic. Non-xenon. Not of or pertaining to xenon. Non-xenophobic. Not xenophobic. Non-xeric. Not xeric. Non-xerophilic. Not xerophilic. Non-xylene. Not of or pertaining to xylene. Non-xylitol. Not of or pertaining to xylitol. Non-xylose. Not of or pertaining to xylose. Non-yellow. Not yellow. Non-yellowing. Not prone to yellowing. Non-yielding. Unyielding. Not L. Any of very many isomeric univalent hydrocarbon radicals, C9H, formally derived from non-A by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Monolaldehyde, synonym of non-anal. Non-alene. Any of the series of metameric unsaturated hydrocarbons, C9H of the ethylene series. Non-alenes. Plural of non-alene. Non-alenic. Relating to non-alene. Non-nil glucoside. A non-nilic glucoside 2R3s 4s5R6R2 hydroxymethyl 6 non-oxyacin 3,4,5-trione. Non-nil glucosides. Plural of non-nil glucoside. Non-nilic. Pertaining to, derived from, or containing non-nil. Non-nilphenol. Any of a family of closely related organic compounds, a subset of the alkyl phenols that are precursors to commercially important detergents. Non-nilphenols. Plural of non-nilphenol. Non-els. Plural of non-nil. Nonymity. The use of a real name as opposed to anonymity. Non-ms. Using or characterized by the use of real names. Non-un. Any aliphatic alkane having 9 carbon atoms, but especially one non-un. Non-uns. Plural of non-un. Non-yoga. Not of or pertaining to yoga. Non-yogic. Not yogic. Non-young. Not young. Non-zealot. One who is not a zealot. Non-zealots. Plural of non-zealot. Non-zealous. Not zealous. Non-zealotic. Not zealotic. Non-zero. Not equal to 0. Non-zero. Not zero. Non-zeros. Plural of non-zero. Non-zeros. Plural of non-zero. Non-zinc. Not of or pertaining to zinc. Non-zirconium. Not of or pertaining to zirconium. Non-zodiacal. Not zodiacal. Non-zonal. Not zonal. Non-zonal. In a non-zonal manner. Non-zonate. Not zonate. Non-zone. Not of or pertaining to a zone. Non-zone. Not zone. Non-zoological. Not zoological. Non-zoologist. One who is not a zoologist. Non-zoologists, plural of non-zoologists. Non-zoonotic, not zoonotic. Non-zooxanthalate, not zooxanthalate. Non-zwitterianic, alternative form of non-zwitterianic. Non-zygotic, alternative form of non-zygotic. Now, New York. Pronunciation spelling of New York, representing New York City English. New Zealand. Pronunciation spelling of New Zealand, representing New Zealand. English. Oh, a noob or newbie refers to the idea that someone is new to a game concept or idea, implying a lack of experience. Also, in some areas the word noob can mean someone is obsessed with things. Noob cannon. In first-person shooter games, a firearm that is popular with beginner players, usually due to its ease of use. Noob cannons. Plural of noob cannon. Noob tube. Alternative form of noob tube. Noob tube. A very overpowered firearm, especially a grenade launcher. Noob tubes. Plural of noob tube. Newbie. Alternative spelling of newbie. Do it. Comparative form of newbie. More newbie. Newbies. Plural of newbie. Alternative spelling of newbies. Do it. Superlative form of newbie. Most newbie. Nerdiness. The quality of a newbie. Nudish. Like a noob, naive, or foolish. No but. Especially annoying or inexperienced newbie. No buts. Plural of nooblet. No. Plural of noob. Nudie. Like a noob. No. Plural of noob. Note. Nutritional yeast. Nuclear rule by intellect, a government which weds power with intelligence. New crack of or relating to nucracy. Nude. Alternative spelling of nudge. Nourished. Simple past and past participle of nuge. Nujas. Plural of nude. Nuge. Present participle and gerund of nuge.
Here we go.
Nuge. Whiny, peevish, complaining. Noodle. A string or flat strip of pasta or other dough, usually cooked at least initially by boiling, and served in soup or in a dry form mixed with a sauce and other ingredients. Noodle dick. A term of abuse. Noodle effect. Synonym of spaghettification. Noodle incident. Fictional event that is referenced by the characters of the story in a dramatic way, but is never explained or shown. Noodle strap. Synonym of spaghetti strap. Noodle up. To come up with something, to brainstorm an idea. Noodle whore. Alternative form of noodle whore. Noodle whores. Plural of noodle whore. Noodle burger. A burger made with noodles in addition to or instead of meat. Noodle burgers. Plural of noodle burger. Noodle. Simple past and past participle of noodle. Noodled up. Simple past and past participle of noodle up. Noodle tongue. Foolishness. Noodledoms. Plural of noodledom. Noodlefish. any of the family Salangidae of osmeriform fish related to the smelts, with translucent bodies and no scales. Noodlefishes. Plural of noodlefish. Noodlehead. Fool! Imbecile. Noodleheads. Plural of noodlehead. Noodlism. A misguided or foolish act or idea. Noodleums.
Invincible.
Plural of noodlism. Noodle-like. Resembling or characteristic of noodles. Noodleman. A man who makes or sells noodles. Noodle mania. Love of noodles. Noodlemen. Plural of noodlemen. Noodler. A practitioner of noodling. Noodleries. Plural of noodlery. Noodlers. Plural of noodler. Noodlery. A restaurant that specializes in noodle dishes. Noodles. Plural of noodle. Noodles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of noodle up. Noodle or. A woman of East Asian, especially Japanese heritage. Noodle whores. Plural of noodle whore. Noodle. Alternative form of noodly. Noodly. Comparative form of noodly, more noodly. Noodlit. Superlative form of noodly, most noodly. Noodliness. The state or condition of being noodly. Noodling. The practice and sport of fishing for catfish using the bare hands. Noodling up. Present participle and gerund of noodle up. Noodlings. Plural of noodling. Noodling. Of or pertaining to noodles the food. Nooddeck. Alternative spelling of nudnik. Noodnecks. Plural of noodnik. Noodneck. Alternative spelling of nudnik. Noodnecks. Plural of noodnik. Nood. Noodles. Nood. Synonym of Niger Gizosha abyssinica. Noogenesis. The fourth stage of evolution, dominated by the mind, consciousness, and interpersonal relationships. Nooger. A surname. Neuters. Plural of neuger. Nutty. An act of putting a person in a headlock and rubbing one's knuckles on the other person's head. Often a playful gesture of affection when done lightly. Beauty. Simple past and past participle of nogi. Nuris. Plural of nugi, plural of nugi. Newer. A new employee of the Google Corporation. Newers. Plural of new. Nudi. Alternative spelling of noogie. Nudi. Present participle and gerund of noogie. No. Never. No way. A small corner formed by two walls. An alcove. Nook and corner. Synonym of nook. And cranny. Nook and cranny. A place or part of a place, especially one that is small, remote, or tedious to access. Nook or cranny. A place or part of a place, especially one that is small, remote, or tedious to access. Nookshat. Full of nooks and corners. Nokat. A district of Osh, Kyrgyzstan. Nuk. Having nooks. Nookeries. Plural of nookery. Nookeri. A
Invincible.
secure and cozy spot. Novi, sex or other sexual activity, especially if illicit. Nokiboki, a pimp or madam. Nokibokis, plural of nokiboki. Novie, comparative form of noki, more noki. Nokis, plural of noki. Nokiet, superlative form of noki, most noki. Noki, a corner, niche, or nook. Nokings, plural of nooking. Nokbut, a little nook. Nokbuts, plural of nooklet. Nokbai, resembling or characteristic of a nook. Nooks, plural of nook. Nooks and corners. Plural of nook and corner. Nooks and plural of nook and cranny. Nooks or crannies, plural of nook or cranny. Nukak, a member of a Native American tribe near the Pacific Northwest coast. Nukas, plural of Nooksack. Noti, alternative spelling of Noki. Newwinger, a small species of nocturnal marsupial, Tarsides rostratus of southwest Western Australia. Newwingers, plural of Newwinger. Neological, of or pertaining to newlogy. Knowledges, plural of newlogy. Knowledges, an expert in newlogy. Knowledge.
Here we go.
Plural of newlogists. Knowledge, the systematic study and organization of everything dealing with knowing and knowledge. Oh, a surname. Noon Balloon, a period around midday when an airport has a particularly large amount of air traffic. Noon balloons, plural of noon balloon. Noon flies, plural of noon fly. Noon fly, Messembrina meridiana, a small, black-bodied fly with orange-ish wings. Noon gun, a sundial with a cannon whose fuse is lit by a lens concentrating sunbeams positioned to fire at noon. Noon guns, plural of noon gun. Noon of night, midnight. Noon flower, Dysphima crescifolium subsclevolanum. Noontime, noontide, noon, the middle of the day. Noontimes, plural of noontime. Noda, an affectionate term of address for an older sister or some what older woman. Northern, a ghost town in Rawls County, Missouri, United States. Noonan syndrome, a relatively common autosomal dominant congenital disorder, a form of dwarfism accompanied by heart defect, learning difficulties, and a characteristic facial appearance. Nudans, plural of Nuna. Nada, plural of Nuna. Nunchai, alternative form of Nunchai. Nunchai, obsolete form of Nunchin. Noonday, the time of noon, the time of day when the sun is highest in the sky. Especially on a hot day. Noonday devil, a demon thought to be active at the noon hour that inclines its victims, usually monastics, to restlessness, excitability, and inattention to their duties. Used as a synonym for acedia, Greek alpha capri to delta iota alpha akidia. Noonday devils, plural of noonday devil. Noondays, plural of noonday. No one, a surname. No. Dated spelling of no one. No one, simple past and past participle of noon. Nooner, a sexual encounter during lunch hour, especially one which is illicit. Nooners, plural of nooner. No one's, plural of no one noon. Noon flower, referring to various species of flowers. Noon flowers, plural of noon flower. Noonda, alternative spelling of noonga. Noonda, alternative spelling of noonga. Noonder, alternative spelling of noonga. Novola, that is, plural of noon. No wanting, a nap or rest in the middle of the day. No oneings, plural of no wanting. Nodish, any time close to noon, midday or thereabouts. Noon can buy a potassic badasite mineral. No lie, the full sun.
Here we go.
Light that occurs at noon. Murmai, every noon, daily at noon. Noon mark, a mark made on a structure to align with the sun at noon for the purpose of timekeeping. Noon marks, plural of noon mark. Noonmi, a midday meal especially including meat. Noons, plural of noon. Noons of night. Plural of noon of night. Noon tai, archaic form of nunchin. Nunsid, a sexual tryst during one's lunch break. Nunit, plural of noonsi. Noonstat, the position of the sun at midday. Noontai, midday. Noon. Noontais, plural of noontai. Noon time, approximately noon. Noon times, plural of noontime. No, elongated form of no. No, elongated form of now. No, alternative form of no. Noer, a unisex given name from Arabic. Norani, a surname from Persian. Noranis, plural of Norani. Noord, a short tidal river in the western Netherlands. Noord-Brabant, North Brabant, a province of the Netherlands. Noordenveld, a municipality of Drenthe, Netherlands. Noorderstpolder, a polder
Invincible.
in Flevoland, Netherlands. Noordwijk, a municipality in South Holland, Netherlands. Noordwijk on Zee, a coastal village in Noordwijk municipality, South Holland, Netherlands. Nari, a surname. Naris, plural of Nari. Naras, alternative form of Noras. Alternative form of news. Nauza, the Shire of Noosa, a local government area in the Sunshine Coast area, Queensland, Australia. Noosa a coastal town and suburb, one of the three major centres of the Shire of Noosa on the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, bounded in part by the Noosa River and the headlands of the Noosa National Park. Nuisance. Pronunciation, spelling of nuisance. Nuisances, plural of nuisance. Noosaville, a town and suburb in the Shire of Noosa, Queensland, Australia. Noskabe, or pertaining to the examination of the mind. Thus, an adjustable loop of rope, such as the one placed around the neck in hangings, or the one at the end of a lasso. First, simple past and past participle of news. Noas, without a noose. Noselike, resembling or characteristic of a noose. Newspaper, a newspaper. Newspapers, plural of newspaper. Noser, someone who uses a noose. Nosers, plural of
Here we go.
Nooser. Notice, plural of news. Nosai, a concept that represents the manifestation of thought within cinema. Gilles Deleuze introduced this term in his work to describe how films can express intellectual ideas and processes beyond mere visual representation. No signs, plural of new sign. Nose, present participle and gerund news. Noser, the sphere of human reason, thought, and consciousness, seen as a theoretical evolutionary stage. Noosphere, alternative spelling of noosphere. Noospheres, plural of noosphere. Noospheres, plural of noosphere. Noospheric, relating to the noosphere. Note, a member of the Nuu-chah-nulth people, an indigenous people from Vancouver Island, Canada. Nootka cypress, the Trichalotropsis nootkatensis. Nootka cypresses, plural of Nootka cypress. Noten, alternative form of Nootkian. Notens, plural of Nootkin. Notas, plural of Nootka. Nootkatanes, plural of nootkatane. Nookatone, an aromatic organic compound that contributes to the smell and flavor of grapefruit and is both a sesquiterpene and a ketone. Nootkatones, plural of nookatone. Nootkian, of or relating to the Nuu-chah-nulth people. Nootkians, plural of Nootkian. Nootropic, any substance purported to increase or enhance cognitive abilities. Nootropic, alternative form of nootropic. Nootropics, plural of nootropic. Nootropics, plural of nootropic. Nootek, alternative form of nooksek. Nootex, plural of nootsek. Pronunciation, spelling of news. Obsolete form of news. News, plural of new. Alternative letter case form of not. Not a surname. NOP SLED, a series of identical values in memory that instruct the CPU to take no action and proceed to the next instruction, used in shellcode etc. to increase the chances of any random instruction access executing the sequence that follows. NOP SLEDs, plural of NOP SLED. NOP SLI, Synonym of NOP sled. NOP slides, plural of NOP slide. Nopal, a prickly pear cactus from the genus Opuntia, especially Opuntia cacchinellifera, the edible pads fleshy leaves of the cactus considered as food. Nopalaries, plural of nopalary. Nopalary, a plantation of nopal, a prickly pear cactus of the genus Opuntia, especially Opuntia cacchinellifera, used as food for the cochineal insect Dactylopius coccus, which is raised to produce carmine dye. Nopales, the leaves of a prickly pear cactus as used in Mexican cooking. Nopali, an opine derived from glutamic acid and arginine. Nopalito, a dish made with diced nopals and vegetables. Nopalitos, plural of nopalito. Nopalries, plural of nopalry. Nopalry, alternative spelling of nopalary. Nopals, plural of nopal. Not initialism of New Orleans Police Department. No, Martha's Vineyard. No pout. To leave a place or abandon a situation or activity, usually quickly, because of feelings of fear or disgust. No rope. A snake. Nope ropes, plural of nope rope. Novak, acronym of not in OPEC, the oil exporting nations not in OPEC, most significantly Russia, Norway, and Mexico. No pet, simple past and past participle of NOP. Note, simple past and past participle of nope. Nope tout, simple past and past participle of nope out. Nobers, nope. Nopes, plural of no. Nopes hat, third person singular simple present, indicative of nope out. Nopesies, nope. Nopesy, nope. Novo, a fictitious location mentioned to express disapproval. Nobe, no. Not binding, a monoterpene, one of the two isomers of pinene with a pine-like smell. No ping, present participle and gerund of NOP. No bang, present participle and gerund of no. No bang out, present participle and gerund of nope out. Na place, nowhere. Novany, no. Body, not simple past and past participle of not. Nave, present participle and gerund of not. Not, plural of NOP. Novice, plural of not. No perch neck, abbreviation of no purchase necessary. Nor, a binary operator composite of not or negation of or function. Nor, and not introducing a negative statement without necessarily following one. Nor, alternative form of nor am North America. Nor gate, a logic gate performing a Boolean logic nor operation. Nor gates, plural of nor gate. Nor Nakashevan, synonym of Nakashevan Ondan. Northeast, alternative form of northeast. Northeasts, plural of northeast. Northeast, alternative form of north-northeast. Northwest, alternative form of north-northwest. Northwest, alternative form of northwest. Norwests, plural of norwest. Nor'easter, alternative form of northeaster. Nor'easters, plural of nor'easter. Nor'wester, alternative form of northwester. Nor'westers, plural of nor'wester. Nor, a compound derived from another by removal of a radical, especially by removal of methyl or methylene. Nor, alternative form of nor and North American. Norcal, alternative form of norcal. Nortriterpene, alternative form of nortriterpene. Nortriterpenes, plural of nortriterpene. Nor, abbreviation of Norway. Nor, a female given name. Norbiatane, a derivative of abiatane, one of which is a component of phthalate. Norbiatanes, plural of norbiatane. Norosynthetol, a synthetic opioid analgesic related to methadone. NORAD, acronym of North American Aerospace Defense Command. NORAD, British alternative spelling of NORAD. Noradrenaline, alternative form of noradrenaline. Noradrenaline, synonym of norepinephrine. Noradrenalinergic, produced or activated by noradrenaline. Noradrenalines, plural of noradrenaline. Noradrenalines, plural of noradrenaline. Noradrenergic, misspelling of noradrenergic. Noradrenergic, having the quality of noradrenaline. Noradrenergically, in a noradrenergic manner. Noribang, Kyogi especially in the Green Kidex. Noribangs, plural of noribang. Nora, a female given name is Pseudo-Hebrew spelling of Nora, diminutive of Eleonora or Honora. Nora, an Irish-American organization founded after the start of the Troubles in Northern Ireland in 1969, best known for raising funds for the Provisional IRA. Norican, the cage compound 1,2,3,4,5,6,7 hexahydro 1-H-tricyclo 2.2.1.026 heptane 3L1 phenyl 3 piperidine 1-O-propan 1-ol, normally available as the chloride. Nora, a municipality of South Cotabato, Philippines. Norley, a female given name. Nora, abbreviation of North America. Norandrosting, any of several compounds derived from androstane by removal of a methylene or methyl group. Norandrostanes, plural of norandrostane. Noranian, a fan of entertainer Nora Honor. Noranian, plural of Noranian. Norporphine, any compound formally derived from an porphine by the addition of a methylene group. Norporphines, plural of norporphine. Norartocarpetin, a flavone found in Artocarpus data. Noratherial, a xanthone and glycone that is a metabolite of
Here we go.
Nor, a diminutive of the male given name Norbert. Norber, acronym of National Off-Road Bicycle Association, one of the component member organizations of USA Cycling Music. Norbidiene, any of a group of pigments related to pulvinic acids found in bulbous mushrooms. Norbidiene, a polyphenol pigment found in the baebolete mushroom Boltus baedeus. Narbiacistin, a psilocybin mushroom alkaloid, the N-demethylated derivative of biacistin. Norbe, a surname. Norbiletine, a phenolic secondary amine, 4,2,4-hydroxyphenyl ethylamino-methylbenzene 1,2-DL. Norberg, a town in Västmanland County, Sweden. Norbergenin, the demethylated derivative of bergenin. Norbergite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Norbergs, plural of Norberg. Norbert, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Norbertine, a premonstrant. Norbertines, plural of Norbertine. Norberto, a surname from Portuguese. Norbertos, plural of Norberto. Norbinoltorphamine, a particular opioid antagonist. Norbiton, a suburb of Kingston upon Thames Borough, Greater London, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 1969. Norbixen, the carboxylic acid of which bixin is the methyl ester, more soluble in water than bixin. Norbolthone, a particular anabolic steroid. Norboltone, an anabolic steroid. Norbormai, a particular rodenticide. Norbornadiene, the unsaturated bicyclic hydrocarbon bicyclo 2.2.1 hepta-2,5-diene that is used in the synthesis of complex polycyclic hydrocarbons. Norbornadienes, plural of norbornadiene. Norbornadienyl, a cation or group derived from norbornadiene. Norbornane, a bicyclic saturated hydrocarbon, bicyclo 2.2.1 heptane, related to norbornene and norbornadiene. Norbornanes, plural of norbornane. Norborn, a minor city in Carroll County, Missouri, United States, founded by Norborne B. Coates, a railroad civil engineer. Norbornene, the polycyclic unsaturated hydrocarbon, bicyclo 2.2.1 heptuene derived from norbornane. Norbornenes, plural of norbornene. Norbornenyl, a radical derived from norbornene. Norbornenyls, plural of norbornenyl. Norbornon, a ketone derivative of norbornane. Norbornons, plural of norbornon. Norbornyl, a carbocation derived from norbornane. Norbornylane, norbornane. Norbornyls, plural of norbornyl. Norwich, a northern coastal suburb in Blackpool Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3141. Norbuprenorphine, a major active metabolite of buprenorphine. Narberry, a hamlet and former civil parish now in Marbury and District Parish, Cheshire East Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5647. Narberry and Eston, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England, which includes the named places. Narberries, plural of Norbury. Norbury, a hamlet in Thirsk Parish, Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 4282. Narbus, plural of Norby. NOR, acronym of Naturally Occurring Retirement Community. NorCal, alternative form of Norcal. Nordal, the northern half of the state of California, generally split from Sokol by the Tehachapi mountain range. Norcamphein, Norborne, Norcamphor, a bicyclic ketone, an analog of camphor, but without the 3-methyl groups. Norcantharidin, the bicyclic anhydride 3,6-endoxohexahydrophthalic anhydride that is an anti-cancer drug. Norgarin, a colorless liquid prepared using the action of diatomthane and a zinc-copper couple on cyclohexene in diethyl ether. Norcarotenoid, any compound formally derived from a carotenoid by removal of a group. Norcarotenoids, plural of norcarotenoid. Norgasamine, the norsteroidamide methyl 7-Z9-hydroxy 1,4-AH trimethyl 7,2,2-methylamino ethoxy 2-oxothylidine 3,4,4,B5,6,8,8,9,10,10 2-H-phenanthren 1-carboxylate. Norcolstein, any of several norsteroids derived from colstein. Norcolstains, plural of norcolstein. Nourisher, a surname from Italian. Nourishas, plural of nourisher. Norclobazam, a metabolite of clobazam in which a methyl group has been removed from a nitrogen atom. EUPAC name is 7-chloro-5-phenyl 1H15-benzodiazepine 2,4-dione. Norclostebol, an anabolic steroid. Norclozapine, a metabolite of clozapine that lacks a methylene group. Norco, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Norcocaine, a minor pharmacologically active metabolite of cocaine. Norcocaines, plural of norcocaine. Norcochlorine, hygenamine. Norcodine, an opiate analog, the anemethylated derivative of codeine. Norgal, misspelling of Northcom. Norcoridine, an aporphanoid alkaloid found in Glossium fimbriligerarum. Norcath, an English habitational surname for a person from one of several places in England called Northcott. Nord, plural of North. Nord, a department of Hauts de France, France. Nordadel, a municipality. In Inlandet, Norway. Nord-Pas-de-Calais, a former administrative region of France, made up of the two departments of Nord and Pas-de-Calais, since 2016, part of the administrative region of Hauts-de-France region. Nordafjell, relating to the part of Norway stretching north from the Dovrefjell, which includes Trondelag, Nordland, Finnmark, and sometimes Nordmore and Ronsdal. Historically can also include Vestlandet, Jantland, and Herjedal. Nordagudu, a village in Midt-Telemark municipality, Telemark County, Norway. Nordal, a surname of Nordic origin. Nordals, plural of Nordal. Nordanimen, synonym of Engantiamer. Nordazepam, a benzodiazepine drug related to diazepam used primarily to treat anxiety. Nordberg, a surname. Nordbergs, plural of Nordberg. Nordby, a surname from Norwegian. Nordbys, plural of Nordby. Nordkaper, a type of baleen whale from the North Atlantic, Balaena mystistis or Balaena biscayensis. Nordkapers, plural of Nordkaper. Nording. A surname. Nordings, plural of Nording. Nordefco, acronym of Nordic Defense Cooperation and Nordic Military Cooperation. Nordiferin, Levanordiferin. Norden, various places, including Norden Bomb Site, an early tachometric bomb site used by the U.S. Air Force and Navy. Norden Bomb Sites, plural of Norden Bomb Site. Nordenfelt gun, a kind of organ gun having a row of up to 12 barrels and fired by pulling a lever back and forth, with ammunition fed by gravity through a chute for each barrel. Nordenfelt guns, plural of Nordenfelt gun. Nordens, plural of Norden. Nordenskjöld, a surname from Swedish. Nordenskjöld Archipelago, a large and complex cluster of about 90 islands in the eastern region of the Kara Sea. Nordenskjöldin, a steniferous borate mineral. Nordentatin, a pure knockout marine with chemical formula CHO4. Nordshore, a district of Sogn og Fjordane, Norway. Nordgren, a surname. Nordgrens, plural of Nordgren. Nordhausen acid, synonym of oleum solution of sulfur trioxide and sulfuric acid. Nordhausen acids, plural of Nordhausen acid. Nordhausen, of or relating to William Nordhaus, born 1941, American economist known for his work in economic modeling and climate change. Nordazepam, the drug Nordazepam. Nordic, of or relating to the Nordic countries. Nordic Combined, an event in which individual skiers take part in runs on a cross-country skiing course and a ski jumping hill. Nordic countries. Plural of Nordic country. Nordic country, any of a group of countries in Northern Europe consisting of Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, and their associated territories Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and Aland. Nordic cross, a cross symbol in the rectangular field of a flag with the center of the cross shifted toward the hoist. Nordic crosses, plural of Nordic cross. Nordic gold, a gold colored copper alloy used in certain coins. Nordic model, the economic and social policies and cultural practices common in the Nordic countries, typically including a comprehensive welfare state and multi-level collective bargaining based on the foundations of social corporatism and a commitment to private ownership within a market-based mixed economy. Nordic noir, a subgenre of film noir set and usually produced in Scandinavia, typified by psychologically complex storylines involving the investigation of cruel or brutal crime, as well as heavy use of stark landscapes, pathetic fallacy, and grinding realism. Nordic noirs, plural of Nordic noir. Nordic skiing, cross-country skiing, especially as competitive sport. Nordic walking, the sport of walking assisted with poles that resemble ski poles. Nordically, in a Nordic manner. Nordicentric, focused on Nordic countries or the people thereof. Nordicentrine, an aporphanoid alkaloid found in Litsi salicifolia. Nordicism, the theory that the Nordic race is superior to other races. Nordicisms, plural of Nordicism. Nordices, one who subscribes to Nordicism. Nordices, plural of Nordices. Nordistes, plural of Nordicity. Nordicity, the quality or characteristic of being Nordic. Nordicization, the process of making something Nordic.
Invincible.
Nordicize, to make Nordic. Nordicize, simple past and past participle of nordicize. Nordicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nordicize. Nordicizing, present participle and gerund of nordicize. Nordicness, the quality or characteristic of being Nordic. Nordics, plural of Nordic. Nordic, a member of the Nordic race according to Swedish anthropologist Bertil Lundman. They are light-eyed, generally light-haired, often tall and slender, with low and long skulls. Nordeds, plural of Norded. Nordy, someone from Northern Ireland. Nordies, plural of Nordy. Nordihydrocapsaicin, a capsaicinoid, an analog and congener of capsaicin in chili peppers. Nordihydrocuaretic acid, an antioxidant compound found in the Criasa bush Laurea tridentata, formerly used as the food preservative. Nordin, a surname from Swedish. Nordines, plural of Nordin. Nordinon, a particular and androgen. Nordish, Nordic, Norse. Nordi, a rare, light brown, orthorhombic zinc silicate mineral discovered in the Kola Peninsula, Russia. Norditerpene, a norditerpenoid, but especially such a hydrocarbon. Norditerpenes, plural of norditerpene. Norditerpenoid, any compound formally derived from a diterpenoid by removal of a methylene group.
Here we go.
Norditerpenoids, plural of norditerpenoid. Nordibaricatic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Nordaland, a kami in northern Norway. Nordaland, a surname from Swedish. Nordlings, plural of Nordling. Nordlo, a small village in northwestern Germany. Nordland, a surname. Nordlands, plural of Norderline. Nordman, a surname. Nordmans, plural of Nordman. Nordmark, a mainly forested region north of Oslo, Norway. Nordmarkite, a variety of syenite with quartz mostly composed of microperthite. Nordmarkites, plural of Nordmarkite. Nordlier, a surname from German. Nordliers, plural of Nordlier. Nordorn, a district of Morog Romsdal, Norway. Nordic 7, a chemical compound, CH. Nordquist, a surname from Swedish. Nordquests, plural of Nordquist. Norderakre, a borough called a Bydel in Oslo, Norway. Nordstrandishvorm, a German island in the North Sea. Nordstrandai, a triclinic petiole mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, and oxygen. Nordstrom, a surname from Swedish. Nordstrom,
Invincible.
plural of Nordstrom. Nordtvedt effect, a test of the strong equivalence principle of general relativity that relies on detecting polarization in the orbit of the Moon in the direction of the Sun. Nordtvedt effects, plural of Nordtvedt effect. Nordijk, a surname. Nordijks, plural of Nordijk. Nord, a village in Nord-Odal municipality, Buskerud County, Norway. Nor'easter, alternative form of northeaster. Nor'easterner, a native or inhabitant of the northeast of the USA. Nor'easterners, plural of nor'easterner. Nor'easters, alternative spelling of nor'easters, plural of nor'easter. Noreen, a female given name from Irish. Norelgestromin, a progestin used as a female contraceptive. Noro, a surname from Swedish. Norelle, a surname. Narals, plural of Narl. Nor, a surname. Nares, plural of Norin. Norepinephrine, the drug phenylpropanolamine. Norepinephrine, misspelling of norepinephrine. Nari, norepinephrine, noradrenaline. Norepinephrine, a neurotransmitter found in the locus coeruleus, which is synthesized from dopamine. Norepinephrine, having the quality of containing or releasing norepinephrine. Norepinephrines, plural of norepinephrine. Norepinephrynylation, aminylation with norepinephrine. Nors, a surname. Norepinephrine, the anabolic steroid 17-alpha-ethyl-19 nortestosterone. Norethindrone, US form of norethisterone. Norethisterone, a synthetic steroid hormone, 19 or 17 alpha-ethanyltestosterone CHO, which has actions similar to those of progesterone and is used chiefly for contraception. Norethinodrol, a steroidal progestin used to treat gynecological and menstrual disorders and as an oral contraceptive. Norette, a female given name from Irish of Irish origin. Noreti, a surname. Norethinodrol, alternative form of norethinodrol. Norgenin, a chromone with hydroxy groups at position 5 and 7, and a methyl group at position 2, derived from Bisonia achillea 5,7-dihydroxy 2-methylchrome 4,1. Nor, abbreviation of norepinephrine, an adrenergic agent used as a sympathomimetic drug. Norphenfluramine, 3-trifluoroamphetamine, an amphetamine drug which behaves as a serotonin and norepinephrine releasing agent and potent 5-HT2A, 5-HT2B, and 5-HT2C agonist. Norphentanil, the compound N-phenyl, N,4-piperidonyl propionamide, which is a metabolite of fentanyl. Norflexen, synonym of norfloxacin. Norflate,
Invincible.
a surname. Narflates, plural of Norfleet. Norvlox, clipping of norfloxacin. Norfloxacin, a synthetic fluoroquinolone antibiotic structurally related to nalidixic acid, which is used topically to treat conjunctivitis and orally for the treatment of bacterial infections of the urinary tract. 1-ethyl-6-fluoro-1,4-dihydro-4-oxo-7-1-piperazonyl 3-quinoline-carboxylic acid, CHFN3O3. Norfluoxetine, the active metabolite of fluoxetine. Norfluorine, the halocane refrigerant 1,1,1,2-tetrafluoroethane. Norfluorazine, a herbicide 4-chloro-5-methylamino-2,3-trifluorompylphene, alpyridazine 3,1. Norfluorazone, misspelling of norfluorazine. Norfolcian, or relating to the county of Norfolk in England. Norfolcians, plural of Norfolcian. Norfolk, an independent city in Virginia, United States. The largest naval base in the world is situated there. Norfolk Black, a British breed of black domestic turkey thought to derive from birds taken to Britain from Spain. Norfolk County, one of 14 counties in Massachusetts, United States. County seat, Dedham. There are two exclaves of the county, Cohasset and Brookline. Norfolk crop rotation, a system of crop rotation in the order of potatoes, oats, peas, and finally rye. Norfolk dumpling, a kind of boiled dumpling from Norfolk, England. Norfolk dumplings, plural of Norfolk dumpling. Norfolk Howard, a bedbug. Norfolk Howards, plural of Norfolk Howard. Norfolk Island, an external territory consisting of 3 islands of Australia in the Pacific Ocean, the main island of which is also named Norfolk Island. Norfolk Island pine, Araucaria heterophyllus synonym Araucaria excelsa, a conifer endemic to Norfolk Island but grown as an ornamental tree in mild climates and as a container plant indoors worldwide. Norfolk Island pines, plural of Norfolk Island pine. Norfolk Island star pine, synonym of Norfolk Island pine. Norfolk Island star pines, plural of Norfolk Island star pine. Norfolk Islander, a person from Norfolk Island or of its descent. Norfolk Islanders, plural of Norfolk Islander. Norfolk jacket, a loose, belted, single-breasted jacket with box pleats on the back and front. Norfolk jackets, plural of Norfolk jacket. Norfolk pine, synonym of Norfolk Island pine. Norfolk pines, plural of Norfolk pine. Norfolk plover, the stone curlew. Norfolk plovers, plural of Norfolk plover. Norfolk rotation, synonym of Norfolk crop rotation. Norfolk Spaniel, a field spaniel of a breed similar to the Clumber Spaniel, but shorter in body and of a liver and white or black and white color. Norfolk Spaniels, plural of Norfolk Spaniel. Norfolk Terrier, a small, wire-haired British breed of dog. Norfolk Trotter, a horse of a historical breed once native to East Anglia and Norfolk, England. Norfolk, obsolete spelling of Norfolk, a county of England. Norfolkian, of or relating to Norfolk, Virginia, United States. Norfolkians, plural of Norfolkian. Norfolk, plural of Norfolk. Norfolk, the language spoken on Norfolk Island, a blend of English and Tahitian. Norflora, Any of various compounds formally derived from a fullerene by the removal of one or more carbon atoms and the optional addition of several hydrogen atoms. Norfluorens, plural of norfluoren. Norgard, a surname from Danish. Norgards, plural of Norgard. Norgard, a surname from Danish. Norgards, plural of Norgard. Norge, Norway with connotations of homosexuality. Norge, a brand name of major household appliances. Norgestina, a synthetic progestogen CH3 trademark orthotricycline that is used in combination with an estrogen as ethinylestradiol in birth control pills. Norgestana, a therapeutic progestin. Norgestrel, a synthetic progestogen CHO2 having two optically active forms of which the biologically active levorotatory form is used in birth control pills. Norgestrianon, a steroidal progestin. Norgrin, a surname.
Here we go.
Norgrins, plural of Norgrin. Norgrove, a habitational surname from Old English. Norgroves, plural of Norgrove. Nora, a village and civil parish in northern Northumberland, England, by the River Tweed. The border with Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 9047. Nor Harmon, the aromatic heterocycle 9H-burrito 3,4B indo. Nor Harmain, be a carboline 9H-burrito 3,4B indo. Nor Harmens, plural of Nor Harmon. Nari, a type of seaweed, a red alga, flavor genus Pyropia, including species Piazonsis and P. tenera. Moda, a treadwheel with attached buckets used to raise and deposit water. Naria, relating to the upper portion of the Laurentian rocks. Narias, plural of Naria. Nori, or relating to the ancient region of Noricum. Noricum, of or relating to the ancient Celtic state of Noricum. Noricans, plural of Norican. Norris, obsolete form of nurse. Norrises, plural of North. Norchika, a male given name from Japanese. Noricum, a Celtic state and later Roman province, approximately corresponding to modern Austria. Nari, the cormorant. Noriega, a surname from Spanish, most associated with Pan Am President and dictator Manuel Noriega.
Invincible.
Noriegas, plural of Noriega. Naris, plural of Nori. Noriko, a female given name from Japanese. Norilsk, alternative form of Norilsk. Noraludolane, any derivative of an aludolane that lacks a methylene group. Noraludolanes, plural of Noraludolane. Norilsk, a city in Krasnoyarsk Krai, Russia, second largest city north of the Arctic Circle. Norimaki, rolled sushi made with nori seaweed, a form of makizashi. Norima, alternative form of norimono, a Japanese palanquin. Norimono, an enclosed Japanese palanquin. Norimonos, plural of norimono. Norimans, Plural of Norman. Norenon, the bicyclic ketone 1R566-dimethyl-bicyclo 3.1.1 heptane 4-1 present in some essential oils. Norris, plural of nori. Norisobaldene, an isoquinoline alkaloid that has anti-inflammatory properties. Norisoquaridine, an aporphanoid alkaloid found in Glossium fimbriligerarum. Norisanotatic acid, a secondary metabolite found in some lichens. Norisoprenoid, any compound formerly derived from an isoprenoid by loss of a methylene group. Many of them are congeners in wine. Norisoprenoids, plural of norisoprenoid. Nori, a granular crystalline rock consisting essentially of a triclinic feldspar such as labradorite and hyperstein. Norites, plural of norite. Noritic, relating to or composed of norite. Norito, a liturgical text or ritual incantation in Shinto, usually addressed to a specific kami. Noriao, a rejected name for hafnium. Nor, in North Korea. Norketamine, the metabolite of ketamine 2-amino 2-2-chlorophenyl cyclohexane 1,1. Norketomidone, a chemical with formal name 1,4,3-hydroxyphenyl piperidine 4-yl propane 1,1, formed from ketomidone by removing a methyl group from the nitrogen atom. Norge, a surname. Norge, a surname. Nars, plural of Nork. Norgas, a surname from Lithuanian. Norcuses, plural of Norcus. Norlem, a village in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SE 0652225. Norlander, a northerner, a person from the North Country. Norlanders, plural of Norlander. Norlands, plural of Norland. Norlopacol, the quinone 4-hydroxy 3,2-methylprop 1-anyl naphthalene 1,2-dione. Norladanosoline, the leucamine 1,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl methyl 1,2,3,4-tetrahydroisoquinoline 6,70L. Norleucine, an isomer of leucine, not found in natural proteins, used in experimental studies of protein structure and function. Norleucines, plural of norleucine. Norlevorphanol, an opioid analgesic of the morphin class. Norlexanthone, a demethylated form of elegixanthum. Norlexanthones, plural of norlexanthone. Norlignin, any of a group of plant metabolites based on diphenylpentane. Norlignane, any compound derived from a lignane by removing carbon atoms from a ring or side chain. Norlignanes, plural of norlignane. Norlignans, plural of norlignan. Norling, a surname from Swedish. Norling, a surname. Norlings. Plural of Norling. Norlands. Pronunciation spelling of New Orleans representing Louisiana English. Norlaline, an alkaloid found in lolium related to lolene. Nor, initialism of naturally occurring radioactive materials. Nor, a diminutive of the male given name Norman. Nor referenced. Assigning grades to candidates according to their position against peers. Norm. Clipping of Norman, a style of English architecture. Norma. A female given name originating as a coinage. Normability. The capacity of being normable. Normable. Capable of being normed. Normacock. A suburb of the city of Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 9242. Normacusine. An indole alkaloid with molecular formula CHN2O. Normemic. Relating to normal blood. Normal. According to norms or rules or to a regular pattern. Normal basis. Plural of normal basis. Normal basis. For a given Galois field letter 1d5 3dq letter 1d5 and a suitable element beta, a basis that has the form beta, beta q, beta q2, beta qm1. Normal depth. The final depth of water in an open channel that is subject to continuous uniform flow. Normal depths. Plural of normal depth. Normal distribution. Any of a family of continuous probability distributions such that a probability density function is the Gaussian function. Normal distributions. Plural of normal distribution. Normal extension. A finite algebraic extension of some field such that if it contains any root of any irreducible polynomial over that base field, then it contains all of the roots of that polynomial. Normal extensions. Plural of normal extension. Normal fault. A type of fault in which the foot wall moves up relative to the hanging wall. Normal faults. Plural of normal fault. Normal for Norfolk. Peculiar or odd. Normal force. Any force acting normal to a surface or perpendicular to the tangent plane. Normal forces. Plural of normal force. Normal form. Any of various forms of a relational database providing criteria for determining a table's degree of vulnerability to logical inconsistencies and anomalies. Normal form game. Formally, a structure P, map S, map F where P equals 1, 2, M is a set of players. Map S equals S1, S2, SM is an n-tuple of pure strategy sets, one for each player. And map F equals F1, F2, Fm is an n-tuple of payoff functions. Normal form games. Plural of normal form game. Normal forms. Plural of normal form. Normal good. A good for which demand increases when income increases and falls when income decreases but price remains constant, i.e. with a positive income elasticity of demand. Normal goods. Plural of normal good. Normal histology. The study of the microscopic structure of living tissue histology that is in good health as opposed to pathological histology, which studies that of diseased tissue. Normal hydrogen. The normal isotope of hydrogen, hydrogen-1, or protium. Normal hydrogen electrode. Alternative name for the standard hydrogen electrode. An electrode with a standard electrode potential of 0, used as a standard against which other electrodes are measured. Normal hydrogen electrodes. Plural of normal hydrogen electrode. Normal island. Great Britain. Normal lens. A lens which produces an image similar in detail and angular perspective to the view produced by the human eye, as distinct from a wide-angle lens. lens or a telephoto lens. Normal lenses, plural of normal lens. Normal mode, a mode of an oscillating system in which all parts of the system move sinusoidally with the same frequency and with a fixed phase relation. The motion described by the normal modes is called resonance. Normal modes, plural of normal mode. Normal pause, the 4 frames of silence between each line of dialogue. The name refers to what would be normal pausing between words in the cadence of someone's typical speech pattern. Normal pauses, plural of normal pause. Normal potential, the electrode potential with reference to that of a normal hydrogen electrode. Normal potentials, plural of normal potential. Normal profit. Normal profit refers to the revenue required for a firm to stay within a market in the long run. Normal profits, plural of normal profit. Normal random variable, a random variable whose probability distribution is a normal distribution. Normal random variables, plural of normal random variable. Normal saline, a solution of 0.9% W/V of NaCl about 300 mOs/L. Normal salines, plural of normal saline. Normal school, a school for training teachers, especially in mainland Europe and North America. Normal schools. Plural of normal school. Normal space, a regular space with the additional property that for every disjoint pair of closed sets in that space, there is a disjoint pair of open sets which contain closed sets, respectively. Normal spaces, plural of normal space. Normal subgroup, a subgroup H of a group G that is invariant under conjugation. That is, for all elements H of H, and for all elements G in G, the element G is in H. Normal subgroups, plural of normal subgroup. Normal time, the standard period of play contrasted with any additional periods such as injury time, extra time, or penalty shootout. Normal buminuria, alternative form of normal buminuria. Normal buminuric, alternative form of normal buminuric. Normalcies, plural of normalcy, alternative form of normal buminuria. Normal buminuric, alternative form of normal buminuric. Normalcies, plural of normalcy. Normalcy, the state of being geometrically normal at a right angle. Normalcy bias, a human tendency to respond to threat warnings with disbelief or minimization, and to similarly underestimate a disaster's deleterious effects. Normalcy biases, plural of normalcy bias. Normalbum, normalcy. Normal, a normal espresso drink, neither ristretto shorter nor lungo longer. Normaler, comparative form of normal, more normal. Normals, plural of normal. Normalist, superlative form of normal, most normal. Normal fag, normie. Normal fags, plural of normal flag. Normal, the state or condition of being normal, normality, normalcy. Normalin, a supposed mineral, now believed to be philipsite.
Here we go.
Normalizable, alternative spelling of normalizable. Normalization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of normalization. Normalizations, plural of normalization. Normalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of normalize. Normalize, simple past and past participle. Principle of normalize. Normalizer. Alternative spelling of normalizer. Normalizers. Plural of normalizer. Normalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of normalize. Normalish. Somewhat normal. Fairly normal. Normalizing. Present participle and gerund of normalize. Normalism. Normality is state in which most things are normal. Normalisms. Plural of normalism. Normalist. One who believes something to be the normal state of things, not requiring remediation. Normalists. Plural of normalists. Normalities. Plural of normality. Normality. The state of being normal or usual. Normalcy. Normality bias. Synonym of normalcy bias. Normalizability. The quality of being normalizable. Normalizable. That can be normalized. Normalization. Any process that makes something more normal or regular, which typically means conforming to some regularity or rule, or returning from some state of normality. Normalizations. Plural of normalization. Normalize. To make normal, to bring into alignment with an established standard. Normalized. Simple past and past participle of normalize. Normalized yield. The n ladder 1 D57 aspirated root of the rolled throughput yield. Normalized yields. Plural of normalized yield. Normalizer. One who or that which normalizes, fits to a norm or standard, etc. Normalizers. Plural of normalizer. Normalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of normalize. Normalizing. Present participle and gerund of normalize. Normal. A normal person, a plebeian, a normie. Normalos. Plural of normalo. Normally. Under normal conditions or circumstances, usually, most of the time. Normally black. For LCD to be opaque and thus black when voltage is not applied to a pixel electrode and transparent, and thus white when voltage is applied. Normally white. For LCD to be transparent and thus white when voltage is not applied to a pixel electrode and opaque and thus black when voltage is applied. Normalness. Normalcy. Normalograptid. Any graptolite of the genus Normalograptis. Normaloid. Of a bounded linear operator having a norm equal to its spectral radius. Normaloids. Plural of normaloid. Normophobia. Hatred for those who are cisgender and heterosexual. Normophobic. Hating those who are cisgender and heterosexual. Normals. Plural of normal. Normalize. As pertains to normality, normal. Norman. A native or inhabitant of Normandy, France. Norman conquest. The invasion of England by the Normans in 1066 and their subsequent settlement. Norman County. One of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Ada. Norman French. A dialect of Old French spoken in medieval Normandy and in England following the Norman conquest. Norman invasion. Synonym of Norman conquest. Norman Island. an island of the British Virgin Islands. Norman no mates. Synonym of Billy no mates, a person with few or no friends. Norman window, a window that has the shape of a semicircle on top of a rectangle. Norman windows, plural of Norman window. Norman's Bay, a community and local service district in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Norman's Long Cove, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Norman-Roberts syndrome, a rare form of microlissencephaly. Normanby, a small village in Burton-upon-Stather Parish, North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. Normanby Hall and Country Park is nearby, and Normanby Park Steelworks was to the south. OS Grid Ref SE 8816. Norma, a native or inhabitant of the region of Normandy, France. Norma, a dairy cow of a particular breed originating from Normandy, France. Normans, plural of Normand. Normandin, a surname from French. Normandins, plural of Normandin. Normandized, to make more Norman, to subject to a Norman influence. Normandized, simple past and past participle of Normandize. Normandizes, third person, singular simple present indicative of Normandize. Normandizing, present participle and gerund of Normandize. Normans, plural of Normand. Normandy, an administrative region, historical province, and medieval kingdom in northwest France on the English Channel. The modern region was created in 2016 with the merger of Upper Normandy and Lower Normandy. Normandy Bank, an obstacle for a horse to jump, consisting of a bank with a solid fence on it. Normandy Banks, plural of Normandy Bank. Normandy Pippin, a sun-dried apple for winter use. Normandy Pippins, plural of Normandy Pippin. Normanesque, reminiscent or characteristic of the Normans mixed Scandinavian and Frankish peoples. Normanization, alternative form of Normanization. Normanize, alternative form of Normanize. Normanize, simple past and Normanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Normanize. Normanizing, present participle and gerund of Normanize. Normanism, a Norman idiom, a custom or expression peculiar to the Normans. Normanisms, plural of Normanism. Normanization, the process of Normanizing, especially in the aftermath of the Norman conquest. Normanize, to convert to the language or culture of Normandy. Normanize, simple past and past participle of normanize. Normanizer. One who normanizes. Normanizers, plural of normanizer. Normanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of normanize. Normanizing, present participle and gerund of normanize. Normanist, the quality or state of being Norman, a member of the mixed Scandinavian and Frankish peoples. Normanno, Normandy, the Normans, or the Norman language. Normans, plural of Norman. Norman's Bay, a coastal settlement west of Bexhill, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS grid ref TQ 6805. Normanton, a number of places in England. Normanton-on-Cliff, synonym of Normanton, Lincolnshire, England. Normanzer, a cow of a Brazilian breed developed from Normans and Zebuans. Normas, plural of norma. Normation, the establishment of a norm.
Invincible.
Normations, plural of normation. Normative, of or pertaining to a norm. Or standard. Normative economics, economic thought in which one applies moral beliefs or judgment, claiming that an outcome is good or bad. For example, this tax on cigarettes will be good because it will reduce smoking. Normative ethics, a branch of ethics concerned with classifying actions as right and wrong, attempting to develop a set of rules governing human conduct, or a set of norms for action. Normative forecasting, backcasting, planning ahead by starting from a future goal and working backwards through the necessary steps. Normative state, a state that operates within a legal framework with established rules, procedures, and laws. Normative statement, a statement expressing a value judgment answering the question of a state that operates within a legal framework with established rules, procedures, and laws. Normative statement, a statement expressing a value judgment answering the question of what ought to be as opposed to what there is. Normative statements, plural of normative statement. Normative states, plural of normative state. Normatively, in a normative manner or context. Normativeness, the quality or state of being normative. Normatives, plural of normative. Normativization, alternative form of normativization. Normativizations, plural of normativization. Normativism, the efficacy of the primacy or desirability of social norms. Normativist, a proponent of normativism. Normativists, plural of normativists. Normativities, plural of normativity.
Here we go.
Normativity, that which is normative. Normativization, the process of making normative. Normativizations, plural of normativization. Normativized, to make normative. Normativized, simple past and past participle of normativized. Normativizes, third person singular simple present indicative of normativized. Normativizing, present participle and gerund of normativize. Normpor, a unisex fashion trend characterized by average-looking, unpretentious clothing. Nord, of a mathematical structure, endowed with a norm. Normed vector space, a vector space which is additionally equipped with a norm. Normed vector spaces, plural of normed vector space. Normolatinin, synonym of acetylserotonin. Norma, plural of Norman. Normet, a surname. Normans, plural of Normant. Normoperidine, norpethidine. Normetanephrine, a metabolite of norepinephrine that is excreted in the urine and found in certain tissues. Normethadone, a desmethyl derivative of methadone used as a cough suppressant. Normethandrome, a particular progestin and androgen anabolic steroid, 17 alpha-methyl-19 testosterone. Normethisterone.
Invincible.
Norming, relating to normalcy of something that is normal. Normy, a diminutive of the male given name Norman. Normidom, the condition of being a normie, a normal person with generic tastes and beliefs. Not a comparative form of normie, more normie. Normies, plural of normie. Normosphere, the domain of normies, the general awareness of individuals who are not deeply involved with internet culture. Nimes, superlative form of normie, mus normie. Normile, a surname. Normiles, plural of normile. Norming, present participle and gerund of norm. Normings, plural of norming. Normington, a surname. Normism, any of the self-deprecating one-liners uttered by the character Norm Peterson in the US television show Cheers. Normisms, plural of normism. Normal, acronym of National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Normless, lacking norms. Normlessly, without a norm. Normlessness, quality of being normless. Normo, a normal standard level of something, as opposed to corresponding terms beginning with hyper and hypo. Normocto, having a normal level of activity, neither hypoactive nor hyperactive. Normoptivity, a normal level of activity, the state of being normoctive. Normobuminemia, the presence of a normal amount of albumin in the blood. Normalbuminemic, having a normal amount of albumin in the blood. Normalbuminuria, the presence of the normal amount of albumin in the urine. Normalbuminuric, having a normal amount of albumin in the urine. Normalbuminurics, plural of normalbuminuric. Normandrogenemia, the presence of the normal amount of androgens in the blood. Normandrogenic, having a normal amount of androgen. Normosthenezoospermia, a normal level of asthenezoospermia. Normobaric, describing a normal barometric pressure equivalent to that at sea level. Normobilirubinemia, the presence of a normal amount of bilirubin in the blood. Normabilirubinemic, relating to normabilirubinemia. Normobiosis, the normal state of having a range of bacteria in the gut. Normobiotic, relating to normobiosis. Normoblast, an erythroblast in its normal course of maturation. Normoblaste, relating to or having the character of a normoblast. Normoblastosis, the often excessive production of normoblasts. Normoblasts, plural of normoblast. Normocalcemia, alternative spelling of normocalcemia. Normocalcemic, the presence of a normal concentration of calcium in one's blood. Normocalcemic, having a normal amount of calcium in the bloodstream. Normocalciuria, the presence of a normal amount of calcium in the urine. Normocalciuric, having bloodstream. Normocalciuria, the presence of a normal amount of calcium in the urine. Norma calciuric, having a normal amount of calcium in the urine. Norma caloric, normally caloric. Normocapnia, misspelling of normocapnia. Normocapnia, the presence of the normal amount of carbon dioxide in arterial blood. Normocapnic, relating to normocapnia, having the normal amount of carbon dioxide in arterial blood. Normocarbia, synonym of normocapnia. Normocellular, containing a normal number of cells, neither hypocellular nor hypercellular. Normocephalic, having a normal-sized head, neither macrocephalic nor microcephalic, mesocephalic. Normocephaly, normal skull structure. Normochlorimia, the presence of the normal amount of chlorine as chloride in the blood. Normochloremic, relating to normochloremia. Normocholsterolemic, alternative form of normocholsterolemic. Normocholesterolemia, the condition of having a normal blood level of cholesterol. Normocholsterolemic, having a normal amount of cholesterol in the blood. Normocholinergic, normally cholinergic. Normochromatic, having a normal color when stained. Normochromic, describing erythrocytes that have a fairly normal hemoglobin content. Normocognitive, having a normal level of cognition. Normochromic, misspelling of normochromic. Normocopremia, the state of having a normal concentration of copper in one's blood within the reference range. Normocopremic, having a normal amount of copper in the bloodstream. Normocyte, a red blood cell of normal size, shape, and color. Normocytes, plural of normocyte. Normocytic, describing erythrocytes of fairly normal size. Normocytosis, a normal state of the blood in respect of the leukocytes. Normodentine, the primary, most mineralized dentine of a tooth. Normodivergence, the condition of being normodivergent. Normodivergent, exhibiting normal divergence. Normochogenicity, normal level of echogenicity, the property of being normochogenic. Normochoic, of normal echogenicity, normochogenic. Normorgy, a normal immune response. Normovolutive, normally evolutive. Normoferritinemia, the normal presence of ferritin in the blood. Normoferritinemic, relating to normoferritinemia. Normofilter, a person who has a GFR in the normal range. Normofilterers, plural of normofilterer. Normofiltration, normal renal filtration. Normofollicular, having the normal type and number of follicles. Normofractionated, normally fractionated, not hypofractionated. Normofrequent, having a normal frequency. Normofunctional, normally functional. Normoganglionic, having a normal population of ganglia. Normogastria, normal electrical activity in the stomach. Normogastric, relating to normogastria. Normogenesis, the normal formation of cells and tissues. Normoglucotolerant, having a normal tolerance to glucose. Normoglutaminiemic, having normal levels of glutamine in the blood. Normoglycemia, alternative form of normoglycemia. Normoglycemic, alternative form of normoglycemic. Normoglycemia, the state of having a normal level of glucose in the blood. Normoglycemic, having the normal amount of glucose in the blood. Normoglycemics, plural of normoglycemic. Normogonatic, having normal gonads. Normogonadotropic, normally gonadotropic. Normogram, misspelling of nomogram. Normogravity, a normal force of gravity. Normohydrotic, normally hydrotic sweating normally. Normohomocysteine, dynamic, having a normal amount of homocysteine in the blood. Normal hydrated, normally hydrated. Normal hydration. Normal hydration. Normoinsulinemic, alternative form of normoinsulinemic. Normoinsulinemia, the presence of a normal amount of insulin in the blood. Normoinsulinemic, having a normal concentration of insulin in the blood. Normointense, that which has normal intensity. Normal intensity, normal intensity on imaging. Normokalemia, alternative spelling of normokalemia. Normokalemic, alternative spelling of normokalemic. Normokalemia, the state of having a normal concentration of potassium in one's blood. Normokalemic, having a normal percentage of potassium in one's blood. Normoctonemia, the presence of the normal amount of ketones in the blood. Normoctonemic, relating to normoctonemia. Normokinesia, normal voluntary motion of the body. Normokinetic, having the normal extent of motor function. Normoleptinemia, the presence of the normal amount of leptins in the blood. Normoleptinemic, relating to normoleptinemia. Normolineal, having an average body type between brevilineal and longuineal. Normolipemia, a normal concentration of lipid in the blood. Normolipemic, exhibiting or relating to normolipemia. Normolipemic, plural of normolipemic. Normolipidemia, the presence of the normal amount of lipid in the blood. Normolipidemic, having the normal amount of lipid in the blood. Normolipidic, containing the presence of the normal amount of lipid in the blood. Normolipidemic, having the normal amount of lipid in the blood. Normolipidic, containing a normal amount and variety of lipids. Normomagnesemia, alternative form of normomagnesemia. Normomagnesemia, the normal level of magnesium ions in the blood. Normomagnesemic, having a normal percentage of magnesium in one's blood. Normometabolic, relating to a normal metabolism. Normometabolism, a normal rate of metabolism. Normomethylated, neither hypermethylated nor hypomethylated. Normometric, referring to a saccade which has no undershoot hypometria or overshoot hypermetria and has an amplitude of 30 degrees. Normomorphic, of normal shape, not malformed. Normonatremic, alternative form of normonatremic. Normonatremia, synonym of eunatremia. Normonatremic, having a normal amount of sodium in the bloodstream. Normanourish, normally nourished. Normusmotic, having a normal osmotic pressure. Normuxia, alternative form of normoxia. Normopath, a person who conforms excessively to social norms. Normopathic, exhibiting or relating to normopathy. Normopathies, plural of normopathy. Normopaths, plural of normopath. Normopathy, the pursuit of conformity and societal acceptance at the expense of individuality. Normoperfuse, normally perfuse. Normoperistalsis, a normal rate of peristalsis. Normoperistaltic, exhibiting or relating to normoperistalsis. Normophagic, associated with a normal diet for that animal. Normophile, a person who has mainstream or socially accepted sexual interests. Normophiles, plural of normophile. Normophilia, mainstream and socially accepted sexual interests such as teleophilia. Normophiliac, someone with mainstream sexual desire. Normophiliacs, plural of normophiliac. Normophila, relating to or exhibiting normophilia. Normophonic, relating to a normal voice. Normophosphatemia, alternative form of normophosphatemia. Normophosphatemic, alternative form of normophosphatemic. Normophosphatemia, the condition of being normophosphatemic. Normophosphatemic, having a normal amount of phosphates in the bloodstream. Normophthalmic, having normally sized eyes. Normophysiologic, alternative form of normophysiological. Normophysiological, relating to normphysiology. Normphysiology, normal physiology under normal conditions. Normoplasia, normal development or growth of an organ without hyperplasia or hypoplasia. Normoplastic, relating to normoplasia. Normopnea, synonym of eupnea. Normopnea, alternative spelling of normopnea. Normoponderal, having a normal weight. Normoweight. Normopresort, having normal blood pressure. Normoprolactinemic, normoprolactinemic. Normoprolactinemic, characterized by a normal prolactin level in the blood. Normoprotein, that contains a normal amount of protein. Normoproteinemia, presence of a normal amount of protein in the blood. Normoproteinuria, the presence of the normal types and amounts of protein in the urine, small amounts in total and in each fraction. Normoproteinuric, relating to or exhibiting normoproteinuria. Normhorective, relating to a normal reaction. Normresponsive, normally responsive. Normorphine, an opiate analyte, the andenethylated derivative of morphine. Normoscretion, a normal level of secretion. Normorphine, an opiate analyte, the andenethylated derivative of morphine. Normoscretion, a normal level of secretion. Normosexual, having a normal amount of sexual drive. Normosmia, a normal sense of smell. Normosme, having a normal sense of smell. Normosmex, plural of normosme. Normismolar, having a normal osmolarity. Normismatic, alternative form of normusmatic. Normosomatic, normal somatic. Normospermia, the condition of producing a normal volume and quality of semen. Normospermic, relating to normospermia. Normosplanchnic, having or relating to a normal-sized trunk or torso. Normospendilic, normal-length vertebrae. Normotension, blood pressure that is within the normal range. Normotensive, having normal tension. Normotensives, plural of normotensive. Normovermia, the condition of having a normal body temperature. Normovermia, having a normal body temperature. Normothermically, in a normothermic manner. Normothermy, the condition of being normothermic. Normothrombocytic, having a normal platelet level. Normothymic, having a normally functioning thymus gland. Normotic, normopathic. Normotics, plural of normotic. Normotolerant, normally tolerant to an outside agent. Normitonic, the condition of being normitonic. Normitonic, having normal muscle tone. Normatonicity, the condition of being normitonic. Normatopic, in the normal position. Normotriglyceridemia, alternative form of normotriglyceridemia. Normotriglyceridemic, alternative form of normotriglyceridemic. Normotriglyceridemia, the quality of being normotriglyceridemic. Triglycerides in the blood. Normotrophic, normally nourished or developed, neither showing hypertrophy nor hypotrophy. Normotypic, alternative form of normotypical. Normotypical, relating to a normal type. Normorachemia, alternative form of normorhizemia. Normorachemic, alternative form of normorhizemic. Normorhizemia, a normal level of uric acid in the blood. Normorhizemic, relating to normorhizemia. Normorhizemics, plural of normorhizemic. Normovascular, having the normal type and number of blood vessels. Normoventilated, normally ventilated. Normoventilation, normal ventilation of the lungs. Normovitaminosis, the presence of a normal amount of vitamins in the body. Normovolemia, alternative form of normovolemia. Normovolemic, alternative form of normovolemic. Normovolemia, the condition of having a normal volume of blood circulating in the body. Normovolemic, exhibiting or relating to normovolemia. Normoweight, having a normal weight. Normoxemia, a normal concentration of oxygen in the blood. Normoxemic, relating to or exhibiting
Here we go.
Normixemia. Normixemically, in a normixemic manner. Normoxia, the condition of having a normal level of oxygen in the tissues. Normoxe, having a normal oxygen concentration, typically 20-21% in the atmosphere or 2-3% in physiological contexts. Normoxically, in a normoxic manner. Normazensemic, having a normal level of zinc in the bloodstream. Normozoospermia, a normal level of sperm production. Normozoospermic, having a normal sperm production. Norms, plural of norm. Normize, in the manner of a norm. Nor, any of the three goddesses of fate or destiny. Northern Ireland. Nonataning, an aporphanoid alkaloid found in Hernandia cordillera. Nornicotine, an alkaloid, 3,2-2-pyrrolidonyl pyridine, formerly derived from nicotine by removal of the methyl group. Norns, plural of norn. Noro, a male given name from Japanese. Nooroyan, a surname from Armenian. Noroyan, plural of Noroyan. No Romo, alternative. Letter case form of Noromo. Noromo, a person who opposes the idea of a romantic relationship between Fox Mulder and Dana Scully. Noromotum, the state or quality of being a Noromo. Noromoish, related to, characteristic of, or espousing Noromonus. Noromonus, the state or quality of being a Noromo. No Romos, plural of no Romo. Noromos, plural of Noromo. Naranjo, a surname from Portuguese. Naranjes, plural of Naranjo. Nors, alternative form of Noras. Norus, alternative form of Noras. Norobianic acid, an acid of the aromatic serotonin from opiate acid. Norientalin, a precursor of papaverine. Noros, alternative form of Noras. Norus, alternative form of Noras. Norovirus, of or relating to noroviruses. Norovirus. Norovirus, the genus of Norwalk virus, which causes gastric distress. Norexicabone, the oxycodone metabolite 4R4. Norexicabone, the oxycodone metabolite 4R4AS7AR12BS4A-hydroxy 9-methoxy 1,2,3,4,5,6,7A13 octhydro 4,12-methanobenzofuro 3,2-E-isoquinoline 7,1. Noreximorphone, a metabolite of oxycodone that is used as a spinal analgesic. Noroyan, a surname from Armenian. Noroyans, plural of Noroyan. Norpachulinol, a tricyclic terpenoid found in commercial patchouli extract in small quantities and thought to contribute significantly to the aroma of patchouli oil. Norpethidine, a 4-phenyl piperidine derivative that is both a metabolite of and a precursor to pethidine. Norpoldrine, hydroxyamphetamine. Norpapanon, an opioid analgesic related to methadone. Narplant, a form of birth control consisting of levonorgestrel capsules implanted under the skin. Narcolepsy, plural of narcolepsy. Norpregnane, a derivative of pregnane with a shorter side chain. Norpregnanes, plural of norpregnane. Norpregnatrian, a norsteroid based on a pregnatrian. Norpregnatrians, plural of norpregnatrian. Norpregnine, a norsteroid based on a pregnine. Norpregnines, plural of norpregnine. Norprostane, the hydrocarbon 2,6-10-trimethylpentadecane. Norprogesterone, a norsteroid based on a progesterone. Norprogesterones, plural of norprogesterone. Norquist, a surname. Norquists, plural of Norquist. Nobat, a private and county in North Sweden. Norrbottensspitz, a small to medium-sized breed with typical Spitz-like features, traditionally kept as a hunting dog in northern Sweden. Norrbottnian, designating a form of Gaucher disease that is relatively prevalent in Norrbotten in Sweden. Navi, a surname from Swedish. Nadis, plural of Nabi. Nord, a surname. Nords, plural of Nord. Norral, a surname. Norals, plural of Norral. Norticulin, an alkaloid formerly derived from reticulin by removing a methyl group from the nitrogen atom. Norajwa, a member of the band with the occupying area to of Maine. Norajwaks, plural of Norajwak. Nori, a diminutive form of the female given names Noreen, Oret, and Lenore. Nari disease, a genetic disorder that primarily affects the eye, usually leading to blindness, and sometimes involves mental retardation and / or progressive loss of hearing. Nari is plural of Nari. Nar, a protein that in humans is encoded by the NDP gene mutations in which are associated with Nori disease. Norrington, a surname from Old English. Norringtons, plural of Norrington. Norris, a surname from Old French. Norris Arm, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Norris Canyon, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Norris Point, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Nourish, a surname. Nourish reaction, a photochemical reaction involving ketones and aldehydes. Nourish reactions, plural of nourish reaction. Nourishes, plural of nourish. Nourishi, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing lithium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Maurer, describing a former professorship in divinity at the University of Cambridge, later merged into post of Norris Hull's Professor of Divinity. Norristown, a community in Pope County, Arkansas, United States. Norrköping, a city in Östergötland, eastern Sweden, the 10th largest city in Sweden. Norrland, the most northern of Sweden's three landstiller, the other being Götaland and Svealand. Norrlandet, or originating from Norrland. Norrmalm, a suburb and borough in Stockholm, Sweden. Norrad, a surname from German. Norrads, plural of Norrad. Nawa, a commune of Marne Department, France. Norway, archaic form of Norway. Norway, the most northern of the English kings of arms, whose jurisdiction lay north of the Trent. Since 1943, the jurisdiction is Norway and Ulster. Narais, plural of Norway. Nari, an improvised rail vehicle from Cambodia, a bamboo train. Maori is a surname. Noer, plural of Nar. Nars, plural of Nar. Nars, of or relating to the people, language, and culture of Scandinavia. Norse tradition, the religion of Heathenry, a modern faith inspired by the ancient pagan beliefs of the Germanic tribes, Anglo-Saxons, and Norse peoples. Norse American, of both Norwegian and American ancestry. Norse Gaelic, pertaining to the Viking raiders who settled Ireland and western Scotland and assimilated into the local Gaelic culture. Narsal, a short piece of line used to attach fishing hooks, lines, and nets. Norseland, the land where the Norsemen lived. Norselander, a native or inhabitant of Norseland. Norselanders, plural of Norselander. Norsold, simple past and past participle of Norsel. Norseller, one who affixes with Norsels. Norsellers, plural of Norseller. Norsolen, present participle and gerund of Norsel. Norsels, plural of Norsel. Norseman, a medieval Scandinavian or Viking. Norseman, plural of Norsemen. Narsenes, quality of a Nars. Norsertraline, an active metabolite of sertraline. Norsesquiterpene, any compound formerly derived from a sesquiterpene by the removal of a methylene or methyl group. Norsesquiterpenes, plural of norsesquiterpene.
Here we go.
Norsesquiterpenoid, any compound formerly derived from a sesquiterpenoid by removal of a methylene group. Norsesquiterpenoids, plural of norsesquiterpenoid. Norsidite, a trigonal trapezohedral mineral containing barium, carbon, magnesium, and oxygen. Norshuaman, a female medieval Scandinavian or Viking. Norshuaman, plural of Norshuaman. Norsjo, a lake in Telemark County, Norway. Norsk, Scandinavian, especially Norwegian. Norski, a North American of Norwegian ancestry. Norskis, plural of Norski. Norso-orinic, relating to norso-orinic acid or its derivatives. Norso-orinic acid, a phenolic anthraquinone 2-hexanoyl 1,3,6,8 tetrahydroxyanthracene 9,10-dione that has anti-cancer activity. Norspermidine, the triamine N3-aminopropane 1,3-diamine that occurs in some plants and bacteria. Norsteroid, Any compound derived from a named steroid by removing elements of a side chain or ring. Norsteroidal, relating to norsteroids. Norsteroids, plural of norsteroid. Norstitic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Norseworthy, a surname from Old English. Norseworthies, plural of Norseworthy. Nor, a member of the Norteño Mexican gang. Norte de Santander, a mountainous department in the northeast of these, plural of Norseworthy. Nor, a member of the Norteño Mexican gang. Norte de Santander, a mountainous department in the northeast of Colombia, whose capital is Cúcuta. Norteña, a song in the Norteño genre. Norteñas, plural of Norteña. Norteño, a Mexican gang. Norteño, misspelling of Norteño. Norteños, plural of Norteño. Norts, plural of Nort. Nortestosterone, a norsteroid based on a testosterone. Nortestosterones, plural of nortestosterone. Nortetrazepam, a benzodiazepine drug. Nor, the northern part of a region, alternative letter case form of north, especially. North Acton, a suburb and industrial area in the borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2082. North Adams, a city in Berkshire County, Massachusetts, United States. North Aegean, one of the 13 peripheries of Greece. North Africa, a geographic region comprising the northern part of Africa, usually referring to specifically the regions north of the Sahara Desert where Arabic is widely spoken as a mother tongue. North African, of or pertaining to North Africa. North African elephant, Loxodonta africana feraensis, an extinct subspecies of elephant. North African elephants, plural of North African elephant. North Africans, plural of North African. North America, the continent forming the northern part of the Americas, that part east of the Pacific Ocean, west of the Atlantic Ocean, north of South America and south of the Arctic Ocean. North American, of or relating to North America. North American bison, bison B bison, synonym of American bison, American buffalo. North American buffalo, bison B bison, synonym of American bison, American buffalo. North American English, the variety of the English language used in the United States of America and Canada. North American football, collectively, Canadian football and American football. North American freshwater catfish, any of the species of catfish native to North America of the family Echoluridae. North American Indian, a member of one of the indigenous peoples of North America, but not a member of the Aleut, Inuit, Metis, or Yupik. North American Indians, plural of North American Indian. North American porcupine, a species of New World porcupine, Eurythizon dorsatum. North American porcupines, plural of North American porcupine. North American ringtail, a small carnivorous mammal with a distinctive black and white ringed tail, native to the southwestern United States and Mexico. Bassaruscus astutus. North American ringtails, plural of North American ringtail. North American robin, synonym of American robin. North American robins, plural of North American robin. North American wheel bug. Any of a species of wheel bug Aerolis cristatus, commonly found across North America, and more specifically the United States.
Invincible.
North American wheel bugs. Plural of North American wheel bug. North American wood ape. A large hairy ape-like, though upright, walking creature of North America, a Bigfoot. North American wood apes. Plural of North American wood ape. North Americans. Plural of North American. North and south, the mouth. North and souths, plural of north and south. North Andean deer, a species of deer, Hippocamelus anticensus, found in the central Andean mountains. North Andover, a city in Massachusetts, United States. North Asia, the northern region of Asia, also referred to as Siberia, geographically coextensive with the Asian part of Russia. North Eston, a village and civil parish without a council in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4728. North Atlantic, the portion of the Atlantic Ocean that lies primarily between North America and the northeast coast of South America to the east, and Europe and the northwest coast of Africa to the west. North Atlantic Ocean, the portion of the Atlantic Ocean that lies primarily between North America and the northeast coast of South America to the east, and Europe and the northwest coast of Africa to the west. North Atlantic Oscillation, the difference in pressure between the Azores high and the Icelandic low, which changes periodically and controls the strength of the westerlies, usually abbreviated NAO. North Atlantic Oscillations, plural of North Atlantic Oscillation. North Atlantic Terrorist Organization, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. North Atlantic Treaty Organization, an intergovernmental military alliance based on the North Atlantic Treaty. North Atlantican, of or pertaining to the North Atlantic. North Atlanticans, plural of North Atlantican. North Atlanticism, a characteristically North Atlantic feature. North Atlanticist, a denizen or dweller of the North Atlantic. North Atlanticists, plural of North Atlanticists. North Attleboro, a city in Bristol County, Massachusetts, United States. North Auburn, a census-designated place in Placer County, California, United States. North Australia, a short-lived colony 1846-1847 formed by combining what are now the regions of Queensland and the Northern Territory. North Ayrshire, a council area of Scotland, one of 32 formed in 1996 with its headquarters in Irvine. It includes the Isle of Iran. North Azerbaijan, synonym of Azerbaijan country in the South Caucasus. North Balachulish, a small village north of Loch Leven. Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NN 0560. North Barrow, a village and civil parish served by Carrymore Parish Council in South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6029. North Bay, a city in northeastern Ontario, Canada. North of Beach, a district of Miami Beach, Miami-Dade, Florida, United States. North Bend, a city in Coos County, Oregon, United States. North Benfleet, a village in Bowers Gifford and North Benfleet Parish, Basildon Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7589. North Bergen, a township in Hudson County. New Jersey, United States. North Berwick, a coastal town in East Lothian Council area, Scotland, northwest of Berwick upon Tweed, England. OS grid ref NT 5585. North Blyth, a coastal settlement in East Bedlington Parish, Northumberland, England, on the north side of the River Blyth near its mouth. OS grid ref NZ 3182. North Bovey, a village and civil parish on the River Bovey in Teignbridge District, Devon, England. OS grid ref SX 7383. North Brabant, a province of the Netherlands. North Branch, a number of places in the United States. North Britain, a geographic region constituting the north part of Britain in the United Kingdom, specifically Scotland. North Britain, someone from Scotland, a Scot. North Britain, plural of North Britain. North Brunswick, a township in Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States, south of New Brunswick, north of South Brunswick, west of East Brunswick. North Burnett region, a local government area in eastern Queensland, Australia. North by east, the compass point halfway between north and north-northeast, specifically at a bearing of 11.25 degrees. North by northeast, north-northeast, the compass point between north and northeast. North by northwest, north-northwest, the compass point between north and northwest, that is, at 337.5 degrees. North by west, the compass point halfway between north and north-northwest, specifically 348.75 degrees, abbreviated as NBW. North Cackalack, North Carolina. North Cackalack, North Carolina. North Cadbury, a village and civil parish served by North Cadbury and Yarlington Parish Council in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS grid ref SD 6327. North Caicos, an island and district of the Turks and Caicos Islands. North Caloocan, one of the two halves of Caloocan, Metro Manila, Philippines, the other being South Caloocan. North Camp, a suburb and army barracks in Rushmore Borough, Hampshire, England. The railway station with this name is just inside Surrey. OS grid ref SU 8753. North Canara, a historical portion of Canara, now called Otara, Canada. North Cape, a headland in Finnmark, Norway, near the northernmost point of Scandinavia. North Carolina, a state of the United States, situated on the east coast of the North American mainland, north of South Carolina and south of Virginia. Capital, Raleigh. North Carolina coleslaw, a form of coleslaw made with vinegar and without mayonnaise. North Carolina pine, synonym of loblolly pine, Pinus tita. North Carolina slaw, synonym of North Carolina coleslaw. North Carolina stratagem, a legal tactic in court proceedings intended to place the opponent onto the wrong foot by unethical use of court procedures. North Carolinians, the dialect of American English spoken in North Carolina. North Carolinian, alternative form of North Carolinian. North Carolinian, plural of North Carolinian. North Carolinian, of war relating to North Carolina, one of the United States. North Carolinians, plural of North Carolinian. North Caucasian Federal District, a federal district of Russia containing 6 republics and Stavropol Krai. North Caucasus, the northern part of the Caucasus region. between the Black and Caspian Seas and within European Russia. North Cay, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 8932. North Central, a geopolitical zone of Nigeria consisting of the states of Benue, Kogi, Kwara, Nasarawa, Niger, and Plateau, as well as the Federal Capital Territory. North Central Aurora Hill, a barangay of Baguio, Bangt, Philippines. North Central Province, a province of Sri Lanka. Capital, Anuradhapura. North Central, a barangay of Sipakat, Camarines Sur, Philippines. North Channel, the strait between Northern Ireland and southwestern Scotland connecting the Irish Sea with the Atlantic Ocean. North Charleston, a city in Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester counties in the U.S. state of South Carolina. North Cheam, a suburban area in the borough of Sutton, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2365. North Chicago, a city in Lake County, Illinois, United States. North China Plain, a large alluvial plain of northern China, bordered to the north by the Yanshan Mountains, to the west by the Taihang Mountains and Puniu Mountains, to the southwest by the Devi Mountains and Tongbai Mountains, and to the east by the Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea, and merging with the Dian, Huai Plains to the south. North China Sea, the Yellow Sea. North Chunching, Korea. Capital, Chungju. North Plains, a civil parish in Wychavon District, just north of Worcester, Worcestershire, England. North Coast, the northern part of the British Columbia coast. North Cockerington, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. And OS Grid Ref TF 3790. North Call, a call north of Mount Everest. North Canal, a hamlet on the north side of Lough Edove, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NM 9034. North Conway, a town and resort in New Hampshire. North Cotabato, the province of Cotabato. North Country, the northern part of a particular country or region variously conceived as a region so called by a proper name or a vaguely demarcated, adjectively described region. North Countryman, someone from the north of England. North Countrymen, plural of North Countrymen. North Coventry, a township in Chester County, Pennsylvania, United States. North Cowichan, a district municipality on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. North Curry, a village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England, previously in Taunton Deane District. OS Grid Ref SD 3225. North Cyprus, a former rural municipality in Manitoba, Canada, now part of the municipality of North Cyprus Langford. North Cyprus Langford, a rural municipality in southwest Manitoba, Canada. North Cypriot, synonym of Northern Cypriot. North Cypriots, plural of North Cypriot. North Cyprus, alternative form of Northern Cyprus. North Dakota, a state in the upper Midwest region of the United States. Capital, Bismarck. Largest city, Fargo. North Dakota, of or pertaining to North Dakota or its culture. North Dakotans, plural of North Dakotan. North Devon, a local government district of Devon, England, with its headquarters in Barnstaple. North District, one of the 18 districts Hainan, China. North Dorset, a former local government district in Dorset, England, formed in 1974 and abolished in 2019 on the formation of Dorset Unitary Authority. North Downs, an area of chalk downland in Kent and Surrey in southeast England. North Duffield, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District OS Grid Ref SC 6837. North Dumfries, a township in the regional municipality of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. North Dundas, a township in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry, southeast Ontario, Canada. Northeast, one of 9 official administrative regions of England, comprising Northumberland, Tyne and Ware and County Durham, as well as a small part of North Yorkshire. Northeast Derbyshire, a local government district of Derbyshire, England, created in 1974. Northeast England, one of 9 official administrative regions of England, comprising Northumberland, Tyne and Ware and County Durham, as well as a small part of North Yorkshire. Northeast Land, an island of Svalbard, Norway. Northeast Lincolnshire, a unitary authority and borough of Lincolnshire, England, formed in 1996 from the boroughs of Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes on the abolition of the county of Humberside. With its headquarters in Grimsby, it is not administered as part of the county of Lincolnshire. North Edwards, a census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. North El Monte, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. North Elmham, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England, OS Grid Ref TF 9820. North Elmsall, a village and civil parish served by Upton and North Elmsall Parish Council in the Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref SC 4712. North End, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see North End. North Est, a river in Angus Council area, an Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, which flows into the North Sea. North Estonian, a group of Estonian dialects that includes Standard Estonian. North Fair Oaks, a census-designated place in San Mateo County, California, United States. North Fairview, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. North Fambridge, a village and civil parish in Malvern District, Essex, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 8597. North Fayette, a township in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, United States. North Ferriby, a large village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, on the River Humber, OS Grid Ref SC 9825. North Finnish, a generic name for a number of Finnish dialects spoken in the northern parts of Finland, Sweden, and Norway. 2 of them, Meänkieli or Torn Valley Finnish in Sweden and Kven in Norway, are officially recognized as minority languages in their respective countries and are currently considered separate languages. Their structure and grammar are similar to Finnish, but the vocabularies are considerably influenced by the majority language of their country. North Forties, plural of North Forty. North Forty, a 40-acre section of land located in the northernmost part of a farm or ranch. North Fremantle, a suburb of Perth, in the city of Fremantle, Western Australia, located on a peninsula. North Frisian, a Frisian language or group of dialects spoken by 5,000 to 10,000 people in northwestern Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. North Frisian Islands, a group of islands in the Wadden Sea, a part of the North Sea, off the western coast of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. North Frisians, plural of North Frisian. North Frodingham, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref TA 1053. North Gate, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. North Geographical Pole, synonym of geographic North Pole. North Geographical Poles, plural of North Geographical Pole. North German Confederation, a German federation that existed from 1867 to 1870. North Germanic, a branch of the Germanic language family which comprises Danish, Faroes, Icelandic, Norwegian, and Swedish. North Glengarry, a township in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Eastern Ontario, Canada. North Goa, a district of Goa, India. North Gosforth, an outer suburb and civil parish in the city of Newcastle upon Tyne, and Ware, England, OS Grid Ref NZ 2470. North Greenwich, an area on the Greenwich Peninsula, borough of Greenwich, Greater London, England, which gained this name about 1999. OS Grid Ref TQ 3979. North Gyeongsang, a province in southeast South Korea, capital, Handong. North Hamgyong, alternative form of North Hamgyong. North Hamgyong, a province of North Korea, capital, Chongqing. North Harrow, a suburban area in the borough of Harrow, Greater London, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 1388. North Haverhill, an unincorporated community and census-designated place, the county seat of Grafton County, Haverhill, New Hampshire, United States. North Hayling, a village on Hayling Island in Havant Borough, Hampshire, England, OS Grid Ref SU 7303. North Hempstead, a town in Nassau County, Long Island, New York, United States. North Hero, a town, the Shire town of Grand Isle County, Vermont, United States, named after war hero Ethan Allen. North Hertfordshire, a local government district of Hertfordshire, England, formed in 1974, with its headquarters in Letchworth. North Highlands, a census-designated place in Sacramento County, California, United States. North Hill, a neighborhood of Minot, Ward County, North Dakota, United States. North Hills, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. North Hinksey, a village and civil parish in Vale of White Horse District. Oxfordshire, England, OS Grid Ref SB 4905. North Holland, a province of the Netherlands. North Holland Blue, a breed of poultry. North Hollywood, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. North Hudson, a place in the United States. North Hewish, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England, OS Grid Ref SX 7156. North Huron, a municipality called a township in Huron County, Ontario, Canada. North Hwangki, a province of North Korea, capital, Seoul. North Haikiam, a town and civil parish with a town council in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England, a suburb of Lincoln and location of Hykeham Railway. railway station OS Grid Ref SK 9466. Nar India, the northern region of India comprising the states of Haryana, Punjab, Uttarakhand, and Uttar Pradesh and the Union territories of Delhi, Chandigarh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Ladakh. Often Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar are included as well. North Indian, native or resident of North India. North Indians, plural of North Indian. North Island, an island, the northernmost of the two major islands making up New Zealand. North Island brown kiwi, a kiwi, Apteryx mantelli or Apteryx australis. North Island brown kiwis, plural of North Island brown kiwi. North Island eyebright, Euphrasia cunida, a species of New Zealand broomrape plant. North Island eyebrights, plural of North Island eyebright. North Island kakako, Callias wilsoni, an endangered forest bird endemic to the North Island of New Zealand. North Islander, a person from North Island, New Zealand. North Islanders, plural of North Islander. Nar Giala, synonym of Dian. North Jersey, Northern New Jersey. North Jutland, an administrative region of Denmark. North Kalimantan, a province of Indonesia. North Kanara, alternative spelling of North Kanara. North Kalia, a county and region in northern Kalia in southeast Finland. Since 2022, the English term officially prescribed as the name for the Finnish administrative unit long known as a region was changed to be called a county, although reference to counties as regions is still common. See Counties of Finland. North Kazakhstan, the northernmost region of Kazakhstan. Capital, Petropavl. North Kellyville, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. North Kensington, a suburban area of London in Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, Greater London, separated by Notting Hill from Kensington itself. North Kesteven, a local government district of Lincolnshire, England, created in 1974. Its headquarters are in Sleaford. North Khorasan, a province of Iran. Capital, Baj Nord. North Kingstown, a town in Washington County, Rhode Island, United States. North Korea, a country in East Asia whose territory consists of the northern parts of Korea. Official name, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Capital, Pyongyang. North Korean, a citizen or resident of North Korea. North Koreans, plural of North Korean. North Lakeport, a census-designated place in Lake County, California, United States. North Lama, a rural committee in Islands District, New Territories, Hong Kong. North Lanarkshire, a council area of Scotland, one of 32 created in 1996. North Las Vegas, a city in Clark County, Nevada, United States. North Lauderdale, a city in Broward County, Florida, United States. North Leith, a commercial neighborhood of Leith, City of Edinburgh Council area, Scotland, which includes Leith Docks, OSGRD, Ref NT 2676. North Levantine Arabic, a group of Eastern Arabic dialects spoken primarily in Syria, Lebanon, the north of Palestine, and Cyprus. North Leverton with Habblesthorpe, a village and civil parish in Bassetlot District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7882. North Lincolnshire, a unit area of Ardee and Boat in the traditional county of Lincolnshire, England, created in 1996 on the abolition of the county of Humbusa. North Little Rock, a city in Pulaski County, Arkansas, United States, originally named Argenta. North Luffenham, a village and civil parish in Rutland, England. West Grid Ref SK 9303. North Macedonia, a country on the Balkan Peninsula in Southeast Europe. Official name, Republic of North Macedonia. Capital and largest city, Skopje. Part of Yugoslavia until 1992. The current name was adopted in 2019 to resolve a naming dispute with Greece. North Macedonia, of or relating to North Macedonia. North Macedonians, plural of North Macedonian. North Magnetic Pole, Magnetic North Pole. North Maine Woods, the northern geographic area of the state of Maine in the United States. North Maluku, a province of Indonesia. North Maroon Peak, a mountain in the Elk Mountains in Pitkin County, Colorado, one of the Maroon Bells. North Melbourne, an inner suburb of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. North Mayals, a civil parish in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. North Mesopotamian Arabic, a language of the Middle East, native to Iraq, Mesopotamia, Syria, Turkey, Iran, Kuwait, Jordan, and parts of northern and eastern Arabia. Language code I. North Miami, a city in Miami-Dade County, Florida, United States. North Miami Beach, a city in Miami-Dade County, Florida, United States. North Middlesex, a municipality in Middlesex County, Ontario, Canada. North Moulton, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 7329. North Monroeville, an unincorporated community in Erie County, Ohio, United States. North Muscam, a village and civil parish in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7958. North Mims, a village and civil parish in Well and Hatfield Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2204. North Endebel, alternative form of Northern Endebel. North Mountain, a civil parish and hamlet in the Vale of Pusey, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1257. North Nibley, a village and civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7495. North Nicosia, the capital of the de facto state Northern Cyprus. North Norfolk, a local government district of Norfolk, England, created in 1974 with its headquarters in Cromer. North Northamptonshire, a unitary authority of Northamptonshire, England, created on 1 April 2021 through the merger of Corby Borough, East Northamptonshire District, Kettering Borough, and the Borough of Welling Borough. Northamptonshire County Council was also abolished. Northeast, alternative form of Northeast. Northwest, alternative form of Northwest. North of, more, higher, or greater than. North of 60. Northern Canada, usually including the Northwest Territories, Nunavut and Yukon, approximately above the 60th parallel north. North of England, synonym of Northern England. North of 60. Alternative form of north of 60. North of the border, Scotland. North of Watford, north of London and the home counties, and thus remote. North Okanagan, a regional district in southern British Columbia, Canada. Seat, Coldstream. North Olmsted, a city in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, United States. North Ossetia, a republic and federal subject of Russia, located in the northern Caucasus Mountains, in full. North Ossetia-Lania. Capital, Vladikavkaz. North Ossetia-Lania, a republic and federal subject of Russia, located in the northern Caucasus Mountains, short form North Ossetia, or Alania. Capital, Vladikavkaz. North Ostrobothnia, a region in central Finland. North Pacific, the part of the Pacific Ocean that is in the northern hemisphere. North Pacific right whale, a very large, thick-set baleen whale of species Eubulina japonica. North Palmyra, a township in Macoupin County, Illinois, United States. North Petherton, a small town and civil parish with a town council in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 2933. North Philadelphia, a section of the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States. North Pyongyang, alternative form of North Pyongyang. North Pinyin, synonym of North Pyongyang, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. North Platte, the North Platte River, a river in Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska, USA, which joins the South Platte River near the city of North Platte, forming the Platte River. North Poblacion, a barangay of Bacon, Negros Oriental, Philippines. North Point, an area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. North Pole, the geographic North Pole or terrestrial North Pole, the point which north is oriented towards, and therefore the northernmost point on Earth, having a latitude of 90 degrees. North Pole, the northernmost point on celestial bodies other than Earth. North Pole of inaccessibility, the point near the North Pole that is most distant from solid land, the center of the largest circle that fits entirely in the Arctic Ocean. North Poles, plural. North Purton, a hamlet and civil parish served by Powerstock and North Porton Group Parish Council in Dorset, England. OS Grid Rep SY 5198. North Port, a city in Sarasota County, Florida, United States. North Providence, a town in Providence County, Rhode Island, United States. North Pyongyang, alternative form of North Pyongyang. North Pyongyang, a province of North Korea, capital, Sinuiju. North Pyongyang, alternative form of North Pyongyang. North Queensferry, a village in Fife Council area, Scotland, on the north side of the Firth of Forth. OS Grid Ref NT 1380. North Queensland, the northern part of the state of Queensland, loosely defined as being north of either Rockhampton or Mackay. North Region, a region of Singapore. North Rhine-Westphalia, the most populous of the 16 component states of Germany, located in the west of the country. North Rhine-Westphalian, of or pertaining to North Rhine-Westphalia. North Rhine-Westphalians, plural of North Rhine-Westphalian. North Richland Hills, a city in Tarrant County, Texas, United States. North Richmond, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. North Riding, ellipsis of North Riding of Yorkshire. North Riding of Yorkshire, a historical division of the former county of Yorkshire in England, abolished in 1974 in favor of the ceremonial county and local government. North River, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. North Road, a small village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8966. North Royalton, a city in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, United States. North Rustico, a town in Queens County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. North Sami, alternative form of Northern Sami. North San Juan, a census-designated place in Nevada County, California, United States. North Sanitary Camp, a barangay of Baguio, Bangt, Philippines. North Sea, a marginal sea of the Atlantic Ocean between Britain and the West, Scandinavia in the east, and Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and France in the south. North Sea Oil, a mixture of hydrocarbons comprising liquid petroleum and natural gas produced from petroleum reservoirs beneath the North Sea. North Seaton, a suburb of Ashington, southeast Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2986. North Sentinel Island, an island in the Andaman Islands that is inhabited by the Sentinelese. The island is a forbidden island where no contact is allowed with the outside world. Outsiders may be executed on arrival. North Sheen, a small suburb and borough of Richmond upon Thames, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1975. North Shields, a town in Tyne and Wear, England, on the north bank of the Tyne. North Shore, a region of Sydney. North Side, alternative form of North Side. North Sides, plural of North Side. North Slope, a dialect of the Inupiaq language. North Slope Borough, a borough in Alaska, United States. The equivalent of a county in other U.S. states, and the northernmost borough in Alaska. The borough seat is in Utqiagvik. North Smithfield, a town in Providence County, Rhode Island, United States. North Somercotes, a coastal village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4296. North Somerset, a unitary authority in Somerset, England, previously named Woodsbine as part of the short-lived county of Avon. North Star, the current northern pole star, the star nearest the northern celestial pole, which has been Polaris for the last 1,500 years. North Star, alternative letter case form of North Star guiding light. North Star State, official nickname for Minnesota, the state of the United States. North Stars, plural of North Star. North Stars, plural of North Star. North Stoneham, a settlement in Eastleigh Borough, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4317. North Sulawesi, a province of Indonesia. North Sumatra, a province of Indonesia. North Sunderland, a coastal village and civil parish in northern Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 2131. North Sydney, a suburb and commercial district in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. North of Sydney Harbour. North Taunton, a small town and civil parish with a town council in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 6601. North Temperate Zone. The temperate zone between the Arctic Circle and the Tropic of Cancer. North Thorsby, a village and civil parish served by North Thorsby, Grangesby, and Waith Parish Council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2998. North Tonawanda, a city in Niagara County, New York, United States. North Turton, a civil parish in Blackburn with Darwin Borough, Lancashire, England. North Tustin, a census-designated place in Orange County, California, United States. North Two Oceans Creek, a creek in the parting of the Waters region, Two Oceans Pass region, Wyoming, United States, along the Continental Divide, which splits into two distributaries, Pacific Creek and Atlantic Creek, a parting of the waters, eventually reaching both oceans. During spring flood, water levels rise enough to allow fish to swim across the Continental Divide. North Tyne, a river in Northumberland, England, which meets the South Tyne near Hexham and becomes the River Tyne. North Tyneside, a metropolitan borough on the north side of the River Tyne in Tyne and Ware, England. North Utsire, a sea area that covers the northern part of Utsire. North Van, synonym of North Vancouver, a city in the Fraser Valley of British Columbia, Canada, north of Vancouver, east of West Vancouver, on the north shore of the Fraser River Delta. North Vancouver, a city on the north shore of Bird Inlet, opposite central Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. North Vernon, a city in Center Township and Vernon Township, Jennings County, Indiana, United States. North Vietnam, alternative form of North Vietnam. North Vietnam, alternative form of North Vietnam. North Vietnam, a former communist country in Southeast Asia that governed northern Vietnam from 1945 to 1975. Official name, Democratic Republic of Vietnam. North Vietnamese, of or relating to North Vietnam. North Velazar, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. North Walbottle, an outer suburb of Newcastle upon Tyne, Tyne and Ware, England, northeast of the village of Walbottle. OS Grid Ref NZ 1767. North Wales, a geographic region of Wales covering the most northern part of the country. North Walian, of or from North Wales. North Walians, plural of North Walian. North Walsham, a market town and civil parish with a town council in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2830. North Warnborough, a village in Odiham Parish, Hart District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7351. North Warwickshire, a local government district with borough status of Warwickshire, England. Its headquarters are in Atherstone. North Water, the space of open sea left by the winter pack ice moving southward. North Weald, synonym of North Weald Bassett, Essex. North Weald Bassett, a village and civil parish in Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4904. North Wembley, a suburb of Wembley, Borough of Brent, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1786. Northwest, an administrative region of England consisting of the counties of Cheshire, Cumbria, Greater Manchester, Lancashire, and Merseyside. Northwest Frontier Province, alternative form of Northwest Frontier Province. Northwest Leicestershire, a local government district of Leicestershire, England. Northwest River, a town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador. Northwestern Province, a province of Sri Lanka. North Wiltshire, a community and rural municipality of Queensland, Canada. North Wind, a wind blowing from the north. North Winds, plural of north wind. North Wingfield, a village and civil parish in Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4165. North Woodbury, an unincorporated community in Morrow County, Ohio, United States. North Woods, the Laurentian mixed forest province, a forested ecoregion in the United States and Canada. North Woolwich, a small suburb in the borough of Newham, Greater London, England, on the north side of the Thames. Woolwich is on the south side of the river. OS Grid Ref FTQ 4380. North Wraxall, a village and civil parish in Northwest Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref ST 8175. North Yemen, a former country in West Asia on the Arabian Peninsula, existing from 1918 to 1990 as a monarchy until 1962 and then a republic. Official names: Kingdom of Yemen 1918-1962, Republic 1962-1990. North York, a suburban district within the city of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, formerly a municipality. North Yorkshire, a ceremonial county in northeastern England, formed in 1974 and bordering the East Riding of Yorkshire, West Yorkshire, South Yorkshire, Lancashire, Cumbria and Kettletown. North Caper, alternative form of North Caper. North Capers, plural of North Caper. Northeast, alternative form of Northeast. Northeast region, a region of Singapore. Northeasterlies, plural of northeasterly. Northeasterly, alternative form of northeasterly. Northeaster, alternative form of northeastern. Northeastern Rhodesia, a British protectorate in South Central Africa from 1900-1911. Northeasts, plural of northeast. North-northeast, alternative form of north-northeast. North-northwest, alternative form of north-northwest. North-northeast, the compass point halfway between north and northeast, specifically at a bearing of 22.5 degrees. North-northeasterlies, plural of north-northeasterly. North-northeasterly, coming from the north-northeast. North-northeastern, of in or pertaining to the north-northeast. North-northeastward, situated toward or in the direction of the north-northeast. North-northeastwards. Towards or in the direction of the north-northeast. North-northwest, the compass point halfway between northwest and north, specifically at a bearing of 337.5 degrees. North-northwesterlies, plural of north-northwesterly. North-northwesterly, coming from the north-northwest. North-northwestern, of in or pertaining to the north-northwest. North-northwestward, situated toward or in the direction of the north-northwest. North-northwestwards, towards or in the direction of the north-northwest. North-seeking pole. The positive pole of a magnetic dipole which is attracted towards geographic north. North-seeking poles. Plural of north-seeking pole. Northwest. Alternative form of northwest. Northwest Frontier Province. The former name of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, a province in northwest Pakistan renamed in 2010. Northwesterlies. Plural of northwesterly. Northwesterly. Alternative form of northwesterly. Northwester. Alternative form of northwestern. Northwestern Rhodesia. A territory administered from 1891 until 1899 under charter by the British South Africa Company. Northwests. Plural of northwest. Nortall. A hamlet in Edlesborough Parish, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 956152. Northallerton. A town and civil parish with a town council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District. OS Grid Ref SC 3693. Northalls. Plural of Northall. Norgau. A surname. Northampton. A large town, the county town of Northamptonshire, now in West Northamptonshire District, England. Northampton County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Jackson. Northamptonian, a native or inhabitant of Northampton, United Kingdom. Northamptonshire, a Midland county of England. County town Northampton, bordered by Leicestershire, Rutland, Lincolnshire, Cambridgeshire, Bedfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, and Warwickshire. Northams, plural of Northam. Northants, abbreviation of Northamptonshire. Nordavon, a local government district in the former county of Avon, England, formed in 1974 and merged into South Gloucestershire in 1996. Northaw, a village in Northaw and Cuffley Parish, well in Hatfield Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2802. Northaw and Cuffley, a civil parish in Well in Hatfield Borough, Hertfordshire, England. North Beach, alternative form of North Beach. Moving in a northerly direction. Northbourne, a suburb of Bournemouth, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SCs 0895. Northbridge, a town in Worcester County, Massachusetts, United States. Northbridges, plural of Northbridge. North Central, relating to the central part of a northern region. Northchurch, a village and civil parish in Dacorum Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9708. Northcliffe, a small town on facing island Gladstone Harbour in the Gladstone region, Queensland, Australia. Northcom, acronym of Northern Command. Northcott, a hamlet and civil parish served by St Giles on the Heath with Northcott Parish Council in Torridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 3392. Northcott's game, a mathematical game related to NIM, in which players move their pieces up and down a column. Northcotts, plural of Northcott. Northcat, a surname. Northcats, plural of Northcat. Northeast. The northeastern region of the contiguous United States, including New England and the Mid-Atlantic states, sometimes inclusive of Maryland, Delaware.
Here we go.
Washington, D.C., Virginia, and West Virginia. Northeast Asia, a geographic region of Asia bordering the west coast of the northern Pacific Ocean, generally including Japan, Korea, Northeast China, and the Russian Far East, and sometimes including all of China and Siberia. Northeast by east. The compass point halfway between northeast and east-northeast, specifically 56.25 degrees, abbreviated as NFE. Northeast by north. The compass point halfway between northeast and north-northeast, specifically 33.75 degrees, abbreviated as NFN. Northeast Caucasian, a language family spoken primarily in the eastern part of the Caucasus Mountains. Northeast China Plain, a plain located in northeast China lying between the Greater and Lesser Khingan and Changbai Mountains. Northeast Corridor, Amtrak's rail routes from Washington, D.C. to Boston, MA. Northeast Europe, a political designation for a region of Northeast Europe mostly comprising the Baltic states and potentially including Finland and northwestern Russia. Northeast India, the northeastern region of India comprising the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura. In the aggregation of 7, the region is called Seven Sisters. Often Sikkim is included, regarded as their only brother state as well. Northeast Kingdom, a region of Vermont consisting of Caledonia, Essex, and Orleans counties. Northeast Monsoon, a period of rainy weather brought by northeasterly winds affecting much of the tropics from December to March. Northeast monsoons, plural of northeast monsoon. Northeast Pashtun,
Invincible.
a language of Afghanistan. Northeast Passage, the sea route that follows the Arctic Ocean coast of Russia, linking the Atlantic coast of Norway to the Bering Strait. Northeast Region, a macroregion of Brazil composed of the states of Alagoas, Bahia, Ceará, Maranhão, Paraíba, Pernambuco, Piauí, Rio Grande do Norte, and Sergipe. Northeast bound, toward the northeast. Northeaster, an extratropical storm usually found in coastal New England and Atlantic Canada, whose winds usually come from the northeast. Northeasterlies, plural of northeasterly. Northeasterly, situated in or pointing towards the northeast. Northeastermost, alternative spelling of northeastermost. Northeaster, of related to, located in or from the northeast. Northeastern region, one of 8 administrative regions of Iceland. Northeastern water tick, synonym of Lone Star tick Amblyomma americanum. Northeastern water ticks, plural of northeastern water tick. Northeasterner, a person from the northeast part of a geographic region, especially the United States. Northeasterners, plural of northeasterner. Northeastermost, farthest northeast. Northeasters, plural of northeaster. Northeastmost, alternative spelling of northeastermost. Northeasts, plural of northeast. Northeastward, in or toward the northeast. Northeastwardly, towards the northeast. Northeastwards, northeastward. North, simple.
Here we go.
Past and past participle of north. North Endon, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England. West Grid Ref SJ 8290. Norther, a strong north wind, a wind blowing from the north. Northern. Simple past and past participle of northern. Northering. Present participle and gerund of northern. Northerlies. Plural of northerly. Northerliness. The quality of being northerly. Northerly. A northerly wind that is, a northern wind, which blows from the north or northerly. Northernmost. Synonym of northernmost. Northern. Characteristic of the north of England, usually capitalized. Northern Altai, a Turkic language spoken in the Altai Krai, Russia on the border of Kazakhstan. There is no mutual intelligibility with Southern Altai. Northern America, the parts of the North American continent that lie north of the Rio Grande River. Northern anchovies, plural of northern anchovy. Northern anchovy, synonym of Californian anchovy. Northern areas, former name of Gilgit-Baltistan. Northern Arm, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Northern Asia, synonym of North Asia. Northern Bahr el Ghazal, a state of South Sudan. Northern Beaches, a coastal area within northern Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Northern bilberries, plural of northern bilberry. Northern bilberry, a bog bilberry shrub and berry. Northern birch mice, plural of northern birch mouse. Northern birch mouse, a rodent classified in the family Smintidae, Cystostaphychelina, that is found in subarctic and cool temperate Asia from Scandinavia to Lake Baikal. Northern blindfish, synonym of northern cavefish. Northern blot analysis, a laboratory technique akin to southern blot analysis used to identify RNA fragments. Northern bobwhite, a bird of the species Colonus virginianus, native to eastern North America. Northern bobwhites, plural of northern bobwhite. Northern bog lemming, a small North American lemming, Synaptomys borealis. Northern bog lemmings, plural of northern bog lemming. Northern bubuk, a species of bubuk owl, Ninox japonica, breeding in East Asia and wintering in Southeast Asia. Northern bubuks, plural of northern bubuk. Northern bottlenose whale, a bottlenose whale of species Hyperoodon ampullatus, endemic to the North Atlantic. Northern bottlenose whales, plural of northern bottlenose whale. Northern brown argus, Aricia artaxerxes, a species of brown butterfly. Northern brown argus, plural of northern brown argus. Northern brown bandicoot, a species of marsupial bandicoot, Isodon macrourus, found on the northern and eastern coasts of Australia and nearby islands, mainly New Guinea. Northern brown bandicoots, plural of northern brown bandicoot. Northern Bruce Peninsula, a municipality on the Bruce Peninsula in Bruce County, Ontario, Canada, created in 1999 for the townships of St. Edmunds, Lindsay and Eastner, and village of Lions Head. Northern Brushdale possum, a species of possum, Trichigerus arnamensis, endemic to northern Australia, sometimes considered a subspecies of the brush-tail possum, Trichigerus vulpecula. Northern brush-tail possums, plural of northern brush-tail possum. Northern California, the northern half of the state of California, typically north of Monterey County, and its distinct culture centered around the San Francisco Bay Area. Northern Canada, a geographic region of northwest Canada comprising Yukon, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories. Northern Cape, a province of South Africa created in 1994 when Cape Province was split into three. Its capital is in Kimberley. Northern Cardinal, Cardinalis cardinalis, a North American songbird with a distinctive crest on the head and a mask on the face. The male is a vibrant red, while the female is a dull reddish olive. Northern Cardinals, plural of Northern Cardinal. Northern Carrier, synonym of WAT, SUWAT is yet to be in. Northern Cavefish, a kind of fish. Amblyopsis spelea. Northern common cuscus, a species of marsupial in the family Phalangeridae native to northern New Guinea and adjacent smaller islands, and also found in the Bismarck Archipelago, southeast and central Moluccas, the Solomon Islands, and Timor. Northern common cuscuses, plural of northern common cuscus. Northern cross, a summer asterism of the northern sky, said to resemble a cross. It includes the stars Deneb and Albiro. Northern curlew, synonym of Eskimo curlew. Narancipia, of, from, or relating to northern Cyprus. Narancipius. Plural of Northern Scipia. Northern Cyprus, a geographic region and de facto unrecognized country comprising the northeastern part of the island of Cyprus, internationally recognized as part of the country of Cyprus. Official name, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Capital, North Nicosia. Northern Dawn, synonym of Aurora Borealis. Northern District, one of the 6 administrative districts of Israel. Northern Dvina, a river in Russia. Northern England, a region forming the northern part of England, comprising the historic counties of Cheshire, Cumberland, Durham, Lancashire, Northumberland, Westmoreland, and Yorkshire. Northern England English, a group of dialects of the English language found in Northern England. Northern English, a group of dialects of the English language found in Northern England. Northern Europe, a socio-political region of Europe including such countries as Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Northern European, of, from, or pertaining to Northern Europe, its people, or its culture. Northern Europeans, plural of Northern European, are all of the northern countries from the United Kingdom and upwards and over before you hit Russia. Northern eyelash boa, a species of non-venomous snake, Trachyboa boulangeri, in the family Tropidophyidae, endemic to Central America. Northern eyelash boas, plural of northern eyelash boa. Northern firmus, a firmus of species Huperzia salego of temperate and boreal environments in the northern hemisphere. Northern firmuses, plural of northern firmus. Northern flicker, Colaps auratus, a medium-sized member of the woodpecker family, native to most of Central and North America. Northern flickers, plural of northern flicker. Northern fulmar, an Arctic seabird, Fulmarus glacialis. Northern fulmars, plural of northern fulmar. Northern fur seal, a fur seal of the species Cauarhinus Ursinus, formerly Archocephalus ursinus of the northern Pacific. Northern fur seals, plural of northern fur seal. Northern fur seal, alternative form of northern fur seal. Northern fur seals, plural of northern fur seal. Northern gannet, a seabird, Morus bassianus. Northern gannets, plural of northern gannet. Northern goshawk, Aster gentilis, a bird of prey of the family Accipitridae. Northern goshawks. Plural of northern goshawk. Northern grampians, the Shire of Northern Grampians, a local government area in Western Victoria, Australia. Northern grasshopper mice, plural of northern grasshopper mouse. Northern grasshopper mouse, Onychomeis leucogaster. A North American carnivorous rodent. Northern greater Gallego, Adelmer garnetii, a nocturnal, arboreal primate endemic to eastern Africa. Northern greater Gallegos, plural of northern greater Gallego. Northern hairy-nosed wombat, a species of wombat. Lasierhinus creftiae, now found only in Queensland, Australia. Northern hairy-nosed wombats, plural of northern hairy-nosed wombat. Northern harrier, Circus hudsonius, native to most of North America and Central America. Northern harriers, plural of northern harrier. Northern hawk owl, a medium-sized owl native to boreal forests of North America and Eurasia, Cernia oleula. Northern hawk owls, plural of northern hawk owl. Northern hemisphere, the hemisphere in Earth to the north of the equator, in which 90% of the total land area on Earth is located. Northern hemisphere, alternative letter case form of northern hemisphere. Northern hemispheres, plural of northern hemisphere. Northern hemispheres, plural of northern hemisphere. Northern house martin, the common house martin Dolichon urbicum. Northern house martins. Plural of northern house martin. Northern Inuit dog, a breed of dog developed from a breeding project in the UK in the 1980s with the objective of producing a dog breed that resembles a wolf. Northern Inuit dogs, plural of northern Inuit dog. Northern Iran, a coastal region in north of Iran and south of Caspian Sea, corresponding to the provinces of Gilan, Mazandaran, and Golston. Northern Ireland, a constituent country and province of the United Kingdom situated in the northeastern part of the island of Ireland. Northern Irelander, a person from Northern Ireland. Northern Irelanders, plural of Northern Irelander. Northern Irish, of or relating to Northern Ireland or its people, dialect, or culture. Northern Irish English, synonym of Ulster English. Northern Irishman, a man from Northern Ireland. Northern Irishman, plural of Northern Irishman. Northern Isles, a pair of archipelagos off the north coast of mainland Scotland, comprising Orkney and Shetland. Northern Jacana. Jacana spinosa, a ware in the family Jacanidae. Northern Jacanas, plural of Northern Jacana. Northern Ger. A branch of the Jera languages constituted by the Tambira dialect continuum. Northern Kentucky, The third largest metropolitan area in the U.S. state of Kentucky, its cities and towns serve as the de facto south side communities of Cincinnati, Ohio. It includes Boone, Kenton, and Campbell counties along the Ohio River, and sometimes other counties to the south are considered part of the region as well. Northern Khmer, a dialect of Khmer, which uses a different writing system than Central Khmer. Northern Kurdish, the Kurdish language with the largest number of speakers, spoken in Turkey, Syria, northernmost Iraq, and parts of Iran and Central Asia. Northern Ladle, a bright circumpolar asterism of the northern sky, said to resemble a ladle. It is part of the constellation Ursa Major and includes the stars Alkaid, Mizar, Aliyeth, Megrez, Dub, Merak, and Fekta. Northern lady fern, Atherium filix femina, native to the temperate northern hemisphere. Northern lady ferns, plural of northern lady fern. Northern lapwing, a crested plover, Vanellus vanellus. Northern lapwings, plural of northern lapwing. Northern lights, alternative letter case form of northern light. Northern lights, the aurora of the northern hemisphere. Northern lion, the nominate subspecies of lion. Panthera leo formerly distributed from Morocco eastwards across Africa above the Sahara through the Middle East to the Indian subcontinent, now restricted to Gir National Park in Gujarat, India. Northern lions, plural of northern lion. Northern Macedonia, the Republic of Northern Macedonia, formerly known as the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Northern maidenhair, Adiantum pedatum, a fern native to temperate and cool eastern North America. Northern Mariana Islander, a person from the Northern Marianas or of descent of the Northern Mariana Islands. Northern Mariana Islanders, plural of Northern Mariana Islander. Northern Mariana Islands, an archipelago, Commonwealth and dependent territory technically, an unincorporated territory of the United States in the Pacific Ocean. Official name, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Northern Marianas, ellipsis of Northern Mariana Islands. Northern Midlands, Northern Midlands Council, a local government area in central Tasmania, Australia. Northern Men, a variety of Min Chinese spoken in Northern Fujian, represented by the Jianu dialect. Northern Mindanao, an administrative region of the Philippines that comprises 5 provinces: Bukidnon, Camiguin, Misamis Occidental, Misamis Oriental, and Lanao del Norte. Northern mockingbird, a mockingbird of species Mimus polyglotos, principally of North America. Northern mockingbirds, plural of northern mockingbird. Northern monkey, someone from northern England, stereotyped as uncouth and uncivilized. Northern monkeys, plural of northern monkey. Northern Andabel, an African language belonging to the Nguni group of Bantu languages and spoken by the Ndebele or Matabele people of Zimbabwe. Northern Norway, the geographical area of Norway consisting of the northernmost counties of Nordland, Troms, and Finnmark. Northern Ohlone, a now revived language of the Ohlone people once spoken throughout the northern half of the San Francisco Bay Area, also known as Choctaw. Northern Oriole, Icterus galbula, a species of North American bird from 1973 to 1995, now divided into the eastern Baltimore Oriole and the western Bullock's Oriole. Northern Orioles, plural of Northern Oriole. Northern palm squirrel, a species of squirrel Funambulus pennantii native to the Indian subcontinent.
Invincible.
Northern palm squirrels, plural of northern palm squirrel. Northern Palmyra, nickname for St. Petersburg, a federal city of Russia. Northern pike, a species of pike, Essox lucius. Northern pikes, plural of northern pike. Northern pintail, a large duck of the species Anas acuta of wide geographic distribution. Northern pintails, plural of northern pintail. Northern poblacion, a barangay of Balingao, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Northern province, a province of Sri Lanka, capital Jaffna. Northern quail, a species of quail, Dasyurus halucas, native to parts of northern Australia. Northern quolls, plural of northern quoll. Northern raccoon, a mammal of the species Procyon lotter, native to North America. Northern raccoons, plural of northern raccoon. Northern raven, a common raven, Corvus corax. Northern ravens, plural of northern raven. Northern red oak, the red oak, Quercus rubra. Northern red oaks, plural of northern red oak. Northern red-backed vole, a species of vole, Myodes rudilus, former genus names Clethrionomes and Nivotomes. Northern red-backed voles, plural of northern red-backed vole. Northern region, a region of Ghana. Northern Rhodesia, a former protectorate of the United Kingdom, existing from 1911 to 1964, now called Zambia. Northern Rivers, a region in northeast New South Wales, Australia. Northern rock cress, a member of species Arabis petrea, a kind of rock cress growing in Central and Northern Europe. Northern salmon, a province of eastern Visayas, Philippines, capital, Kafarman. Northern Sami, the most widely spoken Sami language. It is spoken in northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland. It includes 3 dialects, Torn, Finnmark, and Sea Sami. Northern Savonia, a region in eastern Finland. Northern Screamer, the black-necked screamer, Chanachaveria. Northern Screamers, plural of northern screamer. Northern Scurfy Quaker moth, Homorthodes furfurata, a species of North American owlet moth. Northern Scurfy Quaker moths, plural of northern Scurfy Quaker moth. Northern Sea Row, a shipping lane from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean along the Russian Arctic coast from the Barents Sea, along Siberia to the Far East. Northern Shoveler, Spatula clipata, formerly Anas clipata, a duck breeding in northern areas of Europe and across the Pilarctic and across most of North America. Northern shovelers, plural of northern shoveler. Northern shrike, Lanius borealis, a large songbird species in the shrike family Laniidae native to North America and Siberia. Northern shrikes, plural of northern shrike. Northern shrimp, a species of shrimp found in cold parts of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, Pandalus borealis. Northern shrimps, plural of northern shrimp. Northern slimy salamander, Plethodon glutinosus, a terrestrial salamander of the eastern United States. Northern slimy salamanders, plural of northern slimy salamander. Northern snakehead, a fish of species Channa argus, native to Russia, China, and Korea, considered to be invasive in the United States. Northern snakeheads, plural of northern snakehead. Northern solstice, June solstice. when the sun reaches the northernmost point of the sky. Northern solstices. Plural of northern solstice. Northern Sotho, one of the Sotho languages, an official language in South Africa. Northern Soul, alternative letter case form of Northern Soul. Northern Soul, a music and dance movement of Northern England in the late 1960s, mainly based around Black American soul music. Northern Spell, synonym of trap ball. Northern State, a region in northern Israel containing Galilee and Tiberias. Northern States, plural of Northern State. Northern Storm Petrel, a seabird belonging to the family Hydrobatidae. Northern Storm Petrels, plural of Northern Storm Petrel. Northern Streamers, Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis. Northern Tablelands, a plateau and region in northern New South Wales, Australia. Northern Territories, a group of islands administered by Russia, claimed by Japan. Northern Territory, a territory covering northern and north-central Australia. Capital, Darwin. Northern Thai, the language spoken in the northern region of Thailand closely related to Thai and Lao. Northern three-toed jerboa, Dipus sagitta, a rodent in the family Dipididae. Northern three-toed jerboas, plural of northern three-toed jerboa. Northern tigrina, the feline Leopardus tigrinus. Northern tigrinus, plural of northern tigrina. Northern tree shrew, a shrew-like animal native to Southeast Asia from Assam to Indonesia, Tupaia belandri. Northern tree shrews, plural of northern tree shrew. Northern Triangle, a region of Central America consisting of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Northern Tropic, synonym of Tropic of Cancer. Northern Union Football. Synonym of Rugby League. Northern Virginia, a geographic region of Virginia corresponding to Virginia's suburbs and exurbs of Washington, D.C. Northern Viscacha, a species of rodent Ligidium peruanum found in South America. Northern Viscachas, plural of Northern Viscacha. Northern Wagoner, the Big Dipper. Northern Wakashan, the branch of the Wakashan language family composed of Haisla, Heiltsuk, Kwakwala, and Uwik. Northern water dragon, any of species Tropica gamma temporalis of agmid lizards, native to northern Australia, New Guinea, and southeastern Indonesia. Northern water dragons, plural of northern water dragon. Northern wheatear, Onend Onen, an old world flycatcher. Northern wheatears, plural of northern wheatear. Northern whiting, a fish of species Selego Sahama. Northern whitings, plural of northern whiting. Northern wild rice, wild rice of the species Zizania palustris, native to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan and Canada north and west of the Great Lakes. Northern wiretail, Radinostic to Banksy and Australian damselfly. Northern wiretails, plural of northern wiretail. Northern wolffish, a species of wolffish Anarhichus denticulatus found in the Arctic and North Atlantic Oceans. Northern woodrush, Luzula confusa, a flowering plant in the family Juncaceae. Northerner, Alternative letter case form of northerner. Northerners, plural of northerner. Northerness, northernmost. Northernization. Alternative spelling of northernization. Northernize. Alternative spelling of northernize. Northernize. Simple past and past participle of northernize. Northernizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of northernize. Northernizing. Present participle and gerund of northernize. Northernism. Anything characteristic of the northern part of a region. Northernisms. Plural of northernism. Northernization. The process of northernizing. Northernize. To make something northern in character. Northernize. Simple past and past participle of northernize. Northernizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of northernize. Northernizing. Present participle and gerund of northernize. Northernly. Northerly. Northernmost. Farthest north. Northerners. A fascination with the northern lands of Britain and Scandinavia, but also a sense of longing for an unattainable, imaginary world. Northerns. Plural of northern. Northers. Plural of northern. Northest. Superlative form of north. Most north. Norty. A surname from Old English. Northeast. Plural of Northy. Northfield. A number of places in the United Kingdom. Northfieldite. A type of siliceous rock containing of quartz and muscovite. Northfields. A suburb in the borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1679. Northfleet. A town within Gravesham Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6274. Northgate. A neighborhood of Fremont, Alameda County, California, United States. Northglen. A home rule municipality in Adams and Weld counties, Colorado, United States. North Rippian. The North Rippian Age. A subdivision of the Holocene epoch. Nordiak. A village and civil parish in Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8225. Nori. Somebody from the north of India, a northerner. Norries. Plural of Northy. Norio. A village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1446. Northing. The distance north of a standard reference latitude. Northings. Plural of Northing. Northington. A village and civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 560 8733. Northingtons. Plural of Northington. Norwich. Approximately to the north. Norite. A supporter of Frederick North, Lord North 1732-1792. British Tory politician. Norax. Plural of Northite. Northlake. A city in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Northland. A region in the far north of the North Island, New Zealand. Northlander. A northerner. Northlanders. Plural of Northlander. Northlands. plural of Northland. Northleach, a market town in Northleach with Eastington Parish, Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1114. Northleach with Eastington, a civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England, which includes the named places. Northley, a village and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 5099. Northley, synonym of Northerly. Nordmer, synonym of Norse. Northman, plural of Northmen. Northbourne, a hamlet in Bradworthy Parish, Torridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 3016. Northbourne, a surname. Northbours, plural of Northmore. Northmost, furthest to the north, most northern. Northness, a tendency in the end of a magnetic needle to point to the north. Nortonesses, plural of Northness. Norgalt, a suburban area in the borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. RAF Northolt is in the neighboring borough of Hillingdon. Northop Hall, a large village and community in Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 2767. Northover, a place in England. Northover, a suburban area in Glastonbury Parish, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4838. Northover projector, a rudimentary grenade launcher consisting of a tube on a tripod. Northpaw, a right-handed person. Northpaws, plural of Northpaw. Northport, a number of places in the United States. Northridge, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Norduron, a person from the north of some country, region, etc. A northerner. Norturons, plural of Norturon. Norturop, a surname. Norturops, plural of Northrop. Northrop, a surname. Northrops, plural of Northrop. Norris, plural of North. North side, the northern side of a building, street, area, etc. Northsider, someone living in the north side of a town, area, etc. Northsiders, plural of Northside. North sides, plural of North side. Northstowe, a new town and civil parish with a town council in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England, still under development in 2024. OS Grid Ref TL 4067. Northumber, a Northumbrian. Northumberland, a ceremonial county of England, the most northerly county of England, bordered by County down Cumbria Town, and where Scotland and the North Sea. Northumberland County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Sunbury. Northumberland Park, an area of Tottenham, Borough of Haringey, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3491. Northumberlander, a person from Northumberland. Northumberlanders, plural of Northumberlander. Northumbers, plural of Northumber. Northumbria, an Anglo-Saxon kingdom in the northeast of England, in full, Kingdom of Northumbria. Northumbrian, the dialect spoken by Northumbrians. Northumbrians, plural of Northumbrian. Norda, metric diploidal mineral. containing carbon, chlorine, magnesium, oxygen, and sodium. Northaps, plural of northup. Northward, the direction or area lying to the north of a place. Northward equinox, March equinox, when the sun crosses the equator while heading northward. Northward equinoxes, plural of northward equinox. Northwardly, northwards, toward the north. Northwards, northward in a northerly direction. Northway, a surname. Northaways, plural of north. Northwest, the intercardinal compass point halfway between west and north, specifically at a bearing of 315 degrees. Northwest angle, a peninsula of northern Lake of the Woods County. Minnesota. Northwest Arctic borough, a borough in Alaska, United States. The equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Borough seat, Kotzebue. Northwest by north. The compass point halfway between northwest and north-northwest, specifically 326.25 degrees, abbreviated as NWBN. Northwest by west. The compass point halfway between northwest and west-northwest, specifically 303.75 degrees, abbreviated as NWBW. Northwest Germanic. The branch of the Germanic language family consisting of the North Germanic and West Germanic languages combined. This includes all modern Germanic languages and all ancient Germanic languages except for East Germanic, which includes primarily Gothic. Northwest Imperative. Ellipsis of Northwest Territorial Imperative. Northwest Passage. The sea route through the Canadian Arctic archipelago and the Arctic Ocean, connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, between the Baffin Bay and the Beaufort Sea. Northwest Territorial Imperative. The plan to establish a white ethnostate in the northwestern United States. Northwest Territories. A territory in northern Canada. Capital, Yellowknife. Northwest Territory. A former territory of the United States that consisted of the future states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, plus part of Minnesota. It existed from 1787 to 1803. Northwest bound, toward the northwest. Northwester, a strong wind blowing from the northwest. Northwesterlies, plural of northwesterly. Northwesterly, situated in or pointing to the northwest. Northwesternmost, alternative spelling of northwesternmost. Northwester, of or pertaining to the northwest, from or to in such a direction. Northwestern boundary dispute, synonym of pig war. Northwestern Federal District, a federal district of Russia, bordering the Baltic Sea and containing the city of St. Petersburg. Northwestern Hawaiian Islands, the small islands and atolls in the Hawaiian island chain located northwest in some cases, far to the northwest of the islands of Kauai and Niihau. Northwesterner, a person from the northwest part of a geographic region. Northwesterners, plural of northwesterner. Northwesternmost, farthest northwest. Northwesterns, plural of northwestern. Northwesters, plural of northwester. Northwestmost, alternative spelling of northwestermost. Northwests, plural of northwest. northwestward, in or toward the northwest, northwestwardly, towards the northwest, northwestwards, northwestward, Northwich, a town and civil parish with a town council in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6573. Northwich, a hamlet in Pilning and Severn Beach Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5586. Northwick Park, a residential estate and business centre in Block, Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5586. Northwick Park, a residential estate and business centre in Blockley Parish, Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1636. Northwind, alternative form of Northwind. Norwold, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7597. Northwood, a suburb on the North Shore, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Northwood and Tinkersley, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England, which includes the named places. Northwood Hills, a locality in southeastern Northwood, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1090. Nourisher, an Etruscan goddess of time, fate, destiny, and chance. Norsen, any of many place names from words meaning north and enclosure. Norton and Cuckney, a former civil parish in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England, merged into Norton, Cuckney, Hullbeck, and Welbeck Parish on 1 April 2023. Norton Bridge, a small village in Chebsey Parish, Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8730. Norton Keynes, a village and civil parish in Cannock Chase District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0207. Norton Kinnears, a civil parish served by Watt and Norton Kinnears Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Harrogate District. Norton County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Norton. Norton Fitzwarren, a village and civil parish near Taunton, Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District. OS Grid Ref SD 1925. Norton Hawkville, a hamlet in Norton Malroad Parish, Bath, and northeast Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5964. Norton Malroad, a small village and civil parish in Bath and northeast Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6065. Norton Shores, a city in Muskegon County, Michigan, United States. Norton Sound, an inlet of the Bering Sea on the western coast of the U.S. state of Alaska, south of the Seward Peninsula. Norton St. Philip, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Mendip District. OS Grid Ref SD 7755. Norton Stone, a thought experiment that exhibits a non-deterministic system within the bounds of Newtonian mechanics. It involves an idealized particle initially sitting motionless at the apex of an idealized radially symmetrical frictionless dome of a certain form. The particle may, after an arbitrary period of time, slide down the dome in an arbitrary direction, contrary to intuition. Norton's theorem, a theorem which states that any electric circuit between two terminals containing only resistors, voltage sources, and current sources can be equivalently replaced with a single current source and resistor in parallel. Norton, Cuckney, Holbeck, and Welbeck. A civil parish in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England, which includes the named places. Norton juxta Kempsey, a civil parish in Wychevin District, Worcestershire, England. Norton-on-Tees, synonym of Norton, Stockton-on-Tees. Nortons, plural of Norton. Nortonville, a place in the United States. Nortricalorgenin, the lignin 3s 4s 3-hydroxy 3,4-bis 4-hydroxy 3-methoxyphenyl methyloxylane 2,1 present in Wickstromia indica. Nortritiline, a tricyclic antidepressant used in the treatment of major depression, childhood bedwetting, and certain chronic illnesses. Nortriptylines, plural of nortriptyline. Nortriterpene, any compound formally derived from a triterpene by removal of a methylene group. Nortriterpenes, plural of nortriterpene. Nortriterpenoid, any compound formally derived from a triterpenoid by removal of a methylene group. Nortriterpenoids, plural of nortriterpenoid. Nortropane, a bicyclic heterocycle derived from tropane by loss of a methylene group, any derivative of this compound. Nortropanes, plural of nortropane. Nortriptyline, a tricyclic antidepressant. Norwega, a legendary settlement in northeastern North America, said to be full of gold and pearls. Naraz, alternative form of Noraz. Norvalinate, any salt or ester of norvaline. Norvalinates, plural of norvalinate. Norvalination, reaction with norvalane or a norvalinate. Norvaline, an amino acid 2-aminobutanoic acid that is not found in protein. Norvalines, plural of norvaline. Norvanol, a form of denatured alcohol. Norwegian, obsolete form of Norwegian. Norvego, pertaining to Norway. Norvegophile, someone who admires Norway or its culture, cuisine, history, or people. Norvegophiles, plural of Norvegophile. Norvo, a surname from Norman. Norvels, plural of Norvel. Norvicensian, a pupil or alumnus of Norwich School, formerly King Edward VI Grammar School, a selective English independent day school in Norwich, England. Norvicensians, plural of Norvicensian. Noru, a surname. Norvanestrone, a therapeutic progestin. Nora, abbreviation of Norway. Norwalk, designating a calicivirus affecting humans, characterized by severe vomiting and diarrhea. Norwalk virus, any of several virus strains in genus Norovirus that cause acute gastrointestinal infection. Norwalk viruses, plural of Norwalk virus. Norward, archaic form of northward. Norwards, archaic form of northwards. Norway, a country in Scandinavia in Northern Europe. Official name, Kingdom of Norway. Norway and Sweden. Alternative form of Sweden and Norway. Norway haddock. Synonym of rosefish. Norway lemming, a lemming of species Lemmus lemmus, endemic of northern Scandinavia and northern Russia. Norway lemmings, plural of Norway lemming. Norway lobster, a small European lobster of the species Nephrops norvegicus. Norway lobsters, plural of Norway lobster. Norway maple, Acer platanoides, a species of maple native to most of Europe, the Caucasus, and northern Turkey. Norway maples, plural of Norway maple. Norway pine, Pinus resinosa, the state tree of Minnesota, native to North America from Minnesota, Wisconsin, and western Ontario east. Norway pines, plural of Norway pine. Norway rat, the brown rat Rattus norvegicus. Norway rats, plural of Norway rat. Norway saltpeter, calcium nitrate. Norway spruce, a species of spruce native to Europe and naturalized in temperate northeastern North America. Picea
Invincible.
Norway spruces, plural of Norway spruce. Norway Plus, a proposal for a post-Brexit settlement that would have consisted of membership of the European Free Trade Association EFTA and the European Economic Area as an EFTA member state, combined with a separate customs union with the European Union. Norwegian, obsolete form of Norwegian. Norwayans, plural of Norwegian. Norways, plural of Norway. Norwegian, synonym of Norway, a country in Northern Europe. Norwegian, a native of Norway. Norwegian Bokmål, Bokmål. Norwegian Buhund, a breed of dog of the Spitz type, used as an all-purpose farm and herding dog, as well as a watchdog and a nanny dog. Norwegian Buhund, plural of Norwegian Buhund. Norwegian coupling, a manually operated coupling at each end of some narrow-gauge railway rolling stock, consisting of a central buffer incorporating a hook that drops into a slot in the opposing central buffer. Norwegian couplings, plural of Norwegian coupling. Norwegian Elkhound, a dog of a certain northern Spitz type breed and also the national dog of Norway. Norwegian Elkhounds, plural of Norwegian Elkhound. Norwegian Empire, a loosely unified nation of the Kingdom of Norway's peak of power from 872 to 1397. Norwegian Forest Cat, a domestic cat breed noted for its above average size, long, water-repellent fur and woolly undercoat. Norwegian Forest Cats, plural of Norwegian Forest Cat. Norwegian Lundehund, a small dog breed of the Spitz type that originates in Norway, developed for the hunting of puffins and their eggs. Norwegian Lundehunds, plural of Norwegian Lundehund. Norwegian Nynorsk, Nynorsk. Norwegian rat, the brown rat. Norwegian rats, plural of Norwegian rat. Norwegian Sea, the northernmost part of the Atlantic Ocean, located northwest of Norway. Norwegian West, synonym of Minnesota West. Norwegianness, the spelling of Norwegianness. Norwegianization, alternative form of Norwegianization. Norwegianizations, plural of Norwegianization. Norwegianize, alternative form of Norwegianize. Norwegianized, simple past and past participle of Norwegianize. Norwegianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Norwegianize. Norwegianizing, present participle and gerund of Norwegianize. Norwegianization, the former Norwegian government's policy of assimilating the Sami and Kven peoples into an ethnically and culturally uniform Norwegian population. Norwegianizations, plural of Norwegian. Norwegianization. Norwegianize. To make Norwegian. Norwegianize. Simple past and past participle of Norwegianize. Norwegianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Norwegianize. Norwegianizing. Present participle and gerund of Norwegianize. Norwegianness. The quality or state of being Norwegian. Norwegians. Plural of Norwegian. Norwegian. A rejected name for Hafnium. Norwell. A place name. Norwells. Plural of Norwell. Norwest. A suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Nor'wester. Alternative form of northwester. Nor'westers. Plural of nor'wester. Norway. Norway, a country in Scandinavia and Northern Europe. Norwegian. Norwegian. Norwegians. Plural of Norwegian. Norwich. A city and local government district with borough status and county town of Norfolk, England. Norwich Pharmacal Order. A court order granted against a third party which has been innocently mixed up in wrongdoing, forcing the disclosure of documents or information. Norwich Pharmacal Orders. Plural of Norwich Pharmacal Order. Norwich Terrier. A breed of small terrier originating in the United Kingdom, with prick ears and a double coat. Norwicher. A native or inhabitant of Norwich, England. Norwichers. Plural of Norwicher. Norwood. A surname. Norwood Green. A suburban area of Southall, Borough of Ealing, Greater London, OS Grid Ref TQ 1378. Norwood Payneham and St. Peters. The city of Norwood Payneham and St. Peters, a local government area in Adelaide, South Australia. Norwood Reaper. The supposed bringer of male pattern baldness. Norwood Scale. Synonym of Hamilton Norwood Scale. Norzagara. A municipality of Bulacan, Philippines. Northern Istra. Northeastern region and administrative region of Iceland. Nas. Initialism of not otherwise specified. Nas. Plural of no. NLS. Plural of NO. Nas. Plural of no. Naseri. Alternative form of Nusari. Natharian. Alternative form of Nusarian. Nassaris. Plural of Nassari. Nawil. A surname. Nawils. Plural of Nozel. Nascabine. A benzylosaquinoline alkaloid obtained from plants of the Papaveraceae family, primarily used for its antitussive effects. Nascabines. Plural of nascapine. Nascabenoid. Any of a group of synthetic compounds based on nascapine. Nascabenoids. Plural of nascapinoid. Nascitur associaz. A canon of construction under which the questionable meaning of a doubtful word can be derived from its association with other words. Noscope. Alternative spelling of noscope. Noscope. Simple past and past participle of noscope. Noscopes. Plural of noscope. Noscoping. Present participle and gerund of noscope. Nose. A protuberance on the face housing the nostrils, which are used to breathe or smell. Nose about. Snoop around, to search in a place that one shouldn't. Nose ape. Synonym of proboscis monkey. Nose apes. Plural of nose ape. Nose around. Snoop around, to search in a place that one shouldn't. Nose art. Artwork found on the forward sections of aircraft, though usually not on the nose itself. Nose bag. Alternative spelling of nose bag. Nose bag. Plural of nose bag. Nose beard. Alternative form of nose beard. Nose beards. Plural of nose beard. Nose beer. Cocaine. Nose beers. Plural of nose beer. Nose bit. A bit similar to a gouge bit, but having a cutting edge on one side of its boring end. Nose bits. Plural of nose bit. Nosebleed. Alternative spelling of nosebleed. Nose bleeds. Plural of nose. Bleed. Nose blind. Lacking the sense of smell. Nose blindness. The condition of being nose blind, unable to detect particular odors and smells due to familiarity with or prolonged exposure. Nose bar. To gently touch an obstacle with the front wheel of the BMX, etc. bicycle while riding or jumping. Nose bar. Third person singular simple present indicative of nose bonk. Nose bridge. The upper, bony part of a human nose overlying the nasal bones. Nose bridges. Plural of nose bridge. Nose candy. Cocaine. Nose cap. A protective cap on the end of a gun stock. Nose caps. Plural of nose cap. Nose cone. The forwardmost part of an aircraft, rocket, or missile. It is shaped to minimize aerodynamic resistance. Nose cones. Plural of nose cone. Nose count. Synonym of head count. Nose counts. Plural of nose count. Nose deaf. Synonym of nose blind, lacking the sense of smell. Nose die. Alternative form of nose dive. Nose dives. Plural of nose dive. Nose flute. A flute playing by blowing through one's nose. Nose flutes. Plural of nose flute. Nose gear. Alternative form of nose gear. Nose gears. Plural of nose gear. Nose glasses. A style of eyeglasses without earpieces, often attached to a cord or ribbon allowing them to be hung around the neck. Nose grind. Alternative form of nose grind. Nose grinds. Plural of nose grind. Nose guard. An item of protection worn over the nose. Nose guards. Plural of nose guard. Nose in the act. The condition of being disdainful. Uppity or stuck up.
Invincible.
Nose job. A plastic surgical procedure to alter the appearance of the nose, especially for cosmetic reasons, the resulting physical appearance of the nose. Nose jobs. Plural of nose job. Nose key. A fox wedge. Nose keys. Plural of nose key. Nose leather. The rhinarium, or naked skin, on the nose of most mammals. Nose leathers, plural of nose leather. Nose line, a line of rope or cord attached to the nose peg of a camel. Nose lines, plural of nose line. Nose monkey, synonym of proboscis monkey. Nose monkeys, plural of nose monkey. Nose of wax, a person who is pliant and easily influenced. Know that, to find using one's sense of smell. Nose out of joint, an emotional state where someone is in a bad mood because they have been offended by or taken exception, objected to some action, usually involving being seen in an inferior light to another person. Nose over, to crash by landing such that the nose of the plane hits the ground first, causing the plane to topple forward. Nose pad, either of the small pieces on many eyeglasses that rest on the wearer's nose. Nose pads, plural of nose pad. Nose peg, a short, sturdy peg inserted through the flesh of the nostril of a working camel, used to help steer the animal. Nose pegs, plural of nose peg. Nose piece, alternative form of nose piece. Nose pieces, plural of nose piece. Nose poke, to make a selection in a psychological experiment by poking the nose through one of several apertures in order to break a light beam. Nose poke, simple past and past participle of nose poke. Nose pokes, plural of nose poke. Nose poking, present participle and gerund of nose poke. Nose powder, cocaine. Nose putties, plural of nose putty. Nose putty, a wax-based substance for temporarily changing the shape of a person's nose, for example in a theatrical production. Nose ring, a ring affixed to the snout of cattle to make them follow immediately when a chain is attached to the ring. Nose ring, plural of nose ring. Nose slide, alternative form of nose slide. Nose slides, plural of nose slide. Nose strip, a pore strip for use on the nose. Nose strips, plural of nose strip. Nose stud, a stud jewel stuck into the nose. Nose tackle, middle guard. Nose tackles, plural of nose tackle. Nose test, an informal method for determining whether something is authentic, credible, or ethical by using one's common sense or sense of propriety. Nose tests, plural of nose tests. Nose to tail, arranged in close formation, one behind the other. Nose to tails, plural of nose to tail. Nose to the grindstone, used to form idioms meaning to force someone to work hard or to focus intensely upon their work. Nose trimmer, an electrical device for clipping the nasal hair. Nose trimmers, plural of nose trimmer. Nose weight, alternative form of nose weight. Nose weights, plural of nose weight. Nose whistle, a whistle played by blowing through the nose. Nose whistles, plural of nose whistle. Nose bag, alternative spelling of nose bag. Nose bags, plural of nose bag. Nose beard, alternative form of nose beard. Nose beards, plural of nose beard. Nose blind, alternative form of nose blind. Nose bonk, alternative form of nose bonk. Nose gandy, alternative spelling of nose candy. Nose dead, possessed of an extremely poor or non-existent sense of smell. Nose deaf, alternative form of nose deaf. Nose dive, alternative form of nose dive. Nose dives, plural of nose dive. Nose ender, a straight blow delivered full on the nasal promontory. Nose enders, plural of nose ender. Nose first, having the nose first. Nose glasses, alternative form of nose glasses. Nose-ish, characteristic of a nose, nose-like. Nose job, alternative form of nose job. Nose jobs, plural of nose job. No lead, ruled. And befooled completely. Nose nipper, a facial attachment that is fitted with a clasp pinching the nose. Nose nippers, plural of nose nipper. Nose peck, to pick one's nose. Nose peck, simple past and past participle of nose pick. Nose picker, one who picks their nose. Nose pickers, plural of nose picker. Nose picking, insertion of one's finger into one's nostril, especially to remove mucus. Nose pickings, plural of nose picking. Nose pecks, plural of nose pick. Nose ring, wearing a nose ring. Nose shot, alternative form of nose shot. Nose suspended, suspended by a nose on the motor from the bogie frame. Nose to nose, direct, confrontational. Nauseam. No slight. Nauseant, plural of nausean. Nose art, alternative spelling of nose art. Nose bag, a sack or bag for feeding a horse, mule, ox, or similar animal, generally on the move or away from the home stable or paddock, designed to be attached to harness and slipped over the animal's nose to permit feeding while eliminating spillage. Designs vary. Nose bag,
Invincible.
wearing a nose bag. Nose bags, plural of nose bag. Noseband, the part of a bridle or halter that goes over the nose of an animal, particularly a horse. Nosebands, plural of noseband. Nose bar, a knife edge between components of a conveyor belt system that allows smaller items to be transported. Nose bars, plural of nose bar. Nose beard, mustache. Nose beards, plural of nose beard. Nosebleed, hemorrhage from the nose usually, blood flow exiting the nostrils that originates from the nasal cavity. Nosebleed plant, Achillea millefolium or common yarrow, a flowering plant widespread in the temperate northern hemisphere, formerly and sometimes used to stanch the flow of blood. Nosebleed seat, a seat in the nosebleed section, usually cheaper and with a poorer view than other seats. Nosebleed seats, plural of nosebleed seat. Nosebleed section, the seats high in the back of bleachers, stands, or the balcony at a theater or stadium. usually cheaper and with a poorer view than other seats. Nosebleed sections, plural of nosebleed section. Nosebleeder, one who experiences nosebleeds. Nosebleeders, plural of nosebleeder. Nosebleeding, the occurrence of nosebleeds. Nosebleeds, plural of nosebleed. Noseblind, alternative form of noseblind. Nosebleed, the blood produced from a nosebleed. Nosebone, an ollie in which one pushes the front part of the skateboard down after the top of the arc. Nosebones, plural of nosebone. Nosebridge, alternative form of nosebridge. Nosebridges, plural of nosebridge. Nosebur, any of the genus Tagia of flowering plants in the spurge family Euphorbiaceae. Noseburns, plural of noseburn. Nosebutter, to roll up onto the tips of the skis in order to create a controlled spin. Nosebutter, simple past and past participle of nosebutter. Nosebuttering, present participle of nosebutter. Nosebutters, third person singular simple present indicative of nosebutter. Nosecap, alternative form of nosecap. Nosecaps, plural of Noscow. Noscow, alcohol-free Prosecco. Nosebuff, a device that holds a person's nostrils closed to prevent water from entering or air from escaping during swimming and other aquatic activities. Noseclips, plural of noseclip. Nosegun, alternative spelling of nosecone. Nosecones, plural of nosecone. Nosed, simple past and past participle of nose. Nosed about, simple past and past participle of nose about. Nosed around, simple past and past participle of nose around. Nosed out, simple past and past participle of nose out. Nosed over, simple past and past participle of nose over. Nosedive, alternative form of nosedive. Nosedive, a head-first fall or jump. Nosedive, simple past and past participle of nosedive. Nosedive, plural of nosedive. Nosediving, present participle. And gerund of nosedive. Noseness, the state or quality of having a particular number of or type of nose. Nosedive. Simple past of nosedive. Nosea, a biting midge, is small flying insect that harasses people out of doors, particularly in warm weather after sunset. Nosedans, plural of noseam. Nose first, alternative form of nose first. Noseful, as much of a scent etc. as can be taken into one's nose, a sniff. Nosefuls, plural of noseful. Nosnack, a small bunch of fragrant flowers or herbs tied in a bundle, often presented as a gift. Nosegays were originally intended to be put to the nose for the pleasant sensation or to mask unpleasant odors. Nosegay, adorned with a nosegay. Nosegays, plural of nosegay. Nosegear, an undercarriage or landing gear located underneath the nose of an aircraft. Noseden, Nostens, plural of noschen. Nose glasses, alternative form of nose glasses. Nose grab, an aerial maneuver in which the skater ollies, then pops the back foot off board and grabs the nose front of the skateboard.
Here we go.
Nose grabs, plural of nose grab. Nose grind, a trick where the skater grinds with only the front truck of the board. Nose grinded, simple past and past participle of nose grind. Nose grinding, present participle and gerund of nose grind. Nose grinds, plural of nose grind. Nose guard, alternative form of nose guard. Nose guards, plural of nose guard. Nosole, a nostril. Nosoles, plural of nosole. Nose dive, alternative form of nose job. Nose jobs, plural of nose job. Nose a surname. Nosex, plural of nosek. Nosal, obsolete spelling of nuzzle. Nosleaf, the elaborate structure of skin surrounding the nostrils of many species of bat. Nosleaves, plural of nosleaf. Nosleeves, plural of nosleaf. Noselt, simple past and past participle of bat. Nosleeves, plural of nosleaf. No sleeves, plural of no sleeve. Noselt, simple past and past participle of nosel. Noless, lacking a nose. Noselessly, without a nose. Noselessness, the state or quality of lacking a nose, being noseless. Noseleft, a rhinoplasty operation. Noseleft, plural of noseleft. Nose-like, resembling or characteristic of a nose. Noseling, present participle and gerund of nosel. Noselite, a rare fluorescent isometric feldspathoid mineral. Noselites, plural of noselite. Nosels, third person singular simple present indicative of nosel. Nosely, of, relating to or characteristic of the nose or noses, nasal, nosy. Nosema, nosema disease. Nosema disease, alternative letter case form of nosema disease, infectious disease of some insects caused by some microsporidian parasites. Nosema diseases, plural of nosema disease. Nosema disease, alternative form of nosema disease, infectious disease of some insects caused by some microsporidian parasites. Nosema diseases, plural of nosema disease. Nosemated, any member of the family Nosmatidae of organisms classified variously as in the taxonomic kingdoms fungi or protozoa. Nosmatids, plural of nosmatid. Nosmosis, nosema disease, infectious disease of some insects caused by some microsporidian parasites. Nose, the distinctive quality of a nose. Nose beggar, alternative form of nose beggar. Nose beggars, plural of nose beggar. Nose piece, anything originally a piece of armor that protects the nose. Nose pieces, plural of nose pieces. Nose pin, any of various decorative ornaments that are worth the end of the nose. Nose pins, plural of nose pin. Nose plug, a plug placed in the nose, usually to prevent accidental inhalation of water when swimming. Nose plugs, plural of nose plug. Nose spout, alternative form of nose poke. Nose poked, simple past and past participle of nose poke. Nose pokes, plural of nose poke. Nose poking, alternative form of nose poking. Nose sprint, an imprint of a nose, usually an animal's nose. Nose sprinted, simple past and past participle of nose sprint. Nose sprinting, present participle and gerund of nose sprint. Nose sprints, plural of nose sprint. Knower, a nosy person. Nosridden, past participle of noseri. Noseri, to maneuver a surfboard from the front end. Noserider, one who noserides. Noseriders, plural of noserider. Noserides, third person singular simple present indicative of noseride. Noseriding, present participle and gerund of noseride. Nosering, alternative form of nose ring. Nosering, alternative form of nose ringed. Noserings, plural of nose ring. Nosrode, simple past of noseride. Nosers, plural of noser. Know this? Plural of nose. Nose is a
invincible,
about. Third person singular simple present indicative of nose about. Noses around. Third person singular simple present indicative of nose around. Noses of wax. Plural of nose of wax. Noses at. Third person singular simple present indicative of nose out. Noses out of joint. Plural of nose out of joint. Noses over. Third person singular simple present indicative of nose over. Noses to grindstone. Plural of nose to the grindstone. Nose shot. Range of smell, a distance in which something is detectable by smell. Nose slide, a board slide performed on the nose. Nose slides, plural of nose slide. Nose smart, watercress. Nose sore, something that smells foul to the nose. Nose sores, plural of nose sore. Nose furl, a nostril. Nose furls, plural of nose furl. Noseward, toward the nose. Nosewards, towards the nose. Nose weight, the vertical downward force that a trailer or caravan exerts on the tow vehicle's tow bolt. Nose weights, plural of nose weight. Nose whale, the wheel of an aircraft's nose gear. Nose wheels, plural of nose wheel. Nose wing, the arch of cartilage on either side of the nose. Nose wings, plural of nose wing. Nose wise, by means of the nose. Nose witness, a witness who gives evidence of what they have smelled. Nose work, the use of the sense of smell to track down targets. Noseworthy, worthy to be smelled. Nosy, alternative spelling of nosy. Nosy Parker, an overly inquisitive or prying person. Nosy Parker, simple past and past participle of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkering, present participle and gerund of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkers, plural of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parker, alternative form of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parker, simple past and past participle of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parkering, present participle and gerund of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parker. Nosy Parkered, simple past and past participle of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parkering, present participle and gerund of Nosy Parker. Nosy Parkers, third person singular simple present indicative of Nosy Parker. Mousy, simple past and past participle of Nosy. Nosy, present participle and gerund of Nosy. Noise, plural of Nosferatu, a vampire. Nosferatu spider, Zoropsis spinamana, a relatively large hunting spider originally from southern Europe. Nosh, oh, Noshoff, to eat something. Nosov, a feast, a hearty meal. Noshups, plural of noshop. Nosh, simple past and past participle of nosh. Noshed off, simple past and past participle of nosh off. Nosher, someone who noshes, an eater. Nosheries, plural of noshery. Noyers, plural of nosher. Noshery, a restaurant. Nohes, plural of nosh. Nosh is off, third person singular simple present indicative of nosh off. Noshi, a form of ceremonial origami consisting of white paper folded with a strip of dried balone or meat and expressing good wishes or good fortune. Moshing, present participle and gerund of nosh. Noshing off, present participle and gerund of nosh off. Moshings, plural of noshing. Not sure, not on the shore such as drilling for oil in the ocean. Noshering, the use of noshore solutions, specifically the business practice of combining elements of offshore and nearshore outsourcing solutions with local resources. For example, software developers may be in Mexico, whereas project managers will be based in the United States in San Diego. Nosherings, plural of noshering. Nosy and mouse. Nosy, simple past and past participle of nosy. Nosy, comparative form of nosy, more nosy. Nowsies, plural of nosy. Nosiest, superlative form of nosy, most nosy. Nosheptide, a particular macrocyclic diopeptide antibiotic. Nosily, in a nosy manner. Nosiness, the papiabeam nosy. Nosinuses, plural of nosiness. Knowing, present participle and gerund of nose. Nosing about, present participle and gerund of nose about. Nosing around, present participle and gerund of nose around. Nosing out, present participle and gerund of nose out. Knowing over, present participle and gerund of nose over. Nosing, plural of nosing. Nasiriba, emphatically no. Nosism, a form of egotism in a group of people. Gnosis, practicing or pertaining to Nosism. Nosivka, a city in Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. Nosika, a surname. Nosikas, plural of Nasca. Naslai, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Nasal, obsolete form of nozzle. Nosler, a surname. Nozzlers, plural of Nosler. Nozzles, plural of Nozzle. Nurserowan, a historical region of northeastern Transylvania in present-day Romania settled from the 12th century onwards by Transylvanian Saxons. Nosau, de nosocomophobia, an abnormal fear of hospitals. Nosocomia, plural of nosocomium. Nosocomio, of an infection or its cause arising from the environment of or treatment in a hospital. Nosocomiality, they call it a nosocomially, in a nosocomial manner or context, from or in a hospital. Nosocomium, an ancient hospital. Nosocuses, hearing loss caused by factors other than noise or pure presbycuses, such as drug use or hypertension. Nosode, a homeopathic preparation of disease matter. Nosodendrid, any beetle in the family Nosodendridae. Nosodendrids, plural of nosodendrid. Nosodes, plural of nosode. Nosogenesis, the development of disease. Nosogenetic, related to nosogenesis. Nosogenic, causing disease. Misogyny, synonym of nosogenesis. Nosogeographical, of or relating to nosogeography. Nosogeography. Etiology of disease. Nosognosia, the ability of a person to recognize his or her own medical disorder. Nosographer, an expert in nosography. Nosographers, plural of nosographer. Nosographic, of or pertaining to nosography. Nosographical, relating to nosography. Nosographically, in terms of nosography. Nosographies, plural of nosography. Nosography, the systematic naming and description of diseases. Nosologic, pertaining to nosology or the classification of diseases. Nosological, of or pertaining to nosology. Nosologically, in terms of nosology. Nosologies, plural of nosology. Nosologist, one who studies diseases. Nosologists, plural of nosologists. Nosology, a treatise or written classification of diseases. Nosomania, a form of hypochondria involving a morbid belief that one is suffering from an unusual disease. Melanomy, the scientific classification of diseases. Nosoparasite, a microorganism that modifies an existing disease in order to survive. Nosoparasites, plural of nosoparasite. Nosophan, iodine compound is a yellowish-gray powder by the action of iodine on phenolphthalein. Nosophilia, sexual arousal from knowing that a partner has a terminal illness. Nosophobe, someone who suffers from nosophobia. Nosophobes, plural of nosophobe. Nosophobia, an excessive or irrational fear of contracting a disease such as HIV/AIDS, pulmonary tuberculosis, venereal diseases, cancer, and heart diseases. Nosophobias, plural of nosophobia. Nosophobic, relating to nosophobia. Nosophy, a pathogenic microorganism of the plant kingdom. Nosophytes, plural of nosophyte. Nosopoetic, producing disease. Nosopoietic, alternative form of nosopoetic. Nososymbiosity, the collective pathogenic potential of a microbial community. Nosotherapy, the medical treatment of a disease, especially the deliberate use of one disease to treat another. Nosotrophy, the care and nursing of the sick. Nosotropic, describing a therapy that is directed against the pathological symptoms of a disease. NoSQL, a broad class of database management systems that differ from traditional relational databases in not using SQL as a primary query language and in omitting some common features to enhance scalability. NASA, alternative form of NASA. Nassau, a surname. Nassau, a town in Zaven, Flemish Brabant Province, Belgium. Nossiter, a surname. Nossiters, plural of Nossiter. Nossa, pronunciation and spelling of no, sir, representing African American vernacular English. Nostalgia, a longing for home or familiar surroundings, homesickness. Nostalgic goggles, a nostalgic perspective which obscures the reality of nostalgia. Nostalgic, a nostalgic person. Nostalgics, plural of nostalgic. Nostalgias, plural of nostalgia. Nostalgic, of, having, or relating to nostalgia. Nostalgically, in a nostalgic manner. Nostalgics, plural of nostalgic. Nostalgie de la Val, a yearning for something base or vile. Nostalgize, alternative form of nostalgize. Nostalgized, simple past and past participle of nostalgize. Nostalgizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nostalgize. Nostalgizing, present participle and gerund of nostalgize. Nostalgism, a nostalgic attitude. Nostalgist, a person who is prone to nostalgia. Nostalgists, plural of nostalgist. Nostalgize, to treat nostalgically. Nostalgized, simple past and past participle of nostalgize. Nostalgizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nostalgize. Nostalgizing, present participle and gerund of nostalgize. Nostalgy, archaic. Form of nostalgia. Nostal, a locality in Huntwick with Falby and Nostell Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4017. Nostabend, alternative form of Nostabend. Nostabends, plural of Nostabend. Nostabend, a tool used to wind yarn into a ball for use in knitting, crocheting, or weaving. Nostabends, plural of Nostabend. Nostoc.
Invincible.
Any member of the genus Nostoc of cyanobacteria found in a variety of environmental niches that form colonies composed of filaments of monoliform cells in a gelatinous sheath. Nostocaceous, belonging to the family Nostocaceae of cyanobacteria. Nostocallium, any cyanobacterium of the order Nostocales. Nostocallians, plural of Nostocallian. Nostosratid, Enione in the family Nostosratidae. Nostosratids, plural of Nostosratid. Nostocaceous, resembling or relating to the cyanobacteria genus Nostoc. Nostocoi, resembling a member of the genus Nostoc of Cyanobacterium. Nostocs, plural of Nostoc. Nostocycle peptide, any of a group of cyclic peptides produced by cyanobacteria of the genus Nostoc. Nostocycle peptides, plural of Nostocycle peptide. Nostoi, plural of Nostos. Nostolpid, any fish of the family Nostolpidae. Nostologic, relating to Nostology. Nostological, relating to Nostology. Nostology, the study of senility. Gerontology. Nostomania, an overwhelming desire to return to familiar surroundings or to one's home. Nostopathy, a fear of returning home, for example after prison or military service. Nostoptin, any of a group of cyclopeptides present in nostoc that inhibit elastase. Nostoptins, plural of nostoptin. Nostoptali, a peptide present in cyanobacteria of the genus Nostoc. Nostophobia, a fear of or aversion to returning to one's home. Nostos, a homecoming as after a long journey. Gnostic xanthan, a carotenoid 1R2R41E3E5 E7 E9 E11 E13 E15 E17 E18 4R5 R45 dihydroxy 2,6,6-trimethylcyclohexane 1L3,7,12,16 tetramethyloctaco 1,3,5,7,9 11 13 15 17 nenyl 3,3,5 trimethylcyclohex 4-ene 1,2-diol present in some bacteria and blue-green algae. Nostra, plural of nostrum. Nostra culpa, our fault, due to our error, we are to blame. Nostra remedia, plural of nostrum remedium. Nostra spawn, on its own initiative. Nostradamian, of or relating to Nostradamus. Nostradamus, of or relating to Nostradamus. Nostradamus, a French astrologer and author of prophecies who lived in the early 1500s. Nostradamuses, plural of Nostradamus. Nostril, of or pertaining to the inside of the nose, specifically nostrils. Nostrat, a conjectural and not widely accepted grouping of languages including the Indo-European, Uralic, Altic, Chukchi-Kamchakan, Eskimo-Ute, Dravidian, Elamite, Sumerian, Kartvelian, and Afro-Asiatic languages, and less commonly including the Aegean and Innu languages as well. Nostratices, a proponent of the existence of the conjectural Nostratic superfamily, or a linguist who studies it. Nostratices, plural of Nostratices. Nostrificate, to grant recognition to a degree from a foreign university, to nostrify. Nostrificated, simple past and past participle of nostrificate. Nostrificates, third person singular simple present indicative of nostrificate. Nostrificating, present participle and gerund of nostrificate. Nostrification, the process or act of granting recognition to a degree from a foreign university. Nostrifications, plural of nostrification. Nostrify, simple past and past participle of nostrify. Nostrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of nostrify. Nostrify, to nostrificate, to grant recognition to a degree from a foreign university. Nostrifying, present participle and gerund of nostrify. Nostril, either of the two orifices located on the nose or on the beak of a bird, used as a passage for air and other gases to travel the nasal passages. Nostrils, alternative form of nostril. Nostrophyll, the amount of the substance that can fit in a nostril. Nostrophylls, plural of nostrophyll. Nostrility, the condition of having pronounced nostrils. Nostril, having a specific type or number of nostrils. Nostrils, plural of nostril. Nostrilsful, plural of nostrilful. Nostrovia, cheers a toast. Nostrum, a medicine or remedy in conventional use which has not been proven to have any desirable medical effects. Nostrum remedia, any folk medicine or popular cure that is not tested, especially one not used in medicine. Nostrums, plural of nostrum. Nasa, a negative response addressed to a man, no. Noe, prying. Inquisitive or curious in others' affairs, tending to snoop or meddle. Know thee Nancy, an inquisitive person. Nosy Parker, alternative spelling of nosy Parker. Nosy Parker, simple past and past participle of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkering, present participle and gerund of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkers, plural of nosy Parker. Nosy Parker, alternative spelling of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkered, simple past and past participle of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkering, present participle and gerund of nosy Parker. Nosy Parkers, third person singular simple present indicative of nosy Parker. Nosebodies, plural of nosebody. Nosebody, a nosy person. Nosy, present participle and gerund of nosy. Know thou, synonym of nitrobenzenesulfonyle. Now those, plural of nozzle. Not a unary operation on logical values that changes true to false and false to true. Not alternative spelling of not.
Invincible.
Not a bit of it. Not at all, in no way whatsoever. Not a bother on someone. Someone is fine. All is well with someone. Not a chance. Absolutely not. No way. Not a hang. Not a bit. Not in the least. Not the little. Much very. Considerably. Not a minute too soon. At the last possible moment. Just in time. Not a moment too soon. Synonym of not a minute too soon. Not a one. Not any person or thing whatsoever. Not a patch on. Not an improvement over something. Not nearly as good as something. much worse than. Not a pretty sight. Something visually unappealing, ranging from mildly unattractive to utterly disgusting in appearance. Not a sausage. Absolutely nothing. None of something. Not a word of a lie. Synonym of no word of a lie. Not again. Expresses frustration and exasperation at the repeated occurrence of harmful event without assigning blame. Not all heroes wear capes. Real people are as capable of being heroic as fictional superheroes. Not anymore. Synonym of no longer. Not as black as one is painted. Not as bad as one is said to be. Not as green as one is cabbage looking. Not as naive or foolish as might be expected. Not at all. Not even a tiny bit. Not in any way. Not at home to. Not being received as a guest at someone's house. Not
Here we go.
Not bad. Reasonably good. Almost good. Mediocre. Not be able to hit the broadside of a barn. To have very poor aim, such as while using firearms or in sports. Not be caught dead. To refuse completely to do something, generally out of scorn. Not bear thinking about. To be too frightening or upsetting to even contemplate. Not before time indicates that something is occurring just in time or is overdue. Not but. Introducing a subordinate clause, frequently with that, it is not that the following clause is not the case. Not by any manner of means. Synonym of by no manner of means. Not by any means. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Not cricket. Unsportsmanlike. Not do someone any favors. To reflect badly on or to hurt in some way. Not do someone any favors. Alternative form of not do someone any favors. Not die. A vegan or vegetarian sausage or a hot dog sandwich made with one. Not dogs. Plural of not dog. Not done. Socially unacceptable as. Not enough. Room to swing a cat. Very little space available of a very small room. Not enough to hang a dog on. Of evidence, not strong or compelling, with very little or insubstantial evidence. Not equal sign. A relation symbol that indicates that two expressions are different. The not equal to symbol. Not equal signs. Plural of not equal sign. Not even. Introduces or constitutes a more emphatic negation or exclusion than not. Not even once. Expressing complete rejection or aversion. No way. Not even one. Not at all. Not even wrong. Of a supposedly scientific argument or explanation. Unable to be meaningfully discussed because it is based on fundamentally invalid reasoning or speculative premises that cannot be proven or falsified. Not exactly. Not or no. Not feeling it. Not feeling motivation or enjoyment with regard to something. Not for. Not to be subjected to a procedure indicates that the patient or relevant carers or next of kin have specifically requested that the procedure not be carried out. Not for attribution, indicating that a source must not be named. Not for nothing. Not for no reason. Not without reason, often for a good reason. Not for the world. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. A defiant no. Not forgetting. Used to add something to what has already been said. Not function. A function that is equivalent to the not operator. Not function. Plural of not function. Not gate. A logic gate performing a Boolean logic not operation. Not gates. Plural of not gate. Not give much for someone's chances. To not believe that someone will achieve their stated aim. Not going anywhere. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See not go anywhere. Not grow on trees. To be rare, not abundant, not easily acquired. Not guilties. Plural of not guilty. Not guilty. A formal plea by a defendant of not being culpable for the crime with which the defendant is charged. Not half. Greatly. To a considerable extent. Not half bad. Pretty good. Imperfect, but more than okay. Not happy. Jan. Used to express displeasure at someone else's incompetence. Not hardly. Hardly. Not at all. Not have a bane. To be destitute or penniless. Not have a care in the world. To be carefree. Not have a clue. To have no knowledge about a topic or situation. Not have a leg to stand on. To lack support as in an argument, debate, or negotiation. Not have a pot to piss in. To possess no money or resources. Not have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Synonym of not have a pot to piss in. Not have a prayer. To have no chance or possibility, usually in the face of peril or adversity. Not have both oars in the water. To be crazy. Not have the faintest. To not know. No. To have no idea. Not have the faintest idea. To not know. To have no idea. Not have the first idea. To not know anything about something. Not here for a haircut. Here for a specific reason. Having a task that must be done. Not here to fuck spiders. Used to indicate one has serious business to pursue and should not be wasting time. Not hit a cow's arse with a banjo. To have poor aim or to miss even an easy opportunity, particularly in sports. Not if I see you first. Used as a reply to see you later, see you soon, etc., implying that if the speaker sees the interlocutor first, the speaker will avoid them. Not if, but what? Inevitably. Not in a million. Alternative form of never in a million years. Not in a million years. Alternative form of never in a million years. Not in Kansas anymore. Alternative form of not in Kansas anymore. Not in Kansas anymore. No longer in quiet and comfortable surroundings. Not in the least. Not at all. Not in any way. Not in the slightest. Not at all. Not in any way. Not invented here. Invented outside one's own organization, referring to the knee-jerk dismissal of products, technologies, etc. that come from third parties. Not just a pretty face. Someone who is more intelligent, talented, or emotionally complex than might be assumed. Not just another pretty face. Alternative form of not just a pretty face. Not no one is born to be spoiled, to have an easy life without appreciating it. Not know what hit one, to be extremely surprised by an event. Not know what one is missing, to be missing out on something enjoyable. Not know where to turn. Alternative form of not know which way to turn. Not know whether one is coming or going. To be unclear about what one is doing, to be bewildered. Not know whether to shit or go blind, to be bewildered, especially about what future course of action one should take. Not know whether to spit or go blind. Synonym of not know whether to shit or go blind, be bewildered. Not know which way to turn. To be action one should take. Not know whether to spit or go blind. Synonym of not know whether to shit or go blind, be bewildered. Not know which way to turn. To be confused about how to handle a situation. Not least, especially, particularly. Not leave a stone unturned. Alternative form of leave no stone unturned. Not leave one's thoughts. To remain in one's mind for a long duration. Not likely. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. No way. Not long. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See not long. Not long for. Not destined or planning to remain. Not long for the world. Alternative form of not long for this world. Not long for this world. Unlikely to endure for much more time. Not look a day over. To appear to be no older chronologically than a certain age. Not make any bones about. Alternative form of make no bones about. Not much chop. Not very good. Unimpressive. Of poor quality. Not much cop. Not very good. Unimpressive. Not much of anything. Very little. Not a lot. Not much to look at. Unattractive. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. It is not my problem. It's none of my business. Indicates that one is not responsible for controlling or changing a volatile or delicate situation. Not out. Misspelling of not out. Not unacceptable or impossible. Not on your life. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Not on your Nelly. Alternative form of not on your Nelly. Not on your Nelly. Alternative form of not on your Nelly. Not on your Nelly. Not on your life. An emphatic form of no. Not on your tintype. An answer indicating outright rejection or denial. No way. Absolutely not. Not one. None at all. Not one bit. Not in the slightest. Not in the least. Not one's first rodeo. Not the first time one has been in a particular situation. Used to indicate past experience. Not operator. An operation on logical values that changes true to false and false to true. Not operators. Plural of not operator. Not out. Not dismissed and having not retired. Not pay any mind. Alternative form of pay no mind. Not proved. Synonym of not proven. Not proven. Having insufficient evidence to prove guilt or innocence under Scots law. Not Pygmalion likely. Not likely. Under no circumstances. Absolutely not. Not quite. Almost. Very nearly. Not really. To a low degree. Not particularly. Not especially. Not right in the head. Crazy. Insane. Not see for looking. Be unable to identify because one is trying too hard. Not see someone for dust. To not see someone at all. Implying a hasty departure. Not see straight. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See not, see straight. Not so fast. Used to tell someone to cease doing something or to call into question what someone has said. Not so hot. Not very good. Not so much. Indicates that the speaker identifies with a prior statement to a much lesser degree or not at all than the other person. Not that. Used to indicate that the following clause is not true and that this negatively impacts the importance of the preceding clause. Not that I know of. used to indicate that the response is probably no, but that the speaker is not entirely certain. Not the brightest bulb. Alternative form of not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Synonym of not the sharpest tool in the shed. Not the case. Used to show that an anterior explanation does not apply or does not adequately describe the situation. Not the end of the world. It's of minor importance. At least not as important as it first seemed. Not the sharpest crayon in the box. Synonym of not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Lacking in intelligence, dim-witted. Not the sharpest knives in the drawer. Plural of not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Not the sharpest tool in the box. Lacking in intelligence, dim-witted. Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Lacking in intelligence, dim-witted. Metayadan. Anticipating and preparing against the possibility that someone might outdo one, taking special measures to ensure one cannot be one-upped or outmaneuvered. Not to mention, an apophasis used by a speaker to introduce, despite claiming not to address a given point of discussion. Not to put too fine a point on it, used to apologize for a possibly impolite statement one is making, to put it bluntly, to express it in plain terms. Not to put too fine a word on it. Synonym of not to put too fine a point on it. Not to say, even perhaps, almost. Not to speak of. Synonym of not to mention, let alone, to say nothing of. Not to worry. There is no need for concern. There isn't a serious problem. Not touch with a barge pole. To avoid something at all costs. To refuse to associate with something signifies a strong aversion. Not touch with a 10-foot pole. To avoid something at all costs. To refuse to associate with something signifies a strong aversion. Not of the ball having bounced twice, usually called by the umpire in situations where it is unclear if the ball has bounced a second time to indicate to the players and spectators that the point is over. Not want to do that. To be in a state of doing or being about to do something that one is likely to regret, usually unknowingly or forgetfully. Not wanted on voyage. Used on destination tags for some of the passengers' baggage on a ship, for goods that were to be stored in the ship's hold, rather than kept available in the passenger's cabin, or wanted in stateroom. Not while pussy's a cat. Never. Not win for losing. To repeatedly fail in one's gambles or efforts. Not wise. Insane. Not with it. Inattentive. Not with the program. Disagreeing with taking a particular course of action. Not worth a brass farthing. Worth nothing or next to nothing. Not worth a continental. Worthless. Lacking in value, especially due to economic inflation. Not worth a crest. Worthless. Not worth a curse. Worthless. Not worth the dime. Worthless. Lacking in value. Not worth a plug nickel. Having no or almost no value. Worthless. Not worth a plug nickel. Alternative form of not worth a plug nickel. Not worth a tinker's curse. Synonym of not worth a curse. Not worth a whistle. Worthless or pointless. Not worth hell room. Worthless. Not worth salt. Worthless. Not worth the candle. Not worth the cost or trouble. Not worth the paper it is printed on. Of the document, paper, currency, etc. of no value whatsoever. Not worth the powder. Not worth the time or effort. Not worth the powder and shot. Alternative form of not worth the powder. Not worth writing home about. Be nothing to write home about. Unremarkable and mediocre. Not wrapped too tight. Not mentally sound. Unintelligent. Not yet. Not for the moment, though expected later. Not yet. Plural of not yet. Not your circus, not your monkeys. It's none of your business or not your responsibility, an exhortation to stay out of a volatile or delicate situation. Not your father's, recently changed, made unconventional through modernization. Not the contraction of not have. Not at homeness, of a person, a condition, or state of not being at home. Not die, alternative spelling of not dog. Not dogs, plural of not dog. Not for profit, providing goods or services, but not for the purpose of making a profit. Not for profits, plural of not for profit. Not apologies, plural of not apology. Not
Invincible.
apology, alternative form of nepology. Not self. The negative of self, someone or something that is not the self. Not so hot, alternative form of not so hot. Not there-ness, the quality of not being there, absence. Not to scale, presented at a size other than to scale. Not abbreviation of Nottinghamshire or Nottingham. No, the initial is of none of the above. No, the plural of nada. No, the augens, an old Irish pronominal clitic added to the end of an accentual unit containing a pronoun, now more commonly called emphatic suffixes. No, the Benny, take special note, used to add an aside or warning to a text. Notabilia, things or people worthy of notice. Notabilities, plural of notability. Notability, the quality or state of being notable or eminent. Notable, worthy of note, remarkable, memorable, noted or distinguished. Notableness, notability, the quality of being notable. Notables, plural of notable. Notables, superlative form of notable, most notable. Notably, as a pointed example in a notable manner. Note that canthid, any fish in the family Notocandae of deep sea Spiny eels. Notacanthids, plural of notacanthid. Notacanthiform, any of the odor notocandiforms of deep sea Spiny eels and halosaurs. Notacanthiforms, plural of notacanthiform. Nodiadents, plural of nodeaugens. Notia, plural of nodiam. Nodida, the back or upper surface as of a bird. None of law, initialism of no one turned away for lack of funds. A surname from Navajo. No, the of or pertaining to the back, dorsal. Notalgia, back pain. Notalgia, exhibiting or relating to notalgia. Notalian, synonym of subantarctic. No, the abbreviation of notice to airmen or gender-neutral notice to air missions, exhibiting or relating to notalgia. Notalian, synonym of subantarctic. No, the abbreviation of notice to airmen or gender-neutral notice to air missions, to inform pilots of hazards. NODA, alternative form of NOTAM. NODA, plural of NOTAM. NODAMs, plural of NOTAM. NOTANDEM, plural of NOTANDEM. NOTANDEM, something to be noted or observed, a notable fact. Notaphilia, relating to notaphily. Notaphilus, someone who studies or collects paper money or banknotes. Notaphilists, plural of notaphilus. Notaphily, the study or collecting of paper money or banknotes. No-tail rotor, a helicopter anti-torque system which replaces the use of a tail rotor. Notaria, plural of notarium. Notarial, pertaining to a notary or notaries. Notarially,
Invincible.
in a notarial manner by a notary. Notaries, plural of notary. Notaries public, plural of notary public. Notaries public. Plural of notary public. Notarican, a Kabbalistic method of deriving a phrase from a word, using the letters of the word as initial letters of words in the sentence. Notario, an unauthorized practitioner of immigration law. Notarization, alternative spelling of notarization. Notarizations, plural of notarization. Notarize, alternative spelling of notarize. Notarize, simple past and past participle of notarize. Notarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of notarize. Notarizing, present participle and gerund of notarize. Notarium, a fused vertebra in the shoulder of some species of birds and pterosaurs. Notarization, the act or process of notarizing. Notarizations, plural of notarization. Notarize, to be witness of the authenticity of a document and its accompanying signatures in one's capacity as notary public. Notarize, simple past and past participle of notarize. Notarizer, one who notarize. Notarizers, plural of notarizer. Notarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of notarize. Notarizing, present participle and gerund of notarize. Notaro, a surname from Italian. Notaros, plural of notaro. Notary, a lawyer of non-contentious private civil law who drafts, takes, and records legal instruments for private parties and provides legal advice, but does not appear in court on his or her client's behalf. Notary public, an officer who can administer oaths and statutory declarations, witness and authenticate documents, and perform certain other acts varying from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Notaryship, the state of being a notary. Notaryships, plural of notaryship. Notaspidian, a sea slug of the former suborder Notaspidia, now split into clades Umbricillata and Pluribranchimorpha. Notaspidians, plural of Notaspidian. Notatable, able to be conveyed through notation. Nodate, to mark with spots or lines, which are often colored. Nodate bene, plural of nota bene. Nodate, simple past and past participle of notate. Nodates, third person singular simple present indicative of notate. Nobetin, glucose oxidase. updating, present participle, and gerund of notate. Notation. The act, process, method, or an instance of representing by a system or set of marks, signs, figures, or characters. Notational. Of or pertaining to notation. Notationally. In terms of notation. Notationless. Without a notation. Notations. Plural of notation. Notator. Of or relating to notation. Notator. One who notates. A writer of notation. Notators. Plural of notator. Notaler. Relating to a notalis. Notali. Plural of notalis. Notalises. Plural of notalix. Notalix. A furrow in the interior parts of the mesonotum of some insects. Nodalis. Either of a pair of grooves on pudum. Nach. Initialism of none of these candidates. Nash. A V-shaped cut. Notch babies. Plural. Of Notch baby. Notch baby. A person born between 1917 and 1921 and as a result, as retiree, received lower cost of living increases in Social Security than others after Congress readjusted such benefits in 1977. Notch count. The number of sexual partners of a given individual. Notch count. Plural of notch count. Notch filter. A band stop filter with a narrow stop band. Notch filters. Plural of notch filter. Notch girdle. A V-shaped girdle removal of a ring of tree bark extending slightly beyond the bark into the sapwood. Notch girdles. Plural of notch girdle. Notch in one's bedpost. Alternative form of notch on one's bedpost. Notch in one's belt. Synonym of notch on one's bedpost. Notch on one's bedpost. A sexual conquest, a casual sexual partner. Notch on one's belt. Synonym of notch on one's bedpost. Notch on the bedpost. Alternative form of notch on one's bedpost. Notch up. To achieve, to gain by successful effort. Notcha. Near. Notcha. Well, capable of being notched. Notchback. A motor car whose rear window makes an angle with its back segment. Notchbacks. Plural of notchback. Notchboard. The board that receives the ends of the steps in a staircase. Notchboards. Plural of notchboard. Notch. Simple past and past participle of notch. Notched up. Simple past and past participle of notch up. Nacho. The repudiation of a wife by her husband, who thereby refuses to pay her debts. Notcher. One who makes notches. Notcher. Up. Nacho. The repudiation of a wife by her husband, who thereby refuses to pay her debts. Notcher. One who makes notches. Notchers. Plural of notcher. Notches. Plural of notch. Notches in one's bedpost. Plural of notch in one's bedpost. Notches in one's belt. Plural of notch in one's belt. Notches on bedposts. Plural of notch on the bedposts. Notches on one's bedpost. Plural of notch on one's bedpost. Notches on one's belt. Plural of notch on one's belt. Notches on the bedpost. Plural of notch on the bedpost. Notches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of notch up. Nati, comparative form of nachi, more nachi. Nat ist, superlative form of nachi, mus nachi. Nachiness, quality of being nach. She. Notching, present participle and gerund of notch. Notching up, present participle and gerund of notch up. Notchings, plural of notching. Notchless, without a notch or notches. Notchblisties, plural of notchblist. Notchblisty, the surgical enlargement of the intercondylate notch, creating space for an anterior cruciate ligament graft during knee reconstruction. Notchweed, stinking goose for Chenopodium vulvaria, a plant that gives off an unpleasant smell. Notchweeds, plural of notchweed. Notchwing, any of various moths of the genus Aclaris Synthas. Notchwings, plural of notchwing. Notchy, characterized by having notches. A written or printed communication or commitment. Note. Bash, alternative form of note bash. Note bash, simple past and past participle of note bash. Note bashes, third person singular simple present indicative of note bash. Note bashing, present participle and gerund of note bash. Notebook, alternative form of notebook. Notebooks, plural of notebook. Note card, alternative form of note card. Note cards, plural of note card. Note down, to write down, especially hurriedly to make a note of. No job, a bank robbery in which the robber hands the teller a note demanding cash. Note jobs, plural of note job. Note of admiration, an exclamation mark. Note of exclamation, an exclamation mark. Note of hand, a written guarantee to pay or repay a given sum, a receipt, a promissory note. Note of interjection, an exclamation mark. Note of interrogation, a question mark. Notepad, alternative spelling of notepad. Notepads, plural of notepad. Note payable, synonym of promissory note. Note shaver, one who buys banknotes at a discount greater than the legal rate of interest. Note shavers, plural of note shaver. Note to self, a reminder to oneself to do something important. Note value, a musical notation that indicates the relative duration of a note using the color or shape of the note head, the presence or absence of a stem, and the presence of flags. Note values, plural of note value. Note verbale, an unsigned diplomatic note written in the third person, of the nature of a memorandum but sometimes considered to be
invincible.
More formal. Note bash, to learn the most basic aspects of a piece of music such as the notes and rhythm via rote repetition, without regard for tempo, dynamics, style, or musicality, typically done when first learning a new piece, as a way to understand it and build muscle memory. Note bash, simple past and past participle of note bash. Note bashes. Third person singular simple present indicative of note bash. Note bashing. Present participle and gerund of note bash. Note perfect. Without singing or playing any musical notes out of tune or incorrectly. Note take. Alternative form of note take. Note takes. Third person singular simple present indicative of note take. Note taking. Alternative form of note taking. Note duck. Simple past of note take. Notable. Misspelling of notable. Note bandy. The demonetization of certain banknotes. Note binder. A notebook with flexible rings allowing pages to be moved around as in a binder. Note binders. Plural of note binder. Notebook. A book in which notes or memoranda are written. Notebook computer. A class of laptop computer that is around the size of a paper notebook with A4 or letter size pages. Notebook computers. Plural of notebook computer. Notebooker. A person who habitually writes in a notebook. Notebookers. Plural of notebooker. Notebookful. Written notes that fill a notebook. Notebookfuls. Plural of notebookful. Notebookish. Characteristic of jottings in a notebook rather than a finished artistic work. Notebookless. Without a notebook. Notebook-like. Resembling or characteristic of a notebook. Notebooks. Plural of notebook. Notebooksful. Plural of notebookful. Notebook. A surname. Notebooms. Plural of noteboom. Notach. A river in central Poland. Notetard. A paper card on which notes are written, or which is intended for such use. Note cards. Notach. A river in central Poland. Notetard. A paper card on which notes are written, or which is intended for such use. Note cards. Plural of note card. Note case. A wallet or billfold for holding banknotes. Note cases. Plural of note case. Noted. Well known because of one's reputation. Famous, celebrated. Noted down. Simple past and past participle of note down. Notedly. In a way that is noted, notably. Notedness. The quality of being noted. Note file. A file containing plain text with little or no formatting. Note files. Plural of notes file. Notesel. Useful, serviceable. Notehead. The elliptical head of a note in musical notation. Noteheads. Plural of notehead. Note holder. An entity holding a note, such as a promissory note. Note holders. Plural of note holder. Note holding. In possession of a note, such as a promissory note. Notekin. A brief letter or note. Notekins. Plural of notekin. Noteless. Without a note or notes. Notelessly. Without attracting notice, unremarked upon. Notelessness. The state of being without notes. Note that. A brief letter or note, a billet. Notelets. Plural of notelet. Note lie. Resembling or characteristic of a note musical tone. Notepad. A pad of paper often bound in which one jots down notes. A notebook. Notepad. Plural of notepad. Notepaper. Relatively small writing paper used for writing notes or letters, often provided with matching envelope. Notepapers. Plural of notepaper. Other. One who takes notice. In paper used for writing notes or letters, often provided with matching envelopes. Notepapers. Plural of notepaper. Another. One who takes notice. Notrid. Any member of family Notridae of burrowing water beetles. Notrids. Plural of notrid. Noters. Plural of noter. Notes. Acronym of Natural Orifice Transluminal Endoscopic Surgery. Notes. Plural of note. Notes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of note down. Notes of admiration. Plural of note of admiration. Notes of exclamation. Plural of note of exclamation. Notes of hand. Plural of note of hand. Notes of interjection. Plural of note of interjection. Notes of interrogation. Plural of note of interrogation. Notes payable. Plural of note payable. Notes to self. Plural of note to self. Notes verbales. Plural of note verbale. Notice. Second person singular simple present indicative of note. Notstein, a surname from German. Notsteins, plural. Notice. Second person singular simple present indicative of note. Notstein, a surname from German. Notsteins, plural of Notstein. Note day, to take notes. Note-taking, past participle of note-taking. Note-taker, one who writes down notes. Note-takers, plural of note-taker. Note-date. Third person singular simple present indicative of note-taking. Note-taking, the practice of writing down pieces of information gained from a particular source, such as a lecture or presentation. Note-taking. Plural of note-taking. Know that third person singular simple present indicative of note. Note-take. Simple past of note-taking. Note-wise, in terms of musical notes. Noteworthy. Comparative form of noteworthy. More noteworthy. Noteworthy. Plural of noteworthy. Noteworthiest. Superlative form of noteworthy. Most noteworthy. Noteworthy. In a noteworthy manner, notably. Noteworthiness. The quality or state of being noteworthy. Noteworthy. Deserving attention. Notable. Worthy of notice. Nigru. A village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1020. Notag. Alternative form of nothing. Notag. Alternative form of nothash. Notharctid. Any extinct prosimian in the family Notharctidae. Notharctids. Plural of Notharctid. Notharctine. Any extinct primate of the subfamily Notharctini. Notharctines. Plural of Notharctine. Nother. Neither. Nother. Contraction of nothing. Nother. Pronunciation spelling of nothing. Nothing. Not anything, no thing. Nothing about us without us. Political slogan stating that no policy should be decided by any representative without the full and direct participation of members of the group as affected by that policy. Nothing ball, a pitch which has neither much speed nor much spin. Nothing balls, plural of nothing ball. Nothing burger, alternative form of nothing burger. Nothing burgers, plural of nothing burger. Nothing but, only, nothing but net. The situation where the ball passes through the net without striking either the rim or the backboard, reflecting an especially good shot. Nothing doing. Absolutely not. Definitely no. Nothing else for it. Alternative form of nothing for it. Nothing for it. No alternative. Nothing else to be done or to have recourse to. Nothing gold can stay. Nothing good lasts forever. Nothing if not. Certainly, definitely, sometimes also obliquely, thoroughly, wholly, to a high degree, extremely. Nothing is certain but death and taxes. Nothing in life is certain nor can be taken for granted, except humorously that one will die one day and that one is required to pay taxes. Nothing is said that has not been said before. Alternative form of there is nothing new under the sun. Nothing less than. Certainly and completely, definitely, and wholly rather than merely mostly. Nothing like, not nearly. Nothing more than, merely. Nothing new under the sun. Alternative form of there is nothing new under the sun. Nothing personal. Indicates that one's remark is not directed at the interlocutor specifically, but is a general remark, and thus not intended to offend. Nothing sandwich. A bland sandwich with nothing or very little between the bread. Nothing sandwich is plural of nothing sandwich. Nothing special. Something ordinary or run-of-the-mill. Nothing succeeds like success. People who are already successful tend to have additional successes. Nothing to choose between. Effectively, no difference between. Nothing to it. Easy, simple, or straightforward. Nothing to see. Not connected or associated. Nothing to do with. Nothing to see here. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See nothing to see here. Nothing to sneeze at. Something that is decent, acceptable, or worthwhile. Nothing to sniff at. Alternative form of nothing to sneeze at. Nothing to write home about. Not exceptional, not noteworthy or especially good. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If one takes no risks, one will not gain any benefits. Nothing burger. Alternative form of nothing burger. Nothing burgers. Plural of nothing burger. Nothing butteries. Plural of nothing buttery. Nothing buttery. Any form of reductionism seen as explaining away phenomena. Nothing up my sleeve number. A number which, by its construction, is above suspicion of having hidden properties, used in creating cryptographic functions such as hashes and ciphers. Nothing up my sleeve numbers. Plural of nothing up my sleeve number. Nothingarian. A person of no particular beliefs. Nothingarianism. Beliefs and practices of a Nothingarian. Nothingarians. Plural of Nothingarian. Nothing burger. An unimportant person, a nobody, a non-entity. Nothing burgers. Plural of nothing burger. Nothingish. Synonym of nothingy. Nothingism. Nihility. Nothingness. Nothingness. A person of no particular beliefs. Nothingists, plural of nothingists. Nothingization, the process of nothingizing. Nothingize, to reduce to or treat as nothing, to eliminate or disregard entirely. Nothingized, simple past and past participle of nothingized. Nothingizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nothingize. Nothingizing, present participle and gerund of nothingize. Nothingless, being nothing, non-existent. Nothingly, valueless, insignificant. Nothingness, the state of non-existence, the condition of being nothing. Nothingnesses, plural of nothingness. Nothingology, the study of nothingness. Nothing, plural of nothing. Gnostic, zeroth, occupying the ordinal position equivalent to zero. Nothingville, a non-existent place. Nothing, having very little impact or importance, trivial, insignificant. Gnotic, pronunciation, spelling of nothing. Gnatho, used to form names of taxonomic ranks of hybrids. Gnathabranch, a fish of the genus Gnathabranchius. Gnathabranchiid, any member of the Gnathabranchidia fish. Gnathabranchiids, plural of Gnathabranchiid. Gnathophagaceous, of or relating to the Gnathophagaceae. Gnathophagen, a Floritin glucoside present in Gnathophagus fusca. Gnathogenera, plural of gnathogenous. Gnathogeneric, relating to a gnathogenous. Gnathogenous, a genus denoting a hybrid or cross. Gnathomorph,
Invincible.
a subordinate rank within a gnathospecies. Gnathomorphs, plural of gnathomorph. Gnathosaur, an extinct marine reptile of the order Gnathosauroidea from the Triassic period. Gnathosaurian, any dinosaur of the order Gnathosauria. Gnathosaurians, plural of Gnathosaurian. Gnathosaurid, any extinct reptile of the family Gnathosauridae. Gnathosaurids, plural of Gnathosaurid. Gnathosauroid, any extinct sauropterygian reptile of the order Gnathosauroidea. Gnathosauroids, plural of Gnathosauroid. Gnathosaurs, plural of Gnathosaur. Gnathospecies, a hybrid which is formed by direct hybridization of two species, not other hybrids. Gnathospecific, relating to a Gnathospecies. Gnathosubspecies, a hybrid which is formed by direct hybridization of two subspecies, not other hybrids. Gnathotaxa, plural of gnathotaxon. Gnathotaxon, any of certain taxonomic names for organisms that are hybrids of natural taxa, not of hybrids. Gnathariid, any extinct ground sloth of the family Gnathariidae. Gnathariids, plural of Gnathariid. Gnathera, any member of the genus Gnathera of birds in the Tinamou family. Gnatheras, plural of Gnathera. Novi, clipping of notification. Noticeable, the spelling of...
Here we go.
Noticeable. Novus, the act of observing, perception. Notice and comment, a process of rulemaking in which a proposed rule is published in the Federal Register and is subject to comment by members of the general public. Notice board, a board hanging on a wall on which notices and announcements are posted. Notice boards, plural of notice board. Notice period, the time period between the receipt of the letter of dismissal and the last working day. Notice periods, plural of notice period. Notice board, alternative form of notice board. Notice boards, plural of notice board. Noticeabilities, plural of noticeability. Noticeability, the quality of being easy to see or notice. Noticeable, capable of being seen or noticed. Noticeableness, the quality of being noticeable. Noticeably, in a noticeable way. Notice board, alternative spelling of notice board. Notice board, plural of notice board. Noticed, simple past and past participle of notice. Noticer, someone who notices. Noticers, plural of noticer. Notices, plural of notice. Notice, second person singular simple present indicative of notice. Noticed, third person singular simple present indicative of notice.
Invincible.
Noticing, pronunciation spelling of noticing. Noticing, present participle and gerund of notice. Noticings, plural of noticing. Notidanian, any of various sharks of the obsolete family Notidanidae at present corresponding to the Hexanchidae. Notidanians, plural of notidanian. Notice, notification from an electronic device. Notifiability, the condition of being notifiable. Notifiable, that may be notified. Notification, the act of notifying. Notification appliance, a fire alarm device in a building that gives notification of a fire. Notification area, an area of the taskbar used for icons and alerts. Notification areas, plural of notification area. Notifications, plural of notification. Notificator, anything that notifies. Notificators, plural of notificator. Notify, simple past and past participle of notify. Notifier, a person or thing which notifies or provides notification. Notifiers, plural of notifier. Notifies, third person singular simple present indicative of notify. Notifies, third person singular simple present indicative of notify. Nodix, plural of notif. Notify, to give someone notice of some event. Notify, a person or organization that is being notified. Notifies, plural of notify. Notifying, present participle and gerund of notify. Noting, present participle and gerund of note. Noting down, present participle and gerund of note down. Nobinger, a surname. Nobings, plural of noting. Notion, mental apprehension of whatever may be known, thought, or imagined, idea, concept. Notional, of containing or being. a notion, mental or imaginary. Notional amount. A nominal amount of the financial instrument that is used to calculate payments made on that instrument, especially for instruments that do not have a well-defined face value or par value. Notional amounts, plural of notional amount. Notionalists, synonym of notionist. Lists, plural of notionalists. Notionalities, plural of notionality. Notionality, the state or property of being notional. Notionally, in a notional, imaginary, or speculative sense in theory. Notionalness, quality of being notional. Notionals, plural of notional. Notionary, notional. Notion, notional. Notion, having ideas or notions of the specified kind. Notionist, one whose opinions are ungrounded notions. Notionists, plural of notionists. Notionless, without notions or ideas.
Invincible.
Notionlessness, absence of notions. Notions, plural of notion. Notioning, having certain notions, opinionated. Noties, a transliteration of the Greek male given name diminutive nuum. Grantawida sigma noties. Notist, an annotator. Notists, plural of notice. Noticer, a roll, list, or register, a catalog of public functionaries with their districts, a list of episcopal sees. Notitia criminis, a notice conveyed to a prosecutor that a crime is alleged to have occurred. Notige, plural of notitia. Netbuye, of or relating to Notker the Stammerer c. 840-912, a Benedictine monk and literary scholar of the early Middle Ages, credited with an important collection of early sequences in Liber Hanorum. Notur, abbreviation of notice to mariners to inform mariners of hazards. Note name, a standard name invented for an artist or author whose identity is unknown. Not names, plural of note name. Noteness, the state of not being, non-existence. Notha, a town in the province of Syracuse, Sicily, Italy. Notha, south, southern. Nadabrangdies, of or pertaining to the Nadabrangiata, an obsolete subdivision of nudibranches having serrata on their back, roughly equivalent to suborder Cladabrangia. Nadakita, any phlomis of the genus Nadakite. Nadakiti, plural of Nadakita. Nadacher, any member of the family Nadacheridae, the surf sardines. Nadacherids, plural of Nadacherid. Notochord, a flexible rod-like structure that forms the main support of the body in the los chordae. A primitive spine. Notochordal, of or pertaining to the notochord. Notochords, plural of notochord. Notocotyloid, any trematode of the family Notocotylidae. Notocotylids, plural of notocotylid. Notodontian, a notodontid. Notodontians, plural of notodontian. Notodontid, any member of the Notodontidae, whose caterpillars have a horn-like hump on the back. Notodontids, plural of notodontid. Notodontiform, resembling a moth of the family Notodontidae. Notodra, pertaining to or caused by mites of the genus Notoders. Notoginseng, a form of ginseng Panax nata ginseng. Nata ginsenoside, a ginsenoside from Panax nata ginseng. Nata ginsenosides, plural of nata ginsenoside. Nautohypid, any toxodont in the family Nautohypidae. Nautohypid, plural of Nautohypid. Nautomes, plural of Nautom. Nautomatid, any rotifer of the family Nautomatidae. Nautomatids, plural of Nautomatid. Nautomy, a skeleton, also figurative, someone emaciated. Nautontid, any member of the family Nautontidae, the backswimmers. Nautontids, plural of Nautontid. Nautoc, a hypothetical particle with helicity properties complementary to those of a photon. Nautox, plural of Nautov. Nautoplate, the central posterior region of the neural plate that is elongated during neurulation. Nautoplates, plural of nautoplate. Nautoplura, plural of nautoplurin. Nautoplural, relating to nautoplura. Nautoplurin, a thoracic pleuret present in some insects just below the notum. Nautopod, in Latreille's system, a brachyrostechopod crustacean, such as a crab of the genera Hamola, Dorip, Dromia, Dynamine, Ranina. Nautopodal, belonging to the Nautopoda, a division of decapods including the dromioid crabs. Nautopodia, plural of Nautopodium. Nautopodio, relating to the Nautopodium. Nautopodium, the dorsal lobe or branch of a parapodium of an annelid. Nautopods, plural of nautopod. Nautopterid, any fish in the family Nautopteridae, the featherbacks. Nautopterids, plural of Nautopterid. Nautopteroi, any fish of the suborder Nautopteroidae. Nautopteroids, plural of Nautopteroi. Note or hizzle, having the radical of the embryo lying against the back of one of the cotyledons, incumbent. Notoriety, plural of notoriety. Notoriety, an infamous or notorious condition or reputation. Notorious, senses with an unfavorable connotation. Notoriously, in a notorious or notable manner as is commonly known. Notoriousness, notoriety, infamy. Notornes, the Taka Porphyrio mentelli, a flightless rail native to New Zealand. Notary, pertaining to magical signs or symbols. Note Oryctomorphian, any member of the order Notorictomorphia, a marsupial mole. Note Oryctomorphians, plural of note Oryctomorphian. Note Oryctid, a marsupial mole of the family Notorictidae. Note Oryctids, plural of note Oryctid. Nodos, plural of nodo. Notostracan, any shrimp of the order Notostraca, now the single-family Triopsidae tadpole shrimp or shield shrimp. Notostracans, plural of notostracan. Notostylopid, any notungulate in the family Notostylopidae. Notostylopids, plural of notostylopid. Notosuchian, a member of the Notosuchia, a suborder of primarily Gondwanan mesoacrocodilian crocodilomorphs that lived during the Cretaceous period. Notosuchians, plural of Notosuchian. Notosuchid, any extinct crocodilomorph in the family Notosuchidae. Notosuchids, plural of Notosuchid. Notosudid, any fish in the family Notosudidae, the werefishes.
Invincible.
Notosudids, plural of Notosudid. Nothoven, any fish of the family Nototheniidae of caudicelages. Notothenid, any fish of the family Nototheniidae. Notothenids, plural of Notothenid. Notothenia, any fish in the family Nototheniidae of caudicelages. Nototheniids, plural of Nototheniid. Nototheniod, or pertaining to the perciform suborder Notothenioidae, the Antarctic icefish. Nototheniod, plural of Notothenioi. Notothenoi, alternative form of Notothenioi. Notothenoids, plural of Notothenoi. Notothens, plural of Notothen. Notothalaceous, of or relating to the Notothylaceae. Nototheo, related to the Nototherium. Nototribble, relating to a Nototribe. Notoshroke, a group of hairs on the caudal side of some invertebrates. Nototropes, plural of nototrope. Nataungulate, any of several extinct hoofed herbivorous mammals of the order Nataungulata from Cenozoic South America. Nataungulates, plural of Nataungulate. Notovits, a surname. Not a ship that one strongly dislikes. Netpologies, plural of netpology. Netpology, synonym of non-apology. Nother, ellipsis of Notre Dame de Chartres Hospital, a hospital in Baguio, Banked, Philippines.
Here we go.
Notre Dame de Paris. Notre Dame, alternative spelling of Notre Dame. Notre Dame Bay, a large bay on the north coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Natra, alternative spelling of Notrum. Notrums, plural of Notrum. Not, plural of not. Nice, plural of not. Not an area where wireless internet access or mobile phone access is not available. Not spots, plural of not spot. But a surname. Nottage, a suburb of Porthcawl, Bridge and Borough County Borough, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SS 8178. Nottages, plural of nottage. Nottoway, a member of an Iroquois Native American tribe in Virginia. Nottoways, plural of Nottoway. Nother, simple past and past participle of not. Nother, a surname from German. Noters, plural of noter. Nodding, present participle and gerund. Notting Hill, a suburb of London in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, Greater London, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 2480. Nottingham, a city, unitary authority, and borough of Nottinghamshire, England. Nottingham Alabaster, English alabaster sculpture, mostly small religious carvings, which flourished from the 14th to early 16th century and was mainly produced around Nottingham. Nottingham alabasters, plural of Nottingham alabaster. Nottingham Group. In infinite group theory, the group JFP or NFP consisting of formal power series T plus a 2T, 2 plus with coefficients in FP. Nottingham White. Synonym of French white and especially pure form of white lead, particularly as used in paints. Nottinghamian. Of or from Nottingham. Nottinghamians. Plural of Nottinghamian. Nottinghamshire. A North Midland county of England bordered by South Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, Leicestershire, and Derbyshire. Nottings. Pronunciation spelling of nothing. Notting. A hamlet near Maiden Newton in West Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SY 6095. Nottoway. A member of an Iroquoian-speaking tribe of Virginia Native Americans. Nottoway County. One of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Nottoway. Nottoways. Plural of Nottoway. Notts. Abbreviation of Nottinghamshire. Notts. Abbreviation of Nottinghamshire. Nothing. Plural of Nottingham. Nottingham. A nocturne. Nottinghams. Plural of Nottingham. Nottingham. The back, the dorsal side of the thorax in insects or nudibranchs. Notungulate. Alternative form of notungulate. Notungulates. Plural of notungulate. Know this. A city and town in Idaho. Notwe. Unbearded.
Here we go.
We. Notwithstanding. Nevertheless, all the same. Notwithstanding clause. Section 33 of Part I Charter of Rights and Freedoms of the Canadian Constitution Act 1982, which permits the creation of laws without regard for certain constitutional rights. Specifically, under Section 33, the federal and provincial governments may enact laws notwithstanding Section 2 fundamental freedoms and Sections 7 through 15 legal and equality rights of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Such laws may be in effect for up to 5 years and are renewable. Notwithstanding clauses, plural of notwithstanding clause. Network. A computer network that is not functioning correctly. Noteworks, plural of notework. Notsuri, a Jewish Christian. Note, alternative form of no classical Japanese music. Drama. New Camp. Camp Nou, the stadium of football Team FC Barcelona. Nouadhibou, a city in northwestern Mauritania. Nouakchott, the capital city of Mauritania. Nouch, an ouch, a jewel. Nouches, plural of nouch. Now, alternative form of New Gizosha Abyssinica. Nodef, a mixture consisting of egg white and a sweetener, variously mixed with in Western Europe almonds or in Eastern Europe hazelnuts or in US used without nuts as a filler in candy bars. Nougatine, ground nougat made from caramelized sugar. Nougatines, plural of nougatine. Nougats, plural of nougat. Nougaty, resembling or characteristic of nougat. Not, nothing, something which does not exist. Notwithstanding, alternative spelling of notwithstanding. Notwithstanding, alternative spelling of notwithstanding. Not, simple past and past participle of not. Not, before the first, zira. Noth week, the week before the first week of an academic term when many undergraduates arrive from home. Noth weeks, plural of noth, week. Naughties, alternative letter case form of naughties. Nodding, present participle and gerund of not. Knots, plural of not. Noughts and crosses, a two-player game played on a 3x3 grid in which players take it in turns to place their respective symbol, either a knot or a cross, in a cell of the grid, the objective being to form a row, column, or diagonal of 3 of one's own symbol. Notwithstanding, obsolete spelling of notwithstanding. Naughty, obsolete form of naughty. Not, would not. Naume, the capital city of the French overseas territory, New Caledonia, a natural South Sea port on its main island. Naume, alternative form of naumate. Naume, of or pertaining to naume. Naumate, synonym of garnierite. Naumina, plural of naumina. Nauminal, of or pertaining to the noumenon or the realm of things as they are in themselves. Nominality, the quality of being nominal. Nominalization, the process of nominalizing. Nominalize, to make nominal. Nominalize, simple past and past participle of nominalize. Nominalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nominalize. Nominalizing, present participle and gerund of nominalize. Nominally, in relation to nominal. Nomenology, the study of noumena, that is, things as they are in themselves, beyond their immediate human perception. Noumenon, a thing as it is independent of any conceptualization or perception by the human mind, postulated by practical reason but existing in a condition which is in principle unknowable and unexperienciable. Now, a department of the West Region, Cameroon. Noun adjunct, a noun that modifies another noun thus functioning adjectively and that is optional. It may be a single word or a compound noun or noun phrase. Noun adjuncts, plural of noun adjunct. Noun class, a grammatical category similar to gender in which nouns may be organized according to meaning, such as gender animacy or she. Noun classes, plural of noun class. Noun clause, a clause that is used as a subject or object. Noun clauses, plural of noun clause. Noun modifier, synonym of noun adjunct. Noun modifiers, plural of noun modifier. Noun numeral, a noun that represents a number. Noun of assemblage, the name of an assembly or gathering of similar things or people. Noun of multitude, the name of something that contains many individual things or people. Examples: army, fleet, 100. Noun of place, in Arabic and other Semitic languages, a noun formed from a root and expressing the sense of place of X. Noun phrase, a phrase that has a noun or indefinite pronoun as its head or performs the same grammatical function as a noun. Noun phrases, plural of noun phrase. Noun substantive, a word that can be used to refer to a person, animal, place, thing, phenomenon, substance, quality, or idea. One of the basic parts of speech in many languages, including English. Noun substantive proper, synonym of proper noun. Noun self-pronoun, Alternative form of noun self-pronoun. Noun self-pronouns. Plural of noun self-pronoun. Nounal, of, relating to, or acting as a noun. Nounally, as a noun. Noun. Simple past and past participle of noun. Nounthu, the quality of a noun. Novi, comparative form of nouny. More nouny. Noubiest, superlative form of nouny. Moose nouny. Nounification, nominalization. Nounify, to turn into a noun. Nouniness, the state of a word or lexical item of being a noun. Nouning, present participle and gerundive noun. Nounize, to change an adjective, verb, etc. into a noun. Nounized, simple past and past participle of nounize. Nounizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nounize. Nounizing, present participle and gerund of nounize. Nounless, without a noun or nouns. Nounlessness, absence of nouns. Nounly, resembling a noun, having nounal characteristics. Nounness, quality of being a noun. Nouns, plural of noun. Nouns adjunct, plural of noun adjunct. Nouns numeral, plural of noun numeral. Nouns of assemblage, plural of noun of assemblage. Nouns of multitude, plural of noun of multitude. Nouns of place, plural of noun of place. Nouns substantive, plural of noun substantive. Nouns substantive proper, plural of noun substantive proper. Noun self, only used in noun self-pronoun. Noun self-pronoun, a type of third-person singular neopronoun constructed often as an in-group identifier or non-C word from a referent noun. Noun self-pronouns, plural of noun self-pronoun. Nounship, the quality of a word or phrase behaving as a noun. Nouni, having the characteristics of a noun. Ner, a surname from Arabic. Neri, a surname. Nurse, obsolete form of nurse. Nurses, plural of nurse. Nurse, plural of nourish. And nurse, nourish a viper in one's bosom, to do acts of kindness that will be met with ingratitude and will cause one harm in the end. Nourishable, capable of being nourished. Nourished, simple past and past participle of nourish. Nourished a viper in one's bosom, simple past and past participle of nourish a viper in one's bosom. Nourisher, one who, or that which nourishes. Nourishers, plural of nourisher. Nourishes, plural of nourish. Nourishes a viper in one's bosom. Third person singular simple present indicative of nourish a viper in one's bosom. Nourishest, second person singular simple present indicative of nourish. Nourisheth, third person singular simple present indicative of nourish. Nourishing, present participle and gerund of nourish. Nourishing a viper in one's bosom. Present participle and gerund of nourish a viper in one's bosom. Nourishingly, in a way that provides nourishment or food. Nourishingness, the quality of being nourishing. Nourishment, the act of nourishing or the state of being nourished. Nourishments, plural of nourishment. Nourished, obsolete form of nourished. Nurture, obsolete form of nurture. Nourish, plural of nourish. Nurse,
Here we go.
a surname. Nurseafricin, a particular streptothricin antibiotic obtained from Streptomyces nursae. Narcissus, plural of nurse. Narisol, alternative spelling of nursol. Narisol, simple past and past participle of nursol. Narisols, third person singular simple present indicative of nursol. Nursling, present participle and gerund of nursol. Nourish, alternative spelling of noros. Nourish, obsolete form of nourish. Nourisha, third person singular simple present indicative of nourish. The mind or intellect, reason, both rational and emotional. Nous, a form of computer mouse operated with the nose. Nousol, obsolete spelling of nuzzle. Nouseled, simple past and past participle of nousel. Nousels, third person singular simple present indicative of nousel. Nousling, present participle and gerund of nousel. Noused, a trench or other hollow area, sometimes with walls, where a boat can be hauled up and left ashore. Nousts, plural of noused. Now, alternative form of nout cattle. Now, just now. Present, presently. Nouthetic, being or relating to a form of evangelical Protestant pastoral counseling based upon the Bible and focused on Christ. Nouts, plural of nout. Nouveau, new, fashionable. Nouveau pauvre, a newly impoverished person, somebody who has recently become poor. Nouveau rich, new money, wealthy persons whose fortunes are newly acquired and who are therefore perceived to lack the refinement of those who were raised wealthy. Nouveau roman, a type of 1950s French novel that diverged from classical literary genres, anti-novel. Nouveau romancier, the writer of a nouveau roman. Nouveaux, plural of nouveau. Nouveau, plural of nouveau. Nouveau pauvres, plural of nouveau pauvre. Nouveau riches, plural of nouveau rich. Nouvelle cuisine, a French approach to cookery contrasted with cuisine classique, classical cuisine that is typified by its lighter, more delicate dishes and emphasis on presentation. Nouvelle cuisines, plural of nouvelle cuisine. Nouvelle vague, alternative letter case form of nouvelle vague. Nouvelle vague, an influential French film movement of the 1950s and 1960s which experimented radically in editing, visual style and narrative. Nouvelle Aquitaine, an administrative region in southwestern France established in 2016 by the merger of Aquitaine, Limousin, and Poitou-Charentes. Nouvelles cuisines, plural of nouvelle cuisine. Moyen, a surname from French. Moyen, a village and commune of Somme department, Hauts-de-France, France. No, abbreviation of November. No, Abbreviation of November. No.
Here we go.
Alternative letter case form of Novae, North Virginia. Nova. Acronym of Northern Virginia. No. A female given name from Latin. Nova Vukovica. A municipality of Croatia. Nova Gorica. A town in Slovenia that lies next to Gorizia in Italy. Nova Gradiška, a city in Croatia. Nova York, a municipality of Maranhão, Brazil. Nova Kakhovka, a city in Kherson Oblast, Ukraine. Nova Kapla, a municipality of Croatia. Nova Odessa, a city in Mykolaiv Oblast, Ukraine. Nova Poltavka, a village in Olenivka, rural Ramada, Kramatorsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Nova Racha, a municipality of Croatia. Nova Remen, the ejected material left behind by Noah. Nova Remnants, plural of Nova Remnant. Nova Scotia, a province in eastern Canada, capital, Halifax. Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever, a medium-sized gun dog bred primarily for hunting. Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retrievers, plural of Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever. Nova Scotia Peninsula, a peninsula in Nova Scotia, Canada. Nova Scotian of, from, or relating to the province of Nova Scotia, Canada. Nova Scotian Sign Language, synonym of Maritime Sign Language. Nova Scotians, plural of Nova Scotian. Nova Sintra, a city being the capital and the most populous Brava, Cape Verde. Nova Trova, alternative form of Nova Trova. Nova Zembla, alternative form of Nova Zemlya. Nova 1, an RNA binding gene responsible for the development of the language center and found to be expressed in various cancers. Nova Sek, a surname from Czech. Nova Sekite, alternative form of Nova Czechite. Nova Czechite, an uranyl arsenate mineral. Nova Sex, plural of Nova Sec. Nova Chord, an early electronic polyphonic synthesizer. Nova Chords, plural of Nova Chord. Nova Psi, a town in Gorj County, Romania. Novak, a surname. Novax, plural of Novak. Novakilite, a variety of chert very rich in quartz that has been used to make whetstones. Novakilites, plural of Novakilite. Novakilitic, of or relating to Novakilite. Nova, plural of Nova. Novain, a toxic compound obtained from extract of meat. Novi, alternative form of Novain. Novae, a surname. Novakai, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, copper, and silver. Novex, plural of Nova. Novally, a female given name.
Here we go.
Novalia, wastelands newly reclaimed. Novaliches, an unofficial district that spans northwestern Quezon City and northern Caloocan, Metro Manila, Philippines. Novaliches proper, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Novelite, resembling or characteristic of a nova. Novodia, a town in Croatia. Novalurin, the pesticide 1,3-chloro-4,1,2-trifluoro-2-trifluoromethoxyphenyl 3,2,6-difluorobenzoyl-urea. Novanglian, a New Englander. Novanglians, plural of Novanglian. Novara, a province of the Piedmont region, Italy. Plural of Nova. Novus, plural of Nova. Nova, to replace something with something new. Noted, simple past and past participle of novid. Nolets, third person singular simple present indicative of novit. Novatian, a Roman priest who became an antipope against St. Cornelius in 251 AD, considered by the Catholic Church to be a schismatic heresiarch as founder of a Christian sect known as Novatianism. Novatianism, a rigorous Christian sect that opposed readmitting baptized Christians who had previously renounced their faith under persecution, and by extension all those who had committed a mortal sin. Founded by the priest and antipope Novatian in the 3rd century. Novatianus, in Novatian. Novatianists, plural of Novatianus. Novatians, plural of Novatian. Noting, present participle and gerund of novit. Novatian, replacement of a contract with one or more new contracts, in particular in financial markets the replacement of a contract between a particular buyer and seller with contracts between the clearinghouse and each party. Novatian, plural of Novatian. Nova, or relating to Novatian. Novatau, a city in Marin County, California, United States. Novator, an innovator. Novators, plural of novator. Novaks, Novak Djokovic, born 1987, Serbian professional tennis player. Nova Zemlya, an archipelago in the Arctic Ocean in the north of Russia, administered by Arkhangelsk Oblast. Novaya Zemlya effect, a polar mirage caused by high refraction of sunlight between atmospheric thermoclines. Novaya Zemlya effects, plural of Novaya Zemlya effect. Novse, an old coin of Montenegro, worth 100 of a florin. Novseks, plural of Novsek. Nov, a surname from Russian. Novel, newly made, formed, or evolved, having no precedent, of recent origin, new. Novella, a Latin American soap opera. Novellas, plural of novella. Novelcraft, the act of writing novels. Noveldom, the sphere of novels. Novelties, a style of writing characteristic of bad quality novels. Novelesque, stylistically reminiscent of a novel. Novelette, archaic form of novelette, short novel. Noveleta, a municipality of Cavite, Philippines. Novelettes, plural of novelette. Novelette, a short novel, synonymous with novella. Novelettes, plural of novelette. Novelettish, resembling or characteristic of a novelette. Novelettis, a writer of novelettes. Novelette. plural of novelettus. Novelty, resembling or characteristic of a novelette. Novelization, alternative spelling of novelization. Novelizations, plural of novelization. Novelize, alternative form of novelize. Novelize, simple past and past participle of novelize. Novelizer, alternative form of novelizer. Novelizers, plural of novelizer. Novelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of novelize. Novelish, resembling or characteristic of a novel. Novelizing, present participle gerund of novelize. Novelism, the dominance of the novel as a literary form. Novelisms, plural of novelism. Novelist, an author of novels. Novelistic, having characteristics of a novel. Novelistically way. Novelists, plural of novelists. Novelization, the writing of a novel based on fact, fictionalization. Novelizations, plural of novelization. Novelize, to adapt something to a fictional form, especially to adapt into a novel. Novelize, simple past and past participle of novelize. Novelizer, one who novelizes. Novelizers, plural of novelizer. Novelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of novelize. Novelizing, present participle and gerund of novelize. Novella, a surname. Novelty, novel thoughts or interpretations, usually associated with Jewish commentaries. See Chiddush. Any novel interpretation of a venerated text. Novel-like, resembling a novella. Novellas, plural of novella. Novelle, plural of novella, but only in the sense of a compact story. Novelle, a surname. Novelite, resembling or characteristic of a novel prose work. Novelles, plural of novelli. Novelistic, alternative form of novelistic. Novella, a surname. Novellos, plural of novella. Novelly, in a novel manner. Novelness, quality of being novel, novelty. Novella.
Here we go.
Surname. Novellos, plural of novello. Novelries, plural of novelry. Novelry, novelty, new things. Novels, plural of novel. Novelties, plural of novelty. Novelty, a village in Missouri. Novelty Act, a stage performance designed to be strange or unusual. Novelty Acts, plural of novelty act. Novelty song, a comical or nonsensical song, usually performed for comedic or humorous effect. Novelty songs, plural of novelty song. Novelty theory, a theory developed by Terence McKenna that aims to describe novelty in the universe based on a combination of numerology and mathematics and supposed fractal patterns in the I Ching. Novelty value, value for being new and previously unknown. Novel right, a writer of novels. Novel writes, plural of novel write. November, abbreviation of November. November, the 11th month of the Gregorian calendar, following October and preceding December. Abbreviation, NAV or NAV. November class, the Soviet Union's first class of nuclear-powered attack submarines in service from 1958 through 1990. November criminal, a member or leader of the German government who signed the armistice of 11 November 1918. November criminals, the German government leaders who signed the armistice of 11 November 1918. November criminals, plural of November criminal. November Eve, synonym of Samhain. November moth, a moth, Epirita dilutata, found throughout Europe and the Middle East. November moths, plural of November moth. November revolution, the series of changes in particle physics triggered by the discovery of the charm quark in November 1974. November uprising, an armed rebellion in the heartland of partition Poland against the Russian Empire. Novemberish, resembling or characteristic of the month of November. Novemberly, characteristic of the month of November. Novembers, plural of November. Novembery, characteristic of the month of November. November, obsolete spelling of November. November, characteristic of November. November, obsolete form of November. Novembrish, characteristic of November. Novembery, alternative form of Novembery. Novdecillion, Novdecillion, plural of Novdecillion. Novemve, fluffed into 9. Novembrulania, an ancient Roman province in southwestern Europe. Novemtrigentilian, 10-2. Novigentilian, then November, any member of a group of 9 officials. Novembre, a group of 9 people, especially politics, a council of 9 men who share office or rule. Novembrates, plural of novembrate. Novemviri, plural of novemvir. Novemvirs, plural of novemvir. Novem, a recitation of prayers and devotion for 9 consecutive days, especially one to a saint to ask for their intercession. Novemi, plural of novena. Novenuries, plural of novenuri. Novenuri, a group of 9. Nonas, plural of novena. Novendial, lasting 9 days, especially in relation to the period of mourning for a pope. Novendials, plural of novendial. Novi, relating to or dependent on the number 9. Novemary. Novenia, plural of novenium. Novedial, or relating to a 9-year period. Novenium, a 9-year period. Novercal, of or pertaining to a stepmother. Novercaphobia, fear or dislike of one's stepmother. Noverate, a lawyer's clerk. Or scrivener. Noverance, plural of noverant. Novsky, the 9 ruling councillors comprising the government of Siena during the 13th and 14th centuries. Novex, novel exon. Novgorod, an oblast in northwestern Russia. Novgorod Republic, synonym of Novgorod, a medieval state in what is now Russia. Novgorodian, of Novgorod.
Invincible.
Novgorodians, plural of Novgorodian. Novgorodovates, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing calcium, carbon, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Novorossiysk, a city and reign of Chernihiv Oblast. Ukraine. Novi, ellipsis of Novyengin. Novyengin, an American dual overhead cam supercharged V8 engine used in racing cars in the Indianapolis 500 from 1941 to 1966. Novi Golubova, a municipality of Croatia. Novi Marof, a city in Croatia. Novi Sad, the capital and largest city of the autonomous province of Vojvodina, Serbia. Novi Vinodolski, a town in Croatia. Novi Zagreb, part of the city of Zagreb. Novel, an international auxiliary language or interlanguage published by the Danish linguist Otto Jespersen in 1928. Novice, a beginner, one who is not very familiar or experienced in a particular subject. Novice would, the encyclopedia to be a novice. Novice like, resembling or characteristic of a novice, new or inexperienced. Novices, plural of novice. Noviceship, the state or position of being a novice. Noviceships, plural of noviceship. Novice, characteristic of a novice, inexperienced, amateurish. Novichok, any of a group of deadly organophosphate nerve agents developed by the Soviet Union in the 1970s and 1980s to evade restrictions on chemical weapons. Novichoks, plural of Novichok. Novitiate, alternative form of novitiate. Novitiates, plural of novitiate. Novicidin, an antimicrobial peptide derived from obispirin. Nada, a surname. Nodix, plural of Novik. Navud, a person who has never had COVID-19 or believes so because they were asymptomatic when infected. Navid, plural of Navid. Novis, plural of Novi. Novigrad, a town in Croatia. Novigrad Pedravski, a municipality of Croatia. Novikov, a surname from Russian. Novikov's self-consistency principle, a conjecture asserting that it is impossible to create paradoxes by time travel because the past cannot be changed. Novelada, a bullfight between a novillo and a novellero. Noveladas, plural of novellada. Novellero, a young trainee bullfighter who fights against novillos. Novelleros, plural of novellero. Novello, a young bull fought by a novellero. Novellos, plural of novello. Novelunar, of or pertaining to the new moon. Novinger, a surname from German. Novingers, plural of Novinger. Noverhabevirus, any virus of the genus Noverhabevirus. Noverhabeviruses, plural of Noverhabevirus. Novice, plural of Novi. Novicial. Novice, a war relating to a beginner. Novitiate, Innoves. Novitiates, plural of novitiate. Novitiation, the role or status of a novitiate. Novities, plural of novity. Novitius, no reason. Novetsky, a surname. Novetsky, plural of Novitsky. Novity, an innovation. A novelty. Novelty. Nova, a surname. Novo Mesto, a city in southeastern Slovenia. Novo Verge, a municipality of Croatia. Novo Poltava, alternative form of Nova Poltavka. Novorossia, synonym of Novorossiya. Novozelanian, of or relating to New Zealand. Noah, a surname. Noaes, plural of Novo. Novozovsk, a city in eastern Ukraine in Donetsk Oblast. Novovyasin, a mini-Cameron antibiotic produced by the Actin MSC Streptomyces niveus. Navoyacins, plural of Navobiacin. Novocaine, alternative form of Novocaine. Novocaine, the commercial name of Procaine, a common painkiller drug. Novocaines, plural of Novocaine. Novocastrian, of or relating to Newcastle upon Tyne or Newcastle, New South Wales. Novocastrians, plural of Novocastrian. Novocherkassk, a city in Chuvashia, Russia. Novocherkassk, a city in Rostov Oblast, Russia. Novichur Rome, a village in Prostor Solrata by Lokarakhine Rayon, Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine, disestablished in January. February 2006. Novodamus. In Scottish feudal land law, a fresh grant of lands to the grantee, usually to make some change in the incidence of tenure of land already granted, or to resolve doubts about the grant or its terms. Novodamuses, plural of Novodamus. Novonostrovsk, a city in Chernivtsi Oblast, Ukraine. Novodvorysk, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Novodvorskis, plural of Novodvorsky. Novodvorsky, a surname from Russian. Novodvorskis, plural of Novodvorsky. Novo-Hispanic, of or relating to New Spain. Novoodvalinsky, a city in Zhytomyr Oblast, Ukraine. Novorodivka, a city in Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Novokuznetsk, a city in Kemerovo Oblast, Russia. Novolac, any of several polymers derived from phenols and formaldehyde with low molecular weight and related to bakelite, but less highly cross-linked. Novolac, alternative form of Novolac. Novolacs, plural of Novolac. Novomir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Novomoskovsk, a city and rayon of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Novomir Urad, a city in Kiev-Orad Oblast, Ukraine. Novonikolayevsk, synonym of Novosibirsk. Novulkovka, a village in the Olkhovsky district, Volgograd Oblast, Russia. Novopangia, a hypothetical future supercontinent. Novopandia, alternative spelling of Novopangia. Novopokrovsk, a village in Oshiratine settlement Armata, Pokrovsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Novopoltavka, a village, the administrative center of the Selsoviet of the same name of Yermakovsky Rayon, Krasnoyarsk Krai, Siberian Federal District, Russia. Novorosky, a surname. Novorossiya, alternative form of Novorossiya. Novorossiya, an area north of the Black Sea which was conquered by the Russian Empire at the end of the 18th century, located in present-day Ukraine. Novorossiysk, a port city in Krasnodar Krai, in southern Russia, the main Russian port on the Black Sea. Novos, plural of Novo. Novosad, a surname. Novosads, plural of Novosad. Novosol, a surname. Novosols, plural of Novosol. Novoslitsia, a city in Chernivtsi Oblast in western Ukraine. Novoshakhtinsk, a city in Rostov Oblast, Russia. Novosibirsk, a city, the administrative center of Novosibirsk Oblast, Russia. Novosibirsk time. Synonym of Omsk time. Novoselny, a town of district significance, the administrative center of Novosilsky Rayon, Oryol Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia, first mentioned in 1155. Novoslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Novotny, a surname. Novotnys, plural of Novotny. Novoukrainka, a city and rayon of Kirovohrad Oblast in southeastern Ukraine. Novovirus, misspelling of norovirus. Novovolensk, a city in Volodymyr Rayon Volyn Oblast, Ukraine. Novoyevorivsk, a city Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Navraz, alternative form of Noraz. Navs, plural of Nav. Novska, a city in Croatia. Navr, a new feature, a novelty. Novums, plural of novum. Novus actus interveniens, a doctrine of law that, in certain circumstances, an intervening event can break the chain of causation between a person's action and its result, potentially depriving that person of legal liability for the result. Such an intervening event. Novus Ordo, the version of the Roman rite of the Mass established in 1969, the Mass of Paul VI, usually celebrated in a vernacular language. Novas, a game closely related to carom and pocket billiards. Novi, a person from Nova Scotia. Navia, a city in Mykolaiv Oblast, Ukraine. Navi Kalaniv, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Navyazov, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Navylikiv, a village in Radkiv urban Hermata, Cheptitsky Rayon, Lviv Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in 1469. Novis, plural of Novi. Now, acronym of National Organization for Women, an American feminist organization. Now, present, current. Nowadays, alternative spelling of nowadays. Now and again. Synonym of occasionally, sometimes, intermittently. Now and then. Synonym of occasionally, sometimes, intermittently. Now for, used to introduce something that is to occur or be presented next. Now hear this, an instruction to cease activity. and listen to the announcement that will follow. Now I've heard everything. Expressing incredulity on being told something surprising. Now I've seen everything. Expressing incredulity on witnessing something surprising. Now. Alternative spelling of now. Now or never. At this sole opportunity or time. Or not at all. Now that, as a consequence of the fact that, since. Now that you mention it. Alternative form of now you mention it. Now that's what I call. Alternative form of that's what I call. Now then, used to move or return to another subject of discussion. Now there's a thought. Alternative form of there's a thought.
Here we go.
Now we're talking. Synonym of now you're talking. Now what? A request, usually rhetorical, to know what, in a series of negative events, is the next negative event occurring. Now you mention it. Used to precede another comment about something just mentioned. Now you tell me. Used to indicate that the person telling them should have told the speaker earlier, typically with annoyance. Now you're cooking. A phrase, often given in response, meaning that the subject has switched to a more suitable or more efficient approach. Now you're talking. A phrase indicating agreement with a previously stated suggestion to change a course of action. Now, a gentle reproach or admonition. Nowadays, of the present day, contemporary. Nowadays, archaic spelling of nowadays. Now, right now, immediately, very soon. Nowdalism, excessive focus on the present or on immediate gratification. Now or never, of a need for a decision, an opportunity, etc. arising at the present time and requiring action to be taken immediately or not at all. Nowa Sarzyna, a town in Subcarpathian Voivodeship, southeast Poland. Nowa Sal, a town in Lubus Voivodeship, Poland. Nowak, a surname. Nowak, a surname from Polish. Nowakid, a trigonal biramidal mineral containing arsenic, copper, sulfur, and zinc. Nowakis, plural of Nowaki. Nowaks, plural of Nowak. Nowaksek, a surname from
Invincible.
Polish. Nowakseks, plural of Nowaksek. Nowadays, existing nowadays, current, present, contemporary. Nowadays, obsolete form of nowadays. Nowadays, at the present time, in the current era. Nowak, a surname from Polish. Nowaki, any free living animal of the family Nowakidy. Nowakowski, a surname from Polish. Nowakowskis, plural of Nowakowski. Nowanites, during the night at the present time in modern nights. Nowata, a city, the county seat of Nowata County, Oklahoma, United States. Nowata County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Nowata. No way, in no manner or degree, not at all, no eyes, no way. No ways, alternative form of no way. No cast, to predict the weather for a very short upcoming period, usually if you no casted. Simple past and past participle of no cast. No casting, the use or production of no casts. No casts, plural of no-cast. Noch, obsolete form of nouch. Noches, plural of noch. Note, a Gregernard trigligernardus, now Eutrigligernardus, a fish of European waters. No day is pronunciation spelling of nowadays. No doc, in the PHP programming language, a kind of here document that does not interpolate variables. No docs, plural of no doc. Nodes, plural of node. Nav, knotted, tied in a knot. No, alternative spelling of null. No, a surname. Nels, plural of Noel. Nels, plural of Noel. Noer, a surname. No hat, not at all, in no respect. No, a point from which one has an unrestricted perspective in time. No one else, at no other time. No hence, from no place, from nowhere. Nowhere, in no place. Nowhere else, in no other place. Nowhere inside. Alternative form of nowhere to be found. Nowhere income. Income that is generated in the United States by a corporation, but that is not taxed by the destination U.S. state, the state in which a buyer, for example, is based, due to the state not having the jurisdiction to tax the corporation. Nowhere near, not by a large margin, not nearly, not at all. Nowhere to be found, not present, missing, or lost. Nowhere to be seen. Alternative form of nowhere to be found. Nowhereness. The quality of being nowhere. Nowheres. Nowhere. Nowheresville. A geographical location that is deemed obscure or unimportant. Nowheresvilles. Plural of Nowhereville. Nowhereville. Alternative form of Nowheresville. Nowhereville. Plural of Nowhereville. No while, no time, not for any length of time. No wit, not wit, not to the slightest degree, in no way. No whither, nowhere to no place. Noe, for no reason. Nowicki, a surname from Polish. Nowickis, plural of Nowicki. Nowinski, a surname from Polish. Nowinskis, plural of Nowinski. Nowies, in no way, in no manner, not at all. Nowish, about now, almost immediately. Nolan, a surname. Nolan, a surname. Nolans, plural of Noland. Nolans, plural of Nolan. Nolan, a surname. Nole, a surname. Nolings, plural of Noling. Nolans, plural of Nolan. Noman, a worthless person. Nomans, plural of noman. Nowness, the property of happening now, or relating to the present time. Nowness says, plural of nowness. Noazana, a gmina, in Lodz East County, Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Nowatarski, ellipsis of Nowatarski County, a county of Podhale, Lesser Poland, Poland. Noraj, alternative form of Nora. Noruz, alternative form of Noras. Noraz, alternative form of Noras. No rose. Alternative form of Nowruz. Nowruz, New Year in the Iranian/Zoroastrian calendar, celebrated on the spring equinox. Now's, plural of now. Nowsaday, synonym of nowadays. Now, not, nothing. Now, obsolete form of now. Nouts, plural of nout. Noe, now nadu. Nowy Sącz, a city in Lesser Poland, Voivodeship, Poland. Nowy Targ, a county of Podhale, Lesser Poland, Poland. Nice. Any of the various nitrogen oxides produced during combustion. Nice. The Roman goddess of night. Noxa, anything that exerts a harmful influence, such as trauma, poison, etc. Noxacuses, the painful perception of sounds due to a decreased auditory threshold. Noxi, plural of noxa. Noxa, relating to wrongful injury. Noxoe, in terms of wrongful injury. Noxon, a township and census-designated place therein in Wyoming County, Pennsylvania, United States. Noxious, harmful, injurious. Noxious stimuli, plural of noxious stimulus. Noxious stimulus is stimulus strong enough to threaten the body's integrity. Noxious trade, any profession that was disreputable because it caused a great deal of pollution. The archetypal example is the tannery. Noxious trades, plural of noxious trade. Noxiously, in a noxious manner. Noxiousness, the state of being noxious. Noxiousness is plural of noxiousness. Noxapidaline, a tricyclic antidepressant. Noxapidaline, an antidepressant drug. Noxubee County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat with antidepressant. Noxapidaline, an antidepressant drug. Noxubee County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Macon. Noxaelin, an anti-infective used for irrigation of the peritoneum. Noi, a surname. Noing, alternative spelling of Noinoing. Noe, a murder by drowning, especially one of those carried out during the French Reign of Terror. Noede, simple past and past participle of noid. Noeds, plural of noe. Noeding, present participle and gerund of noe. Noel Pontivy, a town in Morbihan Department, Brittany, France. Nair, a prince in feudal Mongolia. Nayans, the state of being annoyed, distress, irritation. Nyances, plural of Mayans. Nayans, plural of Nayan. Noel, a French liqueur made at Poissy in north-central France from brandy and flavored with almonds and the pits of apricot. Noyaus, plural of Noyau. Noyax, plural of Noyau. No, initialism of none of your business. Nois, a surname originating as a patronymic.
Here we go.
Noises, plural of noise. Noy, archaic spelling of Noyau French liqueur. Noyos, plural of noyo. Noy, simple past and past participle. Archaic spelling of Noyau French liqueur. Noyos, plural of noyo. Noy, simple past and past participle of noy. Noyer, a surname. Noyers, plural of Neuer. Nas, a surname originating as a patronymic derived from Noah. Nai, present participle and gerund of Noi. Noel, archaic form of Noel. Niles, plural of Noel. Nomet, annoyance. Noi-noying, the use of lazy poses as a form of protest. Noyola, a surname. Noyolas, plural of Noyola. Noa, alternative spelling of Noyan. Noyas, troublesome, harmful, injurious. Nabi, a Filipino, a person who is Filipino in ethnicity. Naibis, plural of Noipi. Nais, plural of Noi. Noise, archaic spelling of noise. Noises, plural of noise. Noiza, obsolete form of noisome. Nazawana, a Japanese leaf vegetable, often pickled. Nazawanas, plural of Nazawana. Nazawayan Samura, a village in Nagano Prefecture, Japan. Nose?
Invincible.
Dialect spelling of nose. Nazagan, of or relating to Robert Nozick, 1938-2002, American political philosopher. Nozzle, obsolete form of nozzle. Nozzles, plural of nozzle. Nozomi, a female given name from Japanese. Nather, a novice, a newbie. Nathers, plural of nozzle. Nozzle, a short tube, usually tapering, forming the vent of a hose or pipe. Nozzle, fitted with a nozzle. Nozzleless, without a nozzle. Nozzleman, a man responsible for controlling a nozzle, as when spraying concrete or in firefighting. Nozzlemen, plural of nozzlemen. Nozzles, plural of nozzle. NB, initialism of National Party. NB, abbreviation of no problem. NB time. Synonym of non-deterministic polynomial time. NP complete. That is both NP solvable in polynomial time by a non-deterministic Turing machine, and NP hard such that any other NP problem can be reduced to it in polynomial time. NP completeness. The state or condition of being NP complete. NA, solvable in polynomial time by a deterministic Turing machine with an oracle for some decision problem in NP. NP equivalent. Both NP is D and NP hard. NP hard. A problem H is NP hard if and only if there is an NP complete problem L that is polynomial time Turing reducible to H. And here, initialism of national prescription audit. And NAPI, initialism of Netscape plugin application programming interface, a cross-platform plugin architecture used by some web browsers. And BAS, initialism of National Police Air Service. And the plural of NPA. MEC, initialism of non-player character. And MECA, initialism of National Paint and Coatings Association. MECC, initialism of National Police Chiefs Council. NBC, plural of NBC. NBD, initialism of narcissistic personality disorder. NBDAS, initialism of National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. And initialism of null pointer exception. And plural of NPA. Aviat, initialism of the National Pro Fastbetch, the senior softball league in the U.S. NPG, initialism of neopentyl glycol. NPA, initialism of neutral protamine H-dorn, the isophane form of insulin. NPI, initialism of negative polarity item, a word that requires the sentence to be negated. NPI, plural of NPI. NPJ, initialism of non-permanent judge of the Court of Final Appeal. NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, or potash. NPL, initialism of National Physical Laboratory. NPN, initialism of Node Package Manager. NPN, ellipsis of NPN transistor. NPN, plural of NPN. NPO, nil per os nothing by mouth. Nothing may be eaten or drunk. Initialism of National Polar Orbiting Operational Environmental Satellite System. Empire, initialism of National Public Order Intelligence Unit. NPO, plural of NPO. NLAB, initialism of Neutral Point of View, the guideline of all Wikipedia and Wiktionary articles. NAV, initialism of NPO's Preparatory Project. NBPD, initialism of nitrophenyl pentadienyl. NBPV, initialism of non-invasive positive pressure ventilation. NBPV, plural of NPPV. NPQH, initialism of National Professional Qualification for Headship. NPQH, plural of NPQH. NDI, initialism of National Public Radio. NBRA, initialism of National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. And yes, initialism of National Park Service. NB, plural of NP. And SC, initialism of Navy Personnel Separation Center. And SC, plural of NPSC. NPSH, initialism of Net Positive Suction Head. MET, initialism of National Pipe Thread. And initialism of National Police and Troopers Association. FU, initialism of Neural Processing Unit. FU, plural of NPU. NPV, initialism of Negative Pressure Ventilation. NPV, plural of NPV. Thank you. Initialism of North Queensland. NQE, initialism of Nuclear Quantum Effect. NQE, plural of NQE. NQF, initialism of National Qualifications Framework. NQR, abbreviation of Not Quite Right, chiefly used to denote a person, object, etc. that is abnormal in some way. NQ, plural of NQ. NQT, initialism of Newly Qualified Teacher. NQT, plural of NQT. NR, initialism of Not Rated. NR, abbreviation of MERE. NR, alternative form of NR-NEAR. NRA, initialism of National Recovery Act. NRAU, National Railway Adjustment Board. NRAU, initialism of National Radio Astronomy Observatory. NRR, initialism of normal rate and depth, regular rhythm, audible breath sounds, rise, and fall of chest, and pink skin color, signs of a patient with adequate breathing. NRB, initialism of non-returnable bottle. NRBC, initialism of nucleated red blood cell. NRBC, plural of NRBC. NRB, plural of NRB. NRC, initialism of Netherlands Reformed Congregation. NRZ, initialism of National Roofing Contractors Association. NRCC, initialism of National Research Council of Canada. NRCS, initialism of National Rail Chaplaincy Service. NRC, plural of NRC. NRDC, initialism of National Research Development Corporation. NRDNA, nuclear ribosomal DNA. NRDNA, plural of NRDNA. NRE, initialism of New Relationship Energy. NL, initialism of National Renewable Energy Laboratory. NOM, non-rapid eye movement, non-REM, designating the stage or stages of sleep when there is no dreaming and brain activity is reduced. NRL, initialism of National Registry Emergency Medical Technician. NRF, plural of NREMT. NRF, initialism of National Resistance Front. NRF, abbreviation of Norfolk. NRFB, initialism of Never Removed from Box. NRG, initialism of Energy. NRG, alternative form of NRG Energy. NRH, initialism of North Richland Hills, a city in Texas. NRO, initialism of near rectilinear halo orbit. NRO, plural of NRO. NRHB, initialism of National Register of Historic Places. NRI, initialism of non-resident Indian and Indian citizen who is not treated as a resident by Indian income tax law. NRI, the medieval West African state of the NRA, a subgroup of the Igbo people. NRIC, initialism of National Registration Identity Card. NRIC, plural of NRIC. NRI, plural of NRI. NRIDA, the rhythmic element of Indian classical dance. NRIDA, alternative form of NRIDA. NRL, initialism of National Rugby League, the main rugby league competition in Australia, including one New Zealand team. NRM, initialism of New Religious Movement. NRMA, initialism of National Roads and Motorists Association. NRML, abbreviation of normal. NRM, plural of NRM. NRMT, abbreviation of near mint condition. NRN, abbreviation of not right now. NRNA, nuclear radiation with the nucleus of eukaryotic cells. NRNA, plural of NRNA. NRO, initialism of National Reconnaissance Office. NROF, to format text using the NROF program, which produces output suitable for simple fixed-width printers and terminal windows. NROF, simple past and past participle of NROF. NROFer, present participle and gerund of NROF. NROFs, third-person singular simple present indicative of NROF. NROL, initialism of National Reconnaissance Office launch, an NRO space launch for delivering a high-security government payload into space. NRAL, plural of NRAL. NRO, plural of NRO. NRO, initialism of Naval Reserve Officers Training Corps. NRR, initialism of net run rate. NRR, plural of NRR. NRS, initialism of Naval Receiving Station. NRS, plural of NRS. NRSD, abbreviation of National Retail Sales Tax. NRSD, plural of NRSD. NRSW, initialism of New Revised Standard Version. NRT, initialism of nicotine replacement therapy. Area, initialism of nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor as opposed to NTRTAs. NRTA, plural of NRT. TI. NRT, plural of NRT. N-ruling. In some roguelike games, a type of fictional demon composed of many tiny sparks, each wielding a whip of flame. N-rulings. Plural of N-ruling. Evio. Initialism of named return value optimization. NRW. Abbreviation of North Rhine-Westphalia. NRX. Abbreviated of As. Initialism of Nova Scotia, a province of Canada. Natus. Nimbus Stratus. NSA. Initialism of no strings attached. NZAG. Initialism of non-state armed group. NSAG. Plural of NSAG. NZ. Acronym of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. NZ. Plural of
Here we go.
NSAID. Nsala soup. A Nigerian soup made with catfish, sliced yam, and utazi leaves. Nsebia. The tree Marcania lutea. Nsambias. Plural of Nsambia. NSAP address. An identifying label for network endpoints used in OSI networking. NSAP addresses. Plural of NSAP address. NSAP, initialism of network service access point identifier. NSAPI, plural of NSAPI. NSAP, initialism of National Space Agency of Ukraine. NSAWAN, a town in Eastern Region, Ghana. At SBAN, initialism of National Socialist Black Metal. And I see initialism of National Security Council. NSGA, initialism of Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. NSALC, initialism of non-small cell lung cancer or non-small cell lung carcinoma. NSD, initialism of non-stop decay. NSEA, initialism of National Speech and Debate Association. NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. NSA, initialism of native speakers English. And Nsanga, an ethnic tribe of Zambia and Mozambique. MSERG, acronym of Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, a Canadian government agency that provides grants for research in the natural sciences and in engineering. SF, initialism of National Science Foundation. SFL, initialism of Not Safe for Life, i.e. containing graphic or repugnant content, for example gore or lethal violence that risks psychological trauma to those viewing. NSFM, initialism of not suitable for minors. NSFT, synonym of NSFW. NSFW, initialism of not safe for work, i.e. containing inappropriate or adult content, for example pornography or profanity that might be offensive to employees and co-workers. NSF Wish, somewhat NSFW. NSG, the station code of New Southgate Railway Station in England. MSGCT, initialism of non-seminomatous germ cell tumor. NSH, abbreviation of Nashville. Njima is staple food in parts of Africa, a kind of porridge made from ground maize or sorghum flour. NSI, initialism of National Savings and Investments. Nsabedi, a system of apparently ideographic, is now southeastern Nigeria found on excavated pottery, etc. Nsaberi, alternative form of Nsabedi. NSEC, initialism of National Scholastic Indoor Championships. NSEMA, alternative form of Nshima. NSES, initialism of Network Store Interface Service, a Microsoft Windows service. NSL, initialism of National Softball League. NSLP, initialism of National School Lunch Program. NSM, initialism of Natural Semantic Meta Language. NSMAN, abbreviation of National Serviceman. NSMB, initialism of New Super Mario Bros. NSMB2, initialism of New Super Mario Bros. NSMBU, initialism of New Super Mario Bros. NSMBW, initialism of New Super Mario Bros. NSMD, initialism of non-solder mask defined. NSMAN, plural of NSMAN. NSML, initialism of Noonan syndrome with multiple lentigens. NSM, plural of NSM. NSN, initialism of Nokia Siemens Network. NS, plural of NSN. NSNW, initialism of non-strategic nuclear weapon. NSNW, plural of NSNW. NSO, initialism of non-skating official. MSO, initialism of no sense of humor/humor. Nsongo, a Bantu language spoken in Angola. NSO, plural of NSO. NSPA, initialism of network service point address. NSPA, plural of NSPA. NSPC, initialism of Nova Scotia Provincial Court. NSPC, initialism of National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. And SBF, initialism of no single point of failure. NSQ, initialism of no stupid questions. NSR, initialism of no signature required. NSRNA, negative strand RNA. NSRNA, alternative form of NSRNA. NSRNA, plural of NSRNA. NSRNAS, plural of NSRNA. NSS, initialism of no shit, Sherlock. NSSC, initialism of Nova Scotia Supreme Court. NSSC, initialism of National Special Security Event. NSSC, plural of NSSC. NSSF, initialism of National Social Security Fund. NSSI, non-suicidal self-injury. SSL, Initialism of National Security Space Launch Program, a U.S. government program for assured access to space. NSSL, plural of NSSL. NSD, Initialism of National Standard Thread. NSDD, abbreviation of non-standard. NSTEMI, acronym of Ministry Elevation Meacurio. Insertion. NSTEMI, plural of NSTEMI. NSTP, Initialism of National Service Training Program, a Philippine civic education program. ESSER, Initialism of National Surveillance Unit. Ansuda, a town in Ashani region, Ghana. Ansudai, a dull manganese oxide mineral. Anesri, Initialism of no scalpel vasectomy. NSRI, plural of NSV. NSW, Initialism of New South Wales, a state of Australia. NSWBC, Initialism of National Security Whistleblowers Coalition. NSWDG, Initialism of Naval Special Warfare Development Group. NSWR, abbreviation of New South Wales Government Railways. NSWR, plural of NSWR. Ensign, Sir, alternative form of asterisk ensign sir. NT, Initialism of the Northern Territory, a territory of Australia. NT, alternative form of N/Tino text. NT scan, a nutshell scan. NT scans, plural of NT scan. NTW, T, abbreviation of Metweight. NA, Initialism of National Tax Agency of Japan, the Japanese government agency that collects taxes and enforces tax law. NTACMS, Initialism of Navy Tactical Missile System. NTAMA, a kind of skirt or wrapper worn by women in Ghana. Entamani, a talking drum from West Africa. Entamani, plural of Entamani. Endamas, plural of Entama. Plural of NTA. NTBCW, Initialism of not to be confused with. Initialism of non-transferrin bound iron. NTDT, Initialism of Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. NTC, Initialism. NTD, Initialism of Neglected Tropical Disease. NTD, plural of NTD. Ntanguru, a county of Kaonda district. Uganda. NTFLCAT, acronym of National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. ATL. Initialism of Northern Territory Football League. AS, Initialism of New Technology File System, a proprietary file system developed for the Windows NT family of Microsoft Windows operating systems, starting with Windows NT 3.1 and continuing to the present day. AFY, abbreviation of Notify. NTG, Initialism of Not This Group, i.e. Newsgroup. NEA, occurring at position N in a sequence. And I, non-typable Haemophilus influenzae. At the ACAN, abbreviation of Northern. At the HS, plural of NTH. and TIDS, initialism of nut time interval digitizer. Entigram, a form of histogram in which each bar represents approximately the same number of cases, in contrast to a typical histogram in which the bars or categories are all of the same width. Entigrams, plural of entigram. Entim, initialism of not that it matters. Enzyme, in computational complexity theory, the complexity class that is the set of decision problems that can be solved by a non-deterministic Turing machine which runs in time OFN, where O is the big O notation, F is some function, and N is the size of the input for which the problem is to be decided. And TESS, initialism of National Technical Information Service. NTK, the station code of Fengao Tao Kok in Hong Kong. ADF, initialism of National Transportation Library, part of the United States Department of Transportation's Bureau of Statistics. NT Linguini, alternative form of NH Linguini. Adelia, the bootloader for Windows NT. Adelan, initialism of NT-LAN manager. Adeo, abbreviation of nitrogen tetroxide, dinitrogen tetroxide, N2O. NTP, initialism of non-thermal plasma. NDP, abbreviation of Northamptonshire or Northampton. At ABF, initialism of National Treatment Purchase Fund. NTV, plural of NTP. ADF, initialism of National Transcontinental Railway. ADF, alternative form of NTR Net or Air. ADF, abbreviation of neuter. NT Red, simple past and past participle of NTR. NT Ring, present participle and gerund of NTR. ADF, plural of NTR. NDA, initialism of nucleotide reverse transcriptase inhibitor. NDA, plural of NTR. NDS, initialism of not to scale. NT, plural of NT. NDSB, initialism of National Transportation Safety Board. NDSC, synonym of K and KT Kombinational Keselamatan Transportasi, initialism of National Transportation Safety Committee, Indonesia. NT talked, initialism of not that there's anything wrong with that. NTEC, initialism of Northwest Territories Territorial Court. NTU, initialism of Nephelometric Turbidity Unit. Antuzu, a Bantu language, a dialect of Nyamwezi. NTY, initialism of no thank you. NTY, alternative letter case form of NTY. Oh, abbreviation of Nunavut, a territory of Canada. Oh, the god who serves as the personification of the primeval waters that existed before the world. New bodies, plural of new body. New body. Nucleosome. New gaze, a form of alternative rock music originating in the 2000s and drawing influence from the shoegazing scene of the late 1980s and early 1990s. New jazz, any music that blends jazz elements with other musical styles, such as funk, soul, or electronic dance music. Nu metal, a subgenre of heavy metal music from the 1990s and 2000s with some sounds and influences from grunge and hip-hop. New movable, synonym of movable new. New movables, plural of new movable. Issue, alternative spelling of Nushu. Nushu, alternative spelling of Nushu. New school, designating various style of popular music typically incorporating breakbeats, opposed to old school. New Zealand,
Here we go.
New Zealand. New Chen, alternative form of Nuchin Jurchen. New Chair, alternative form of Nuchin Jurchen. New Chen, alternative form of Nuchin Jurchen. New Chair, alternative form of Nuchin Jurchen. New Chens, plural of New Chen. New Chans, plural of New Chair. New Chens, plural of New Chen. New Chans, plural of New Chair. New Che, alternative form of Nuchi Jurchen. New Che, alternative form of Nuchi Jurchen. New Disco, a 21st century dance music genre associated with the renewed interest in 1970s and 1980s disco and related genres. New Jazz, alternative form of New Jazz. New Male, a new man. New Males, plural of New Male. New Metal, alternative spelling of New Metal. New Metal, alternative spelling of New Metal. No, a female given name from Irish. Nuance, a minor distinction. Nuance, having nuance, is possessed of multiple layers of detail, pattern, or meaning. Nuancely, in a nuanced way. Nuanceless. Without nuance. Nuances, plural of nuance. Nuancing, present participle and gerund of nuance. Nodong, a district of Keeling, Taiwan. Neuromal, a particular fungicide. Not the innermost section of a chrysalis in a silk cocoon. Nura, the various indigenous inhabitants of Central Sudan. Nabur, Nabi, containing nubs. Nubber, a batted ball that travels slowly. And not very far. Nutters, plural of nubber. Nubby, comparative form of nubby, more nubby. Nutted, superlative form of nubby, most nubby. Nabby, a stub, especially a stub of undeveloped corn or fruit or nipple. Nobbin disease, synonym of white pickle disease caused by cucumber mosaic virus. Nobbiness, the state or condition of being nubby. Nobbin, present participle and gerund of numb. Nubbing cheat, the gallows. Nubbing cheat, plural of nubbing cheat. Nubbins, plural of nubbing. Nubbins, plural of nubbin. Na, alternative spelling of nubble small knob or lump. Nubbles, containing nubbles. Nubbles, third person singular simple present indicative of nubble. Nublet, alternative spelling of nublet a small nub or protrusion. Nublets, plural of nublet alternative spelling of nublets. Nubly, comparative form of nubly, more nubly. Nublis, superlative form of nubly, most nubly. Nubboy, present participle and gerund of nubble. Nubby, rough or lumpy. Nubbin, knobbly, covered with small knobs. Nubbigay, noob and noob.
Here we go.
Nubbigakes, plural of nubcake. Nubcake. Cake as, plural of nubcake. Nubecula, a nebula, specifically the Magellanic Clouds. Nubeculi, plural of Nubecula. Nubaru, the god of the cloud. The region of the Upper Nile Valley, now part of Sudan and far southern Egypt. Nubian, an inhabitant of ancient Nubia or a person of Nubian descent. Nubian Desert, the eastern region of the Sahara, spanning the area of northeastern Sudan and northern Eritrea between the Nile and the Red Sea. Nubian giraffe, Giraffa camelopardalis camelopardalis, species of giraffe found primarily in South Sudan and western Ethiopia. Nubian giraffes, plural of Nubian giraffe. Nubian goat, synonym of Anglo-Nubian goat. Nubian goats, plural of Nubian goat. Nubian ibex, a desert-dwelling ibex capra nubiana found in mountainous areas of northern and northeast Africa and the Middle East. Nubian ibexes, plural of Nubian ibex. Nubian knot, synonym of Bantu knot. Nubian knots, plural of Nubian knot. Nubian lion, synonym of Barbary lion. Nubian lions, plural of Nubian lion. Nubian queen, a woman of African heritage, usually a conceited or unpleasant one. Nubian queens, plural of Nubian queen. Nubian woodpecker, a bird of species Campithera nubica in the family Pisidae. Nubian woodpeckers, plural of Nubian woodpecker. Nurinus, they call the Nubian. Nurins, plural of Nubian. Nurias, plural of Nubia. Nuber, a census-designated place in Lassen County, California, United States. Nuris, plural of Nubi. Nubiferous, bringing or producing clouds, cloudy. Nubifor, cloud-shaped. Nubidinas, originating from clouds. Nubilate, to cloud or obscure. Nubilated, simple past and past participle of nubilate. Nubilates, third person singular simple present indicative of nubilate. Nubilating, present participle and gerund of nubilate. Nubilation, obnubilation, a clouding. Over. Nubile, of an age suitable for marriage, marriageable principally of a young woman. Nubiles, plural of nubile. Nubilities, plural of nubility. Nubility, the property or state of being nubile. Nubilos, alternative form of nubilis. Nubilis, cloudy, misty. Nubiality, nubia. Nubilagan, wandering in the clouds, moving through the air. Na, a region in Chile. Nava, a small nub or protrusion. Nublets, plural of nublet. Resembling a nub, knobby, stumpy. Nub, plural of nub. Nubang, a type of brushed, soft calf leather similar to suede. Differs from suede in that while suede is created from the flesh inner side of a hide, nubuck is created using the grain outer side, giving it added strength and durability. Norecus, plural of nubuck. Nudie, an article of clothing similar to a scarf or a shawl. That initialism of neutral unit of construction. That a nucleus colony, a small b colony created from a larger colony. No, initialism of non-avat court of appeal. Nocament, a catkin or amentum. Nucamentaceous, not like. Nocaments. Plural of nucament. Not a bodorization of nigga. Nuti, a surname. Nuja, a surname from Italian. Nujos, plural of nuccio. Nuches, plural of nucci. Noctane, alternative. Form of NDNA. Noctane, plural of noctDNA. Nucella, of or pertaining to the nucellus. Ipicale, plural of nucellus. Nucella, an aspartic endopeptidase expressed in nucellar cells during degradation. Nucellular, relating to the nucellus. Nucellus, the tissue which surrounds and protects the embryo and lies inside of the integument. Nucelopolis men, misspelling of nucleopolis men. Nuses vomici, plural of nox vomica. Noce, several locations in Romania. Nocflash, code word indicating the actual or possible detonation of a nuclear weapon and consequent risk of an outbreak of nuclear war. Notch, not much. Hardly, barely, to an insignificant degree. Nata, the spinal cord. Nati, plural of nacha. Nacho, the back of the neck. Nuptial cord, a condition in which the umbilical cord becomes wrapped around the fetus's neck. Nuptial cords, plural of nuptial cord. Nuptial scan, an ultrasound performed to help determine the chances that the fetus may develop chromosomal conditions such as Down syndrome. Nuptial scans, plural of nuptial scan. Nuptial translucency scan, a nuptial scan. Nuptial translucency scans, plural of nuptial translucency scan. Nuptialgia, pain in the back of the neck. Nuptials, plural of nuptial. Nutches, plural of nutcha. Nutchum, since scan. Nuptialgia, pain in the back of the neck. Nuptials, plural of nuptial. Nutches, plural of nutcha. Nutchin, synonym of jerchin. Nutcher, alternative form of nutchin jerchin. Nochin, alternative form of nutchin jerchin.
Here we go.
Nucher, alternative form of nutchin jerchin. Nutchins, plural of nutchin. Nutcherns, plural of nutchern. Nuchins, plural of nuchin. Nucherns, plural of nuchern. Nukier, alternative form of nujon. Nutti, synonym of jerchin. Nuti, alternative form of nutchi jerchin. Nutchimeronal, alternative form of nitchthimeral. Nosai, a village in Vasilati, Calarasi County, Romania. Musicultural, relating to music. Culture. Nusiculture, the growing of nuts. Nuciferine, an alkaloid found in the plants Nymphaea caerulea and Nelumbo nucifera with sedative effects. Nuciferous, bearing or producing nuts. Nuciform, shaped like a nut. Nova, jawed lung. Nucinolid, any bivalve of the family Nucinolidae. Nucinolids, plural of nucinolid. Noseverus, not-eating. Nush, initialism of Nunavut Court of Justice. Nukalai, alternative form of Nukalavi. Nukalavis. Plural of Nukalavi. Nukalavi, an aquatic horse-like demon from Orcadian mythology, said to cause drought and epidemics and to harm crops and animals. Nukalavis, plural of Nukalavi. Nucking futs, fucking nuts, completely insane. Nuckals, a surname. Nuckolls County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Nelson.
Invincible.
Nuka, a town in Montrose County, Colorado, United States. Nuclear, relating to a nucleus, nuclear. Nucleate, a particle or surface feature which triggers the nucleation of another substance. Nucleates, plural of nucleate. Nuclear, pertaining to the nucleus of an atom. Nuclear age, the age in which nuclear energy and nuclear weapons were developed. Nuclear airburst, the explosion of a nuclear weapon at such an altitude that the fireball remains above the ground. Nuclear airbursts, plural of nuclear airburst. Nuclear aircraft, a proposed aircraft that would be powered by nuclear energy. Nuclear artillery, a limited-yield nuclear weapon delivered using an artillery shell. Nuclear batteries, plural of nuclear battery. Nuclear battery, any device that converts the energy of particles emitted from atomic and artillery shell. Nuclear batteries, plural of nuclear battery. Nuclear battery, any device that converts the energy of particles emitted from atomic nuclei into electrical energy. Nuclear binding energies, plural of nuclear binding energy. Nuclear binding energy, the energy needed to split an atomic nucleus into its component parts.